Bozos, the year is done, and we've told a lot of stories here. A lot of stories. Now, it's time for us to roll them all into one big giant video for the BOZE Marathon. You can throw it on your TV if you want to fall asleep, if you want to ignore me like everyone else has, or, I don't know, maybe you want to draw, cook, or something of that nature. Whatever the case is, all you gotta do, click on this video, leave it on, and I'm here for you. Let's go. Chad and Margaret Amato had 3 children. They had 3 boys. They had Cody, they had Jason, who's the oldest brother, and then they had Grant. These are the Amatos. This was a hard-working family. When we kind of start to talk more about the financials, you guys will see, because Grant Amato, before he murdered his family, stole $200,000 from them. Now, when I was looking through this and I looked at the crime scene photos, I was looking at their house. These are some photos from the crime scene, the day of the murders. And if you look at this, doesn't this just look like somebody's house that, like, you know, you might live in the neighborhood, like it's not like super glitzy, it's not super glamorous. It's just like they're chilling. Like, this looks like the stock pillow that came with the couch, you know? They ain't got, you know, I'm not seeing a whole bunch of plants, no nothing. I looked through a lot of the photos. And to me, it seemed like they came from a fairly modest home, but as you'll kind of see, Chad Amato, he cared a lot about the family, he cared a lot about providing for the family, and Chad was saving a lot of money. He was a pharmacist, he was also really good with computers, did a lot of work, and was really great at managing everything. He and his family had actually managed to save and invest over a couple hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it was just all through hard work and saving. All while Chad and Margaret were taking care of 3 boys. When I went and I looked for information on this case, I actually found Margaret's obituary. And whenever I go through cases, I see a lot of different obituaries, and I couldn't stop reading the entries on Margaret's. I mean, it's like every single person that was in her life came out and said, oh my God, this woman never deserved what happened to her. Like, it's like they were so shocked. Like, how could something like this happen to such a sweet woman? Margaret was the type of person that I was reading this thing where she had rescued a horse named Lady 10 years prior. And she put this, like, abused and abandoned horse. She rented a stable for it, and she would ride her bike every day to go check up on the horse and just, you know, nurse it back to health. That's what kind of person she was. She was working and working and working. She had all these employees and all this stuff, and then she would go and take care of her horse. And the people that worked at the stable, there were these reports of, like, they said that in all the years that Margaret was taking care of Lady, oh my God, I can't believe I'm about to cry already. No! They saw that horse, like, buck and kick her, like, straight up kick Margaret in the face. And she never faltered, and she came back every day and told that horse, no, I love you, I'm here, and I'm going to take care of you. And that's exactly how she treated her son, too. Cody, Grant's brother, Grant's the piece of shit we're going to be talking about today. But then Cody, who was the middle child, he was a pretty nice guy. He had all of his stuff together. He was, you know, in his late 20s, early 30s around this time. And he was a nurse. And this was a really respectable career path for his family, the Amatos, because like I said before, Chad he was in pharmaceuticals. They respected stable, you know, consistent work. Then Grant, you know, he kind of like takes up after his brother, and then he also decides to be a nurse as well. So when I was looking through this case, I thought that this was a little bit interesting. You kind of can start to see early that Grant Amato has almost no sense of identity. You know, Grant's dad is really into computers, so eventually Grant really gets into computers. And then, you know, when they were in high school, Cody joined the weightlifting team, and then Grant joined the weightlifting team. And then Cody decides to go be a nurse, and Grant says, I'm going to be a nurse. And then Cody says, well, I'm going to the University of Central Florida. And Grant says, I'm going to go to the University of Central Florida. And then Cody says, yeah, after I graduate, I want to buy a BMW, and I want to buy mom and dad's house. And then Grant says, that's a great idea. I'm going to jump on that and do that with you. So throughout this man's life, he kind of just mimicked everyone around him in his family. He had no real sense of identity. But there was one thing that he did love. Anime. He loved anime. Oh my gosh. He had this crazy anime collection. You know, when you look at it, it was in this room that looked kind of empty or cluttered. And he just had all these boxes of all of his anime figurines. And then he had a couple that were encased in the glass. Oh, Grant loved this stuff. In fact, he talks about it a little bit in the interrogation as well. Cody decides to go to the University of Central Florida. Grant also decides to go to the University of Central Florida, and these men, they are going to become nurses. You know, after a couple years, Cody graduates and Grant graduates, except Grant fails out of anesthesiology school and Cody passes. So it's almost as though Grant kind of has like a portion of the degree he wanted, whereas Cody is fully decorated and ready to move into the field. Grant actually still manages to get a job. He doesn't have as great of a job as Cody. Cody's making fantastic money. In fact, Cody's making such good money that he's actually planning to pay for this big trip to Japan for he and his brother. Cody ends up dishing out $10,000 a piece for he, his friend Jericho, and then his brother Grant to go on this big trip to Japan. But let me tell you what type of person Grant was. Remember when I said that Grant went to school to become a nurse? Well, he did get a job as a nurse, and then he was fired. He was fired and then arrested, and they tried to press charges against him. You're not going to believe this shit. Grant Amato was fired from his job in June of 2018 because he was stealing propofol to inject into patients. If you've heard of that drug before, despite how much I may have mispronounced it, it's because we talked about it in the Michael Jackson trial. That was the drug that killed Michael Jackson. This is basically a massive sedative, okay? And Grant was using this on patients, unbeknownst to them, because he didn't want to deal with them on his shift. That was Grant's philosophy. I'm working night shift. I want to do something else. I'm going to just put them to sleep. And so he stole over $2,000 worth of this drug to put patients to sleep. That should tell you so much about this lazy fuck. Are we kind of starting to like paint a little picture here between no identity, just copying his brother, whatever, and then he gets in and becomes a nerd? And I mean, that dude, anyways. He was arrested in June on grand theft charges, and then he was released home after Grant's brother Cody paid $8,000 for his legal fees and counsel for them to drop the charges, and they did. Cody is dishing out money to try to protect his brother, and Grant just keeps not giving a fuck. In 2018, after Grant Amato loses his job, he is sent back to his parents' house. And I want to kind of paint a picture here. So Grant Amato is back home. He's lonely. He's unemployed, probably feeling a little rejected by the world, depressed. He doesn't have any money. And there was something very interesting brewing in the world in 2018. Now, beforehand, I just want to say, I am not tying this individual at all to these events whatsoever. I bet you this individual doesn't even know that this happened. Because in March of 2018, Ninja, who's one of the biggest streamers of all time, had an incredibly successful stream where he streamed to 630,000 people while he played Fortnite with Drake and a couple other rappers and football players. This was one of the first times in history that live streaming was taken seriously. Hundreds of thousands of viewers, lots of money, followers, girls, right? Gamers are so cool that some of the biggest rappers in the world want to play with them, right? So Grant sees this and he says, I want to be a streamer. So that's exactly what he does. He tells his parents, I need all this equipment. I need multiple monitors. I need this. I'm going to be a Fortnite streamer. And that's what he does. He goes all in on it. He gets all of his equipment. He gets all of his stuff. And he starts to do his streams. Well, there was something else that he picked up beforehand. And I'm just going to put it pretty lightly. It was a porn addiction. But more specifically, it was an incredibly parasocial porn addiction. Because Grant was addicted to my free cams. Because, now he's home, unemployed, lonely, and on one monitor he's got Fortnite, And then on the other monitor, he's got his favorite girl, Addie Sweet. This is actually from her profile. Addie Sweet. Hello, my name is Addie. I'm 33 years old and from beautiful Budapest, Hungary. If you have been to my room before, you will have noticed I'm not your typical cam girl. I'm a very sensual woman, and this sensuality along with my sexuality is in the sublime beauty of a shapely, athletic female body that I enjoy showing to you and the world. See, this kind of statement right here, this appeals to men that think that women are objects. Addie really, or whoever wrote this for her, is just really playing to her audience here. It's very important to me to share that all with you because this is what it takes for me to really enjoy my online time, spending with my friends and finding new ones while I am killing you in the nicest possible way. I have a pretty expressive face. Do I need to mention that left eyebrow? So if you happen to get to know me a little bit, it'll be very easy for you to read my emotions. Grant kind of starts to see Addie as an internet girlfriend. And in Addie's videos, kind of what she does is it's very personalized. It's very, very personalized. And look, this woman is working. These are the types of videos that Addie does. What? I told you I would be ready in a minute. I hate when you look at me like that. Stop. It's almost as though she's role-playing being your wife, being your girlfriend. That is the content that like she's really playing into. And Addie is making a killing, okay? At the time of this event, she was in the top 20 on My Free Cams, but I actually looked it up. To this day, and she still goes by the same name, she's in the top 5. They say that girls that are in the top 5 on My Free Cams are making anywhere from $70,000 to $150,000 a month. But in Grant's mind, this is kind of his girlfriend. He believes that this relationship, to an extent, is real. So at this point, Grant has started spending about $600 a night on Addie. The way that this kind of My Free Cams culture has built up are she's got, 10 or 20 supporters that she's constantly like promoting and like saying, these are Addie's nights, these are Addie's, blah, 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 blah. And then Grant now, he kind of gets to get an identity because he's now one of Addie's nights. But also there's the fantasy of what if he could get the girl? What if he could actually be with her? So every single night, Grant on one screen, playing a little Fortnite, watching Addie on the other, and talking to all of his boys. Who are his boys? The other guys that are paying for everything for Addie. They're all just having fun, donating to her, taking care of their queen. In fact, man, I was diving deep into this shit today. I was looking this up on Twitter. There's such ride or dies for her that she took like a month or 2 off, and they created a GoFundMe page. It was like, help fund Addie's break. Hashtag like Addie's nights. Like, this is real. So these dudes are all bonded in their love for this woman. I don't know. Let me show you a video of Grant where he's actually begging Addie to send him some more videos.
All right, Sylvia, look at me. I am outside going to check the mail. And I'm asking you if you can please, pretty please, send me one of your videos. I love it so much when you just send them to me. Yeah, I don't like...
See, that's really important. He says, can you please, pretty please, send me one of those videos? It means so much to me when you just send them to me. Because to Grant, when Addie, that's her stage name, but her real name is Sylvia, when Addie sends these videos to Grant without money, he feels like it's special. He feels like it's real, right?
Yeah, I don't like buying your stuff. It makes me feel weird.
I don't like buying your stuff. It makes me feel weird. It makes me feel like I'm not special. Can you please confirm my reality? And if you just send me one, and see, like, this is the weird thing, right? Like, the woman that is, like, running the show, she just sees this guy, like, he's just donating, right? He's just, like, funding things. And she thinks, well, damn, maybe if I just send him one video or something like that, like, he'll hop off my tail. But she doesn't realize that in Grant's world, this is confirming to him that this relationship is real. Like I was saying before, Grant was spending about $600 a night. And where is Grant getting this money if he's not working? Well, his Twitch stream had absolutely exploded. Within a couple of days, he was getting 600, 700. I'm fucking kidding. He literally had one viewer and maybe something open on the other tab. Grant wasn't making no fucking money. He started telling his parents that he needed money so that he could promote his Twitch stream. And he convinced his parents he needed thousands of dollars to put marketing into his Twitch channel. They didn't know any better. And they were just hoping that their son could just do something, do anything, you piece of shit. Just do something. And so they're like, okay. They know how important it is to reinvest into a business, especially a startup. So they gave him some money, couple $1,000. Okay, Grant, just go take what you need. Here's the card. Here's this. So Grant took $200,000 from his family. And I mean, that added up quick, okay? When you're a guy that's pretending that you have all this money, because remember what I said before about his little circle of friends, and then there's also Addie that he's always trying to impress. He told these people, I'm a really big Twitch streamer. I drive a BMW. I own my own house. These were all things that he actually had kind of planned with his brother. But he was just projecting them out there without putting in the work at all. And so every night, Grant felt like he needed to show up with money. That money that his parents had worked for years, it's almost just like it was a fake currency that didn't really exist. And it was just here to fund his addiction. Because at this point, it's a full-on addiction. It's a love addiction. It's an attention addiction. It's parasocial. He's completely obsessed with this woman. His brother and his dad sit him down and they say, we need to have a talk, okay? We need to figure out, no, you can't do this anymore. So they end up sending Grant off to live with an aunt of his. Well, I'm just gonna cut the shit here. And he started stealing money from his aunt too. After he stole a couple $1,000s from his aunt, straight up just took a credit card out of the wallet. She realizes the money's missing. He never even lied to her. He never even made up a story. He just took her card and started spending money. After he gets caught stealing all of the money from his aunt, the aunt ends up calling Cody, calling Chad, the brother and dad, and it's like, listen, you need to get this piece of shit out of my house. And they say, okay, listen, don't press any charges, just send him back home, and we'll take care of him. So at this point, Grant's never had to choose a career. He's never had to own up to any of his actions. Thousands of dollars of debt and legal fees are piling up, but his family continues to pay them. And look, I mean, there's definitely something to take from this, just because, yeah, he's a literal man-child. There's something to take from this because these people loved Grant so much. I don't even think part of it was keeping up with appearances or keeping up with family and we care about our perception. That's not really what the Amatos were about. They just wanted Grant to be okay. After Grant Amato gets kicked out of the house when he's living with his aunt, he moves back in and there's a couple of ground rules. These are actually the notes that Chad Amato had written down to try to get his son back in order. Now, I'm not gonna lie, this is clearly very business-like, It's this is what you have to do. First, get a job. First things first, Grant. Get a fucking job. I think we can all agree with that. Second, student loan deferred, $100K. That $100,000 in his student loans. Next, there's some kind of USAA credit card balance, $6,800 past due. Next, auto insurance lapse, it's void. His bank terminated by bank, permanent. His bank account was permanently terminated. Has no savings, has no job. For a man that was that was trying to help his son so much and so studious in taking care of his family bro, I cannot express enough. This is what the Amato house looked like. They were not living luxuriously. They were not these were hard-working people, okay? That's just what they were. For his piece of shit son to just not do any of the wonderful things that his dad basically taught him how to do it's just annoying, right? Owes family $200,000. Parenthesis, but family does not expect this possibility. Next, owes family apology. We don't expect this due to lack of real feelings. Chad Amato actually wrote that down after talking to his son. It's just looking at just like everything that this kid racked up, and they were like, how do we help? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Like, this fucking hurts me to look at. Like, just all, like, everything that's like packed up. So next they said needs therapy, psychology with local. He's writing down a couple of things. He's like, Chuck, clinical psychologist. Does he need a personality test? Like, he doesn't even know. Next, rehabilitation center obtained. It's going to be $15,000. They've already signed him up for a rehab center. They suggested he joins the military. Oh my God. No, this wasn't his list. This was his dad's list. They tried so hard. And look at this. After $200,000 stolen, $100,000 in student loans, $8,000 for the bailing him out after he got caught stealing from the hospital, $10,000 for the Japan trip, $15,000 to the rehabilitation center. This is the moment that Chad Amato decided no further family monetary support. You will be arrested, sitting in jail with no bail, a public defender, no paid attorney, serve any prison term, parole, reside in the shelter, homeless. You will not ever be allowed back into the family. No key to the house until further notice. Like, if anyone thinks that this letter is harsh, you need to realize that they have been going through this with their son for 4 or 5 years. Now, there was one major rule for Grant coming back into the house. After his stint at the rehabilitation center, he was no longer to talk to Addie Sweet. So, Grant gets signed up for this 60-day internet addiction and sex addiction program. Because he was not held against his will, Grant only served about 6 or 7 days here before he returned home. I'm not sure if it happened while Grant was in the rehabilitation home or if he found out when he got home. But while Grant was in the rehabilitation center, his dad took it upon himself to reach out to Addie because he needed to take control of this situation. And he lets her know he doesn't really have a BMW. He stole all of that money from us. He's in rehab right now. We're trying to get him right. You know, if he ever contacts you, can you just, swat him away? I have no idea, like, what she would have said to that or anything, but when Grant Amato got out of that rehabilitation center, that's what he found out. Now, I haven't read this letter yet, but let's see what letter Cody left his brother. Brother, they just told me what happened. Dad told you to pack your shit and get out of the house because you were caught texting that woman again. Grant had used his mother's cell phone to get on Twitter and to message Addie. Grant, I'll take care of all of your problems. I just need you back. I can't live without you, brother. I can't do this again. If you have that, I'm part of the problem here, then I've really lost you, and I can't take that loss after everything. Have you ever had a really bad day or a really bad week, and then you started watching a show, and you just completely got entranced into the world of it? Let's say, like, Harry Potter, and you just fall into the world of Harry Potter, or like Attack on Titan, you just fall into the world of that. You know what I mean? It's just something else, right? So when we use escapism, like through media like that, it's kind of like we leave for a couple hours, maybe you watch Squid Game for 7 hours straight and you forget all of your problems for a little bit and you're like, damn, that was fun, right? That's kind of escapism. And I'm only explaining this through just like my experience. The next level of this is kind of a form of daydreaming where that world ends. Maybe you don't have any more content to consume around it. So you kind of start to create your own in your head because it felt so nice being there, right? So then there's some people that, like, before they go to bed at night, a fun way to relax is to just close their eyes and imagine being at Hogwarts. And you get to live in this rich world. Like when you're daydreaming, the characters are really well developed. Your role is whatever you want. It's just like your own fantasy land, and it's beautiful and it's fun and it's relaxing. Now, daydreaming is not a bad thing because it can help you identify your needs. It can help you set goals by realizing what you really want. And also the relaxation and escapism is nice. Now, maladaptive daydreaming is exactly what it sounds like. It's when you're no longer adapting to your environment and you're escaping through daydreaming. people that actually experience maladaptive daydreaming, there was a survey that was done on these people, and what came back was they say that these people spend more than 56% of their week daydreaming. Now, 50% is pretty bad, but if you're daydreaming for 56% of your life, you have now lost touch with reality, and you've created this deep fantasy world that's incredibly hard to get you out of. And also, the other thing is too, this fantasy world is comforting to you. It's the only thing that's safe. It rescues you from your day-to-day. The maladaptive, daydreaming, vicious cycle. 1, escaping your painful reality. Time to close my eyes and go to Hogwarts. 2, making up a pleasant and ideal alternate reality. Something that is so much better than my real situation. 3, daydreaming for hours every day. This is where we probably really started to lose Grant. Then, withdrawing, falling behind on work and school. Because it's every day. Now this person's no longer daydreaming at night before bed. At 4 o'clock, they're stressed out about something and they're just going to lay down and just kind of, I'm going to go off into this fantasy world. And not everyone closes their eyes. Some people just kind of, sit there. It's different for everyone. And then the biggest thing is that real life becomes more and more unpleasant, and it becomes unnecessary. It becomes not real. And I just kind of think this. Grant really strikes me as a maladaptive daydreamer just because he was so deep in this fantasy world with Addie, where she was this person that he projected all these ideals on. He was a guy that had a house, he had a BMW, he had all this, and he had this perfect relationship with her. And anytime Grant's dad came in and said, Grant, you need to get a job, it was like, Grant, you need to get out of your fantasy world. Grant, you need to get out of your comfort place. The reality of how Addie felt about him wasn't real. He had just rejected it. That's another thing too. A lot of these guys, they know that the girl is doing this job for money. She's getting paid. This girl is hustling. She's getting her bag. But Grant chooses to not acknowledge that trait because it does not fit into his fantasy. On January 24th, 2019, Grant Amato there isn't a whole lot about everything that transpired in the house that day. But when you look at the crime scene photos, it's incredibly obvious what happened. Because on that day, Grant Amato, with his stupid little fucking gun that nobody should have given him, walked in to his mother's office where she was working, and it was just them that day. This woman was working at her computer. She had her glasses right there behind her. And you could just tell by her posture that she was working. And Grant walked up behind his mother and he shot her right in the right side of the head. It didn't look like she had turned around. Maybe he walked in inconspicuously and acted like nothing was up, but he shot his mother in the back of the head. There was no confrontation. If you look at these crime scene photos, you can tell by the photos. There was no confrontation. This pathetic man that could not talk about his emotions, that could not communicate, that couldn't even identify them, in the final moments before he shot his mother, he had nothing to say. He just did it. He waited, maybe it was a couple minutes, maybe it was a couple hours. He waited until Chad Amato got home. Now, when I looked at these photos, it paints such a story. You can see Chad's lunchbox on the ground covered in blood. You can see like a pack of chicken. Look at this. You guys see this shit? Just like every other family. Your mom ever told you to take the chicken out before dinner? Like, he was literally prepping dinner. He was literally coming home, like, with his lunchbox. And you can see that it looks like somebody just walked up. He didn't even know what was going on. He didn't run. There was nothing thrown about or anything. And Grant Amato walked up, and he shot his father in the head. He pool of blood everywhere. His own fucking blood everywhere. His own father's blood was everywhere. And Chad Amato crawled across that kitchen. You see, he crawls around the counter. You can see just the trail of blood. He gets through about 10 fucking feet until he turns around and he turns his body up to the sky, and that is where Chad died. He had just come home that day. And then within a couple minutes, couple hours, who knows, then Cody Amato comes home. And just the same as his father went and just the same as his mother went, Cody was coming out of the garage. And based on the photos, it looks like Cody opened the door and then Grant just shot him point blank in the head. And Cody died in his own garage by the hands of his own brother in the fetal position. After he spent $10,000 taking his brother to Japan because he loved anime so much and he thought it would clear his head. After he paid $8,000 of his legal fees. After he talked his aunt out of pressing charges for the credit card fraud that he committed again. And that is exactly how Grant paid his entire family back. Oh my God, dude. Sorry, I got a little... I was thinking about... I just saw the pictures today. I did see the pictures just today. So this is the thing that really gets me the most about this case. So clearly, it was fucking Grant. The way that everything kind of played out was a woman that worked with Cody ended up calling the police for a welfare check. She was worried about Cody because Cody had come to work and told people that his brother was depressed and he was just fucking wilding out and that he was getting really worried and he was about to, you know, kick him out of the house, you know what I mean? This woman calls in for a welfare check and she asks if somebody can get to the house and check in. And nobody calls her back. A couple hours later, she calls back like, please, what's going on? And they tell her like, hey, we came to the house, but we haven't made contact with anyone. And this lady's crying on the phone and she's saying like, you know, his brother has been saying all this crazy stuff and Cody's not like this. He always comes to work. We're really worried that something happened. We're really worried that something happened. So immediately, all fingers were pointed right back to Grant. When the investigators got in and they found all three bodies, that's the first person they're looking for. Grant, he was held up in a hotel. They had his hotel number and they just burst right the fuck in. What's up, Grant? Like, this is reality, honey. This is real. So there's some calls from Grant that were released in 2020, fairly recently. This all happened in 2019, and, you know, about a year and a half later, I felt like we would get a little more information. After the state in the trial showed photos of Eddy from Grant's computer. They got on his computer, they took all of his conversations, they took all the photos, they took everything they could, and they showed it in court. This is what Grant said. Some of those things are things she made. So those were for the public and everyone paid for them. But some of the photos they showed, like the single shots of her, pretty much all of the selfies, those were like personal for me. So no one else has those. And I think it's because like I would just sometimes request to see what she looked like tonight. You know, like, you know, ooh, you got all the makeup off. I just want to see the normal you. So even in 2020, Grant's main operative is to try to tell the public that his relationship with Eddy wasn't one-sided. And that's why I mentioned that little segment of maladaptive daydreaming to you guys. Because I believe that right now, to this day, Grant Amato is probably in his cell, eyes closed, thinking about Eddy in his fantasy world that he's created. And in Grant's mind, Eddy is still his wife. Through the court trials, prison time, and the murder of his three closest family members, there is nothing that could shake Grant Amato out of this fantasy that he created. She broke bones, she broke skin, she probably pierced his eyes. She had completely destroyed his face. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Happy Friday, happy Saturday, happy Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Of course, because this is one of our true crime story videos, you know, we're happy, we're having a good day, but we got a lot to talk about. So now it's time to get serious. Today's case, very interesting one to me. Do any of you guys know people who are different when they drink? Or perhaps you've been told before that you're different when you drink. And I mean, everyone is. That's the purpose of alcohol, right? But there are some people that something comes out of them. This rage or this feeling or something that they've been holding inside, and it really turns them into a different type of person. You know, this case, I couldn't find a whole lot about Anna Trujillo before, where everything starts in 2009, which is crazy because if you look her up, homie's doing interviews left and right. I think this woman has more interviews than Jodi Arias. And I'm like, for what? Are they paying you commissary for this or something? At the end of this, we're going to check out one of her interviews, which I haven't seen yet, but only after I tell you the story, we walk through it together, and then we gonna judge this bitch. So in 2009, Anna Trujillo is about 41 years old, and she's going through her second divorce. I get this. I talk about this all the time. If you live in a small town, it's basically sold to us that at 20 years old, you're supposed to, go to college and then meet your next boyfriend or girlfriend or something around college. You settle down by 23, 24, have kids by 25 or 26, make your parents happy, and then happily ever after. This doesn't make any sense to me because there's 50 or 60 years after that. Are you kidding me? Anna goes through her first marriage sometime in her 20s, 30s, whatever, doesn't work out. She tries again, ends up getting divorced at 41. And so she's out here and it's time for a new life. And you know what life Anna chooses? She decides, fuck men, I'm gonna use all their money. And look, I think she initially did this kind of on some hot girl shit.
I can't talk right now. I'm doing hot girl shit.
So she moves out to Houston and she starts dating just everybody. She's dating rich dudes, she's dating hot dudes. She's just like out here trying to, I guess, have a little fun. She ends up meeting 59-year-old Stefan Anderson. Now, people said that he was very smart, he was charming, he was financially well off. I saw this picture of Anna where she was in a hotel. It was after they got together, and she's got her heels on and she's like standing on the windowsill, and she just looks like fun. And when I was looking at their relationship and some of the details, what I kind of got from this, and maybe this is my theory, is that Stefan probably also similarly settled down early in his 20s or 30s. The nice girl, the take her home or something like that. But I think that Stefan, he liked wild women. He's about 15 or 20 years her senior, and they're just having fun, it seems like. Now, the way that they like to have fun is drinking. They loved to drink. They were both super, super aggressive alcoholics. And, sometimes people like this, they tend to argue a lot. But, maybe it was every other night they argue. Maybe there's 2 good nights and there's 1 bad one. Whatever. They were just having fun. And sometimes that toxicity is fun for people because it's familiar. People that were raised in a home with, let's say, an abusive parent that constantly said, I love you, I'm your mom, or something like that. They end up teaching a relationship of abuse, and then they teach the child that abuse is love. And so sometimes when that kind of isn't healed or rectified, later in life, you go out and seek these types of volatile relationships because it feels comfortable to you. Anna Trujillo is probably used to, duking it out and, battling. To her, this is love. It's fun. It's generating emotion. Sometimes people they believe that love has to generate a strong emotion. Arguing and anger is not the emotion that you're looking for. Another thing about their relationship, Stefan had a shoe fetish. Now, I don't know if Anna participated in it and enjoyed it as well, or if she was just, taking all these free shoes he was buying her. Homie had her up in the Louboutins, to see her walking around in the red bottoms. This man truly did have a shoe fetish. When they went out together, she was always wearing heels. And not just a little kick up. I'm talking some 5.5-inch stilettos. And he loved it. Did she love this? Debatable, but you see her in several pictures wearing all the shoes, and seems like everything worked out. So, that was the plan. She was in her 40s, he was, late 50s, and they were just gonna get married, be wild, and get drunk all the time together and live happily ever after. But of course, that's not what's going to happen today. Let's go back to Anna's history a little bit. She has an incredibly unique history of violence. If you're familiar with the Heather Barbera case, you remember what she did before what she did. Or if you're familiar with the Amy Bishop case, you know what she did before she did what she did. You must pay attention to these patterns of violence. One thing that Anna did that was very strange was there was a report where a witness actually took the stand afterwards in court and said that Anna just slapped them after a very brief argument. Homie was slapping strangers in public. This to me shows this entitlement to the world. Like, I can let my anger out on whoever I want and just walk away. You know what I mean? Another incident, she had ex-husbands, she had ex-boyfriends, and there was one instance where she went to her ex's house. And she's kind of either trying to stay there, or maybe they said she was trying to steal something. And eventually he tells her, you need to get out. She's drunk, she's arguing, she feels entitled to this space, maybe because she'd been there in the past. That doesn't mean anything. She's throwing a full-on fit, and he knows how she is, and he's like, you need to get the fuck out. Anna bites him. She fights him, and then ultimately ends up gnawing on the man. She bit him. You know who else bit people? Stephanie Lazarus. There is a history with these people that you must take seriously. And if the biting wasn't the icing on the cake, picture this. You're coming home from dinner and you're with your husband, your wife, whatever. You walk in, you turn on the lights, you just kind of walk through the foyer, walk by the dining room, the bathroom's on the left, and something catches your eye. And you look over, and there's a woman shitting in your toilet. That woman was Anna Trujillo. That really happened. Neighbors came home, and she was just taking a dump in their bathroom. This woman is terrifying. Like I said, she had a history of getting into arguments and fights with boyfriends and exes. And on June 9th, 2013, Anna and Stefan went out for a night of drinking, as usual. In fact, they're probably on their way to the bar wondering what they're going to be arguing about later. I mean, this is normal for them. Even the bar that they were going to, the bar patrons have seen them argue before. This is just a regular night. Sometimes after a while, people just accept abuse as part of their relationship or their pattern. So they go out to this bar and they're drinking, talking to people, having fun, just doing what they do. And that's kind of when the argument starts. But this wasn't really the usual. They ended up leaving, and they ended up leaving very abruptly and calling a cab. They were picked up by a woman named Rosemary Gomez. And on the ride back home, Rosemary said that Anna was absolutely wasted, belligerent, cursing, yelling at him, all while he didn't really respond much. He just kind of took it. And Anna's just going off, throwing a fit. And Rosemary is so concerned that when she finally pulls up to the house to drop them off, and Anna gets out and storms off, Rosemary says to Stefan, you need to be careful. Your friend is not in the right state of mind. It is so powerful to me that Rosemary said, not in the right state of mind. She is somewhere else. She is fighting some other battle in her mind. It's almost like Stefan is just the one that's here and that's present. And Stefan turns to Rosemary and he shakes her hand and he squeezes it and he says, I'll be okay. And he goes inside. It's incredibly haunting to me that he says, I'll be okay, because the abuse that he was experiencing in the back of that car was normal for him. He's used to it from Anna. Maybe he's used to it from someone else too. And when you take that type of abuse, whether it's from an early age or later in life or whatever, you kind of start to believe that this is what you deserve. It pushes your boundaries. It makes you almost feel safer there in that abuse because this is what you've experienced your whole life. And so he's used to Anna being like this at this point, no matter what level it is, no matter what anyone says. So what ends up happening is they get inside and the argument escalates. We have no idea what words were said. The only person that's still alive that was in that room is Anna Trujillo. But what we do know is that at some point in the hallway, Anna rushed him and tackled him to the ground. And she pulled off her stiletto and she hit Stefan. And when I think about how he deals with this abuse, this is not the first time that he's been hit before. And so when Anna hits him with that shoe the first time, he probably thinks she's just being herself. And when she hits him a second time with that stiletto, he thinks she's just being herself. And then when she hits him a third time with that stiletto, he probably thinks, oh my God, this hurts. She's letting it out, because that's often what abuse victims do. They take it and they believe that they deserve it. And when she struck him again that fourth time, there's got to be a moment of fear in Stefan's head where he realizes, is she going to stop? And then she hits him again. And then at this point, he's probably really feeling the effects of being stabbed in the face with a 5-inch stiletto. With a 59-year-old man taking injuries like this and losing blood, there is a point. But oh my God, Anna doesn't stop after the 5th or the 6th or the 7th or the 8th or the 9th or the 10th. She continues to beat this man with the stiletto. I believe that she did this because she wanted to punish him with something that he loved. It was like literally throwing it back in his face. Anna stabbed this man with that 5-inch stiletto in the face over 20 times. She broke bones, she broke skin, she probably pierced his eyes. She had completely destroyed his face. And a lot of times when people do this, it's, I hate you, I never want to see you again, I never want to see your face again, I never want to see you talk to me, I never want to see you smile at me ever, ever, ever and again. And she kept going and she kept going and she let it all out. And I also believe that it was not Stefan that Anna was really angry at. It was somebody else, and this was who was in front of her. So after she stabs him to death in the face with a fucking shoe, she calls 911 and plays victim. I'm unable to find the call online, but I was able to find some transcripts and information from that call. And on that call, they say that Anna immediately began to play victim. She said that he had rushed her, she had to defend herself, and she pleads self-defense on the phone to the 911 operator. You know, a lot of times people are upset that this happened, that they've killed a loved one, that they've killed anyone. But usually when people start throwing the victim under the bus right away, that's a big red flag. Anna Trujilo was arrested the next day. But when they got to that crime scene and saw that man, his face riddled with all of the rage of her past. After she stabbed this man and left him on the floor to bleed out in his own home that he so graciously welcomed her into, she then went on to tell investigators that he was attacking her. A struggle broke out. She said she couldn't breathe and she was screaming and begging for him to let her go. She tells this and nobody buys her story because it does not match with any of the forensic evidence. It is obvious that Stefan had been rushed by her. He was pinned down into submission until she grabbed the shoe and started beating him. And I think also it's fair to say there's no reason to stab somebody in the face 25 times with a stiletto. But I've told you everything from articles, from my point of view, my opinions, all of that. Like I said, Anna likes to think of herself as a little celebrity, and she's done several videos. Let's see what she has to say for herself. But first, let's take a look at younger hot Vinnie Politan, and then also Anna doing the whole reenactment of what she claims happened that night. Hi, Vinnie.
And the courtroom looked more like a theater as convicted killer Anna Trujillo and her
I'm just looking at this attorney. He's kind of supposed to be Stefan here, and Anna's, well, he's just, you know, very...
Anna Trujillo and her attorney acted out the moments before she bludgeoned her boyfriend to death with a stiletto shoe.
This is what it was like to her.
Anderson.
So this case is a little frozen in time. I can't find the actual testimony, but it's kind of infamous. Here, you can see Vinny and his co-anchor kind of taking a look at her just expressions throughout. I mean, dude, take a look at that. Just the range of like how expressive she is, like while she's telling it. What was that? What was that? Ugh, that teeth grimace. And those are the actual shoes. This is the infamous Anna Trujillo, like, just testimony photo. I feel like this says so much about who she was. This was a very angry woman. She had a lot of internalized rage. At what? We don't know. Go to therapy. Let's check out one of her interviews.
To leave.
Then she says he attacked her.
The pain was so excruciating and I was in fear and all I had was my shoe. So I just took my shoe off and I didn't know what else to do. And I just started to hit him.
Why, if this was self-defense, you...
Is anyone buying that? Nobody.
What did he do to you?
I can't talk. I feel like I've been cut open, gutted, and my whole life has been a circus and an exhibition, and they've turned me into someone I'm not.
No. No. There is absolutely no denying that this is a violent, abusive woman. There is absolutely no denying it. You know, I'm going to be honest, guys. It's incredibly hard for me to kind of talk about this because this woman is claiming abuse. And I would, the thought, like, this is why it's hard for me to talk about this because I wouldn't want to, like, discredit somebody who has been hurt, been abused or something in this relationship. And I'm sure that this was toxic, probably on both sides. It probably really was. You cannot assault strangers, assault a security guard, bite your ex-boyfriend, and then murder somebody and then sit here and play victim. You can't do that. And it sucks because, you know, we're in this climate right now where it's hard for me to say stuff like that. It's like we're not there yet. But I think a lot of you guys watching this know that this woman is an abuser. She is.
Trujillo says that she still loves her boyfriend.
Oh, dude, what is this graphic? Jesus fucking Christ. Honest question. You guys in the comments, let me know, and give me like a yes or no, but also add a little extra line in there. I read these comments, okay? Do you think that anyone should show Anna mercy here with her sentencing? Do you think that she should be shown mercy?
Now the jury has spoken, and it seems clear that they did not buy her story. ABC's Ryan Smith has more on their sentencing decision.
We, the jury, having found the defendant guilty of murder
with a stiletto, walking Anna Trujillo into prison for life. Trujillo stunned and crying.
Goodbye for life.
As a Houston jury took just a few hours to sentence the 45-year-old mother of two for killing boyfriend Stephen Anderson by stabbing him with the shoe's 5.5-inch heel.
Oh my God, look at that. This is the reenactment of how she was over him. Completely dominant. Could have stopped at any point in time. Oh my God. Just legs over him and just hitting him over and over and over again. And that's the last thing that he saw as he bled out in his own home.
She's crazy, but scary crazy.
Anything less than a life verdict is unacceptable.
You know what? I thought about that. The prosecutor's closing line. I hate the word crazy because people use it, they just throw it out there all the time. You ever been called crazy before? Look, if you've been called, you're probably not crazy, okay? The prosecutor's closing statement here, he said, she's not mentally unstable. She's crazy. Scary crazy. I don't dare trying to understand what's going on in her mind. I don't know. I really don't like to use the word crazy a lot, but she on one. Oh my God. Wait, can you get these in some way? Today, we're going to talk about a case that, you know what? None of these should have happened. That's why I'm saying about murder stuff. Like, it shouldn't have happened anyways. But goddamn, should this case have never happened? We're going to talk about the case of Sarah Ludman, and that involves 3 different people today. The first person involved is this guy named Josh. Josh is not somebody... Actually, I'll ask you guys this. One in the chat, if Josh is somebody you would not want your daughter to bring home. 2 in the chat him. You know what? He seems like a nice boy. I'll get to know him. We'll go just off of first impressions, because that's what a lot of these women had. That's what a lot of the mothers had when this dude just showed up. But on top of that, Josh was barely 18 years old. He already had a child. Not a baby mama, not a woman that was pregnant. Josh had a child. And on top of that, he was dating 3, 4, 5 other women at the same time. And one of the first people that he was dating was a girl named Rachel Wade. So Josh was dating Rachel Wade. But Rachel was way more into this relationship than Josh was. Rachel was somebody that kind of grew up, nice girl, started having some issues with her parents, got really, really boy crazy. Anytime Rachel was into a dude, like, this is it. This is my husband, tunnel vision. And she was hooking up with a lot of guys, looking for love, hanging out with a lot of the wrong crowd, all this, all the way culminating up to the point where Sarah ended up moving out of her own house when she was 17. So Rachel meets stinky Josh. She's kind of seeing Josh, dating him loosely, all this stuff. And then eventually Rachel finds out through MySpace that there's another woman. And this girl, her name was Sarah Ludman. Rachel Wade finds out through MySpace that Sarah Ludman is also dating Josh. And the only way she finds this out is because Sarah's been posting pictures of her and Josh at the beach. She's laying on him. She's kissing him. Got little captions like, this is my boo. This is my man. And Rachel starts to flip the fuck out. Like, I need you guys to imagine 18-year-old girls fighting over a dude at their peak, okay? And you got to understand that between these two girls, the person that Josh picks is the winner. This is all about their egos. This is all about, I'm hotter than you, I'm funnier than you, I'm smarter than you. So things kind of start to escalate when Rachel starts leaving really threatening messages to Sarah Ludman. Remember, we have Rachel over here, the blonde, and then this is Sarah Ludman. Here's an actual voicemail that Rachel Wade left before this murder happened.
Message. It's so funny how you talk and you want to sit there and say that my man was at your house. Then tell me what he was wearing tonight, Sarah. You're a dumb bitch for real. If you're f***ing lying, I'm going to find you and I'm going to beat your ass. If you're not lying, I'm going to find you and beat your ass, okay? You keep playing f***ing games. You're a pathetic little bitch and you're a little f***ing girl. Honestly, what do you have that's going for you that Josh wants you over me for? I got a job, had my own place. What seriously? Keep with me, Sarah. Fucking dumb, psychotic little bitches. And I'm telling you now, I'm going to show you psycho. Keep with me. You're with the wrong person and with the one thing that I care about. So keep going, Sarah. Play your game because I'm going to teach you how to grow up real quick. End of message.
This is them fighting over Josh. That's kind of, there was a lot of threatening message that started happening, and that's kind of the tip of it. And then it starts escalating to the girls fighting on MySpace. It doesn't even go to angry messages to each other because remember, like I said, guys, this was an ego battle. This shit was being posted on their MySpace walls. They were commenting on each other's shit. Rachel was leaving comments like basically like what you guys just heard in text form on Sarah Ludman's page. So now it turns into this big turf war between the two girls. All the while, Josh's dumbass is talking to 2 other women. He's still seeing his baby mama at the time. That's a confirmed 3 women, but there were other women around. And these 2 girls are duking it out, and Josh just doesn't give a fuck. While all of this was happening, you guys heard that little piece where Rachel said, yeah, you still have your mom's curfew, blah, blah, blah. Rachel said that because Josh was hanging out with Sarah in the daytime from, 5 o'clock to 10 o'clock. And then when her curfew would kick in, he would go to Rachel's house afterwards. Is it just me? Or in this whole situation, dude... So everything starts escalating. They're leaving more and more comments. We're getting more and more voicemails from Rachel Wade.
Next message. Please tell me, Sarah, why you would be a dumb enough to put a brand new picture of you and Josh at the beach. Seriously, I told you to watch your back and not to chill with him. Now your ass is mine, and I'm guaranteeing you I'm going to murder you. I'm letting you know that now, because you know what? Josh might have played me, but bitch, I'm going to play your ass out too. Watch. You're a fat bitch, and I'm going to kill you. I swear on my life. Watch out your window when I get off work tonight, you dumb bitch. End of message.
As much as I don't want to take a message from an 18-year-old girl super, super seriously, this bitch is a little crazy. But unfortunately, Sarah Ludman is a teenage girl, and she's dating Josh, and she's absolutely in love with him. Oh shit, I didn't put it up here. Okay, well, to the right of her picture, you were able to put like a little quote on your MySpace page, and Sarah Ludman said, "True love, when you look at him and you can see your entire future in his eyes." And that is how Sarah truly felt about her boyfriend, Josh Camacho. I can't stand this shit. I really can't. I'm so fucking mad. So after Rachel Wade leaves the voicemail that you guys heard, it's only a day or two later that Sarah Ludman shows up at Rachel's house, and she lets her know that she's rolling up, and she comes with her squad. She pulls up with other girls. Rachel Wade knows that Sarah's coming, and she's basically just stewing the entire time. Like, this, you know, she's about to come up here, blah, blah, blah. I want to say that Rachel had one other person with her at the time, but Sarah Ludman showed up with multiple people. I don't know if this is Rachel Wade feeling like she couldn't win, if it was her trying to stay true to her word, if this was her feeling intimidated by the number of people that were, you know, showing up, and she was saying, I'm not going to win. But this happened very, very quickly. What was supposed to be a fight escalated into Sarah Ludman pulling up with her friends. Rachel Wade, who was sitting on the patio or the porch at the time, sees them pull up. She walked inside, she grabbed the butcher knife, and she walked up, and nobody saw, or it wasn't a butcher knife, it was a knife, it was probably about the size of a steak knife. She grabbed it from the block, and she walked outside, and Sarah Ludman did not know that Rachel Wade had this knife. So before words are even exchanged, before anyone throws a punch, before anyone lifted their hands, Rachel walked up and then just 1-2 stabs her in the chest, pulls it out, walks off. And then Sarah just dropped to the ground. All of her friends ran over, and Rachel just walked right back into the house, went into the back patio, and smoked a cigarette. So Sarah Ludman's friends call the police. They arrived very, very quickly, trying to save her from bleeding out, but she had been stabbed just fucking right there. It was 1-2, and Sarah dropped, and she was out. There's actually a picture online when, I think you'd have to find it on Murderpedia, but when the police got there, they found Rachel Wade smoking a cigarette just on the back patio, and they asked her to stand up, and they took a picture of her. And you can actually see Rachel. I don't want to show it because there's blood on her, but you can actually see her just holding her cigarette, arms out like this, on the back patio of that same house where she had just killed Sarah Ludman, and she looks fucking terrified. Rachel Wade just looks like, what the fuck is about to happen? All this hot shit that you heard her talking a minute ago.
I'm letting you know that now, because you know what? Josh might have played me, but bitch, I'm gonna play your ass out too.
That shit was gone. This was a scared little girl. Now, let's move to, I found her interrogation. I haven't seen this interrogation at all yet. Yeah, Rachel is the blonde. So this is her interrogation right after the murder. And God, you know, the other thing is too, she can't even say like, you know, it's assault with a deadly weapon, or it was an accident or anything, because there are literally fucking voicemails of her saying repeatedly, I'm gonna kill you. If you come here, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna fucking murder you. I'm gonna fucking put you out. I'm gonna fucking do so-and-so. Like, there's literally no denying it.
What does it look like? Can you describe it?
It just had a black handle on it, and it was about that long.
A serrated edge? Okay. When you had it with you had it in the car with you, right? And you drove over to Javier's house. Why did you have it with you?
Because they said that they were going to find my car and follow me, and she threatened
Oh,
me.
she brought it. So Rachel actually brought the knife in an earlier possible altercation.
Are you telling me that you had it for some form of protection?
Yeah, because I know they're going to jump me. I know Josh's family. Josh has hit me before. Josh's brother threatened to hit me before.
Do you have a gun or anything else?
No.
Okay, so that was your form of protection. Okay, so when you got in the car tonight to go over to their house, you had it in your hand. All right, you brought it with you. When you were arguing with Josh, you had it, is that right?
I have it in my seat.
Okay, and did they tell you to put it away?
No, I didn't say anything.
Okay.
I do want to say this is definitely a dumb girl that made a dumb fucking mistake for a dumb fucking boy and took somebody's life. At the same time, this whole act of, oh no, it was self-protection, they were gonna jump me anyways, I'm not buying that shit for a second. To me, it sounded like she planned to prove herself as someone that can have any man, that has her own apartment, and she's not to be fucked with. I definitely think that's what she was trying to do.
All right, Rachel, walk me through it. You're sitting there, they pull up, Sarah gets out, you go out to the street where she's at, okay? Because she's right in front of the car, okay? To the front of her car. What happened when you encountered her?
She just started screaming at me, and she laughed at me and said I wasn't going to do anything, and then she realized that I had a knife, and she kind of backed up, and then she started swinging on me anyways, and I just...
When you say she started swinging on you, what was she doing?
She started punching me in my face.
Flailing at you?
Yeah.
Punching?
And then I saw Janet coming out.
And where were you holding the knife at the time?
I just had it out to the side, and then I saw Janet coming at me, and I saw the other girl come around me.
Everyone said it was concealed,
Rachel! They were all
Rachel!
screaming at me, and Janet was telling me that I was crazy and I wasn't going to do anything, and then, like, she said that she wished I would stab her.
Rachel Wade's account of events was completely refuted after this, but let's still hear what she says.
And I personally did not mean stab her.
Okay.
I'm not going to kill somebody.
Tell me how it
Play
happened.
the voicemail!
She was hitting me, and when I went to hit her back, I had put one of my hands up, and I tried to hit her back and keep my hands in front of me.
This is the knife. Show me how you were holding it. Okay? But now, if I'm Sarah and I'm in front of you, what were you doing with the knife? How did you
had it out to the side, and she started swinging on me. And I guess I did not mean to stab her at all.
How many times did you stab her?
I guess once.
Okay, do you know where it hit her at?
No, I don't. I didn't see anything. I had both of them coming at me and Sarah hitting me to begin with.
Sarah didn't have any weapon with her at all, right? She wasn't carrying a bat or a gun or a knife that you saw, right? Okay.
I don't feel like the investigators are buying this at all because they've already spoken to the other witnesses that were there. There was like 3 other people that were already there. They've spoken to them. Her story doesn't line up with what's happened at all. I'm pretty sure Sarah Ledman had 2 stab wounds in her as well. It just, and they already had the backstory information, which apparently I guess Rachel was driving around looking for them to begin with when they were talking about that Javier bit. So they're just not buying this at all, and they're trying to get as much information from her as possible right now so that later on they can refute it and probably call her a liar.
I think Janet did that. I don't know. Sarah kind of hit me in like the side of my head more than anything, and in my stomach once. But when Sarah was hitting me, I saw Janet come this way, and the other girl got out of the other side of the car and walked around from the back towards me.
Because before I came here to talk to you, I went down and saw her at the hospital. Okay? She's stabbed twice in the chest. And she has no other injuries on her whatsoever.
There was no fight.
Okay? And so I'm clear. I understand that Janet was, beating on you as well, but initially it's you and Sarah. Javier, Dustin were out in the street fighting with you guys at all. Josh wasn't there.
Yeah, Josh was, well, I heard Josh screaming, like...
So these 3 or 4 people were up at this house fighting over Josh, and Josh was out fucking somebody else. 19-year-old, at the time, she was 19 and had her own house. She had a mortgage. The girl had a mortgage. She was really trying to be out here and didn't know how to contain herself. And she took somebody's life over a boy that didn't even want her. This is when I said, no murders should happen. This situation should have never happened.
Well, I know you told me that you were upset and you just wanted this to be over because they have been harassing you, obviously. Was tonight kind of just the final straw? Is that what the deal was?
I didn't want anything to do with any of them. Right. I didn't want them to call me anymore.
But you brought a knife with you for a reason.
Because they said they were going to follow me to my apartment.
But you also said that you had enough of it, and when I asked you why you just didn't run into the house when they come pulling up in a van, your response to me was, what?
I don't know. I'm tired of running and being scared. I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't. My parents did not raise me that way.
Okay, I know that, but you did tonight.
I did not have any intention on stabbing her.
Here's the next thing that you need to understand.
Christopher
Rachel.
Dorner. I think that's actually on a list
When I was down
somewhere.
at the
Like I have
hospital,
content for it,
okay,
but I
I
have a
saw
story
where
together
she was
for it.
stabbed at. Okay, it looks like she has 2 stab wounds. All right. The next piece of information that you need to know is that she is dead.
Oh, no!
Okay? She died as a result of these stab wounds that she had at Northside Hospital.
Oh, shit! This gives you a little interview
Her
with her, too.
21st birthday was behind bars, and so will the next 20.
Do you feel like your story can maybe help another girl out there?
I think if they'd listen, but then again, when I was younger, I didn't listen to anything.
Her story is about teenage love, but this relationship was played out in text messages and social media websites.
Oh my God. Dude, 1 in the chat if you think Josh has visited her, 2 in the chat if you don't think Josh ever visited once. Literally, that's all I want to know. I will write a letter to Rachel right now. I just need to fucking know if he's ever visited. I don't think that motherfucker has.
You could hide behind technology, you could be a whole nother person, and it's almost like you can threaten somebody or you could say whatever you want and possibly scare them, and you don't have to face them at that moment.
To me, they were both children, and their lives did not need to be devastated or destroyed.
J.A. Bear,
Josh is
Wade's
not
attorney,
cute at all.
has been-
Okay, yeah, this is about the attorney. Dude, I can't get over this. This is Josh when he goes to court and he's trying to look his best. Rachel, if you and Josh had gone to some kind of business meeting or prom or something, this is the man you would have brought in. I'm really fucking mad at Rachel. Really mad at Rachel, but I have to attempt to humanize her to an extent for a second, okay? When I really think about this, I see an incredibly rebellious person that started rebelling for some reason, like in their teens, 16, 17, and they moved out of their parents' house. And then she was so desperate to be independent in a way. Like, she's like, I wanted to have my own home. She didn't have a lot of friends. Her family wasn't supporting her. Now she's dating this guy. She feels like this guy is her world, and she's a very, very angry person. And so now this girl, in her eyes, Sarah Ludman, has taken the one person that's in her life, because Rachel doesn't have any fucking friends, which also should tell you a lot about her personality. But she feels like Sarah has taken the one person from her that matters. And on top of that, Sarah rolls up with a whole crew of people. Rachel feels incredibly alone in all of this, but she's also not doing the things that she should be to get out of this toxic mindset. It seems like she was in a toxic mindset that just shrunk more and more and more and more. And here's where it had her end up.
I'm not really seeing a whole lot of blood, though, for somebody that was pistol whipped.
Scene's not really making sense of what she's telling me.
Oh my God.
No.
Detective Doubt in
Everybody's
4K.
wearing all black.
Today's case is about a young guy named Ernest Ibarra. I'm going to show you a quick video of him just so you guys kind of can see who exactly Ernie was. This is Ernie. He was a young guy, super, super into video games, like a lot of us. This is back in the early 2010s, and he loved video games, always on his computer. He was a hardcore PC gamer. He could pull apart a computer, put it together, and for 2012, early 2010s, this is a really early hobby on it. This guy would have been on Twitch. He would have been on Twitch probably watching a lot of the streamers that we watch. He ended up marrying this woman named Samantha. We'll get to Samantha, but a few more details about Ernie. He worked 2 jobs to support his family. I think he kind of had a trade by day, and then at night I read that he worked at Little Caesars or something. Meanwhile, Samantha was unemployed and didn't have a job. According to Samantha's YouTube channel, she claims that she was a piercer at her dad's shop or something, but there's absolutely nothing to corroborate that, because I also saw another video on Samantha's YouTube page where she said that she was currently working on a film with Gerard Butler and another film starring Rooney Mara. In order to get into a movie with Gerard Butler and Rooney Mara, you probably would have to be a pretty talented person. Now, I'm not going to comment on her talent right away. I'm just going to kind of show you her caliber of YouTube videos. Now, keep in mind, this is 2012. Simply Manic presents, look at that wolf graphic, mommy tag.
Hey guys, we're doing the mommy tag. This is my mom, Rose. Hi guys.
That's right. This is Samantha Wohlford, mother of 4 that claims she's in the middle of filming with Gerard Butler and Rooney Mara. Let's just go ahead and see this sheer talent.
What was I like as a child?
Not much different than you are now. Spoiled as rotten. But you did like to read. You like to be read to. And you were a very happy, smiley child. So being spoiled was just one of the perks of being there.
Okay. What do you think of me making YouTube videos?
Well, I guess I don't mind. Takes up a lot of time. She really tries to put a lot into this, guys. There's always something going on. You always have to be on the watch because you never know what you do or what you say if it's going to end up on YouTube.
Okay. Her mom's response to this is very, very serious because this was back in 2012. Logan Paul vlogs were not a thing. People weren't used to this shit. And Samantha was running around so desperate to be a YouTuber. She was filming everything. She was filming her children. She was filming Ernie when he didn't want to be filmed. She was filming the family vacations. Samantha was so obsessed with becoming a famous YouTuber that she pretty much neglected her kids. While Eddie was going off to work in the daytime and then working at night. How many of you guys have ever worked a double shift like that? It is fucking awful. It is so fucking awful. And then it's like somewhere after, the 2 or 3 month mark, and then especially after the 1 year mark, you just kind of accept that this is your life and you're going to work 14 hours a day. Oh my God, it is such a miserable existence. So I said Eddie earlier. Here's Ernie out here busting his ass for children that aren't, 2 of the kids are his, 2 of the kids are not his. They were hers from another marriage. And she's just sitting at home making mommy tag videos. The house is a disaster. She doesn't want to work. She's making all of these excuses. And he kind of just keeps saying like, okay, all right, I guess, okay. This was an interesting video that we found where she claims that her house burned down. No other details, no other documents about that at all. Maybe her house really did burn down, but let's just look at her demeanor.
Hey guys, I was just letting you know that I still love you and I haven't forgot about you. I've just had a lot of stuff going on in my personal life. My house burned down and I've been dealing with trying to get like all that stuff taken care of and get it together, get the stuff out of there, that type of stuff. So yeah, basically the only thing I have left is a tub full of stuff, and it's like one of those little storage bins, and I'll show you that in here in a minute. But
you have 4 children and all you have is 1 storage bin of things.
That's all that left, and most of that is like DVDs and a couple of notebooks that was in the bottom of a bookshelf. As far as like clothes and stuff goes, I had a few bags in the back of my car that I had gotten together for my kids when we went out of town on a weekend, and so that's really all they have left. They have a few things at my mother's house, but as far as like most of their stuff is gone. They had tons and tons and tons and tons of stuff. In my kids' room alone, they had 3 toddler beds and like, I don't even want to try to count how many like toys and things they had.
So what's weird to me is that even in like 2012 YouTube, and I don't know if it's because reality TV was really big or there was that vlogger Lonely Girl 15. I don't know what year that came out with, but I just can't understand why Samantha thought that she was interesting enough that people would want to watch this. Like, this is a murder case at this point, and I don't even want to watch your YouTube videos just to find out what happened. Like, normally, you guys, I'm all over this shit. Her videos are so boring. It's like the most it's the most boring thing that I've ever seen. What ends up happening is she's always filming this and everyone in the family is pretty over it, okay? There's one video where she starts talking about her pregnancy. So she had 2 twins in a previous relationship, and then she starts dating Ernie. They have a pretty tumultuous relationship, and then at one point she gets pregnant again. There's another video, as much as I want to show it, she's just so boring, where she shows the pregnancy test and then she straight up says to camera, we don't really want to have this baby right now. It's just an inopportune time. And, I hope it's not twins. Plot twist, it was twins. This woman actually did have 2 twins back to back. But let me show you how great of a mother she was. Call out the lies in this video. We'll just give this one a good little 2 minutes.
Hey guys, I know I've like totally, oh that's dark, totally slacked off on my pregnancy vlog. Yeah, I'm still smoking. I know that's horrible, but I don't smoke often. I've got a, well, wherever it's at. I have one of those e-cig things that I smoke on most of the time. It's a real treat when I actually get a regular cigarette. I'm trying. But my doctor agrees that I've got too many stresses in my life.
Oh my God. Listen to this. Listen to this.
But my doctor agrees that I've got too many stresses in my life to completely quit cold turkey. The fact that I've cut back to maybe 3-4 cigarettes a day is good, but he doesn't want me to completely quit because as much stress as I have, I may end up sending myself into labor, having absolutely no vices. I don't play video games very often. I don't go out. I don't.
Oh, look at that. She said, I don't have any vices. And the first thing she lists is, I don't really play video games anymore. That's probably a direct jab at Ernie because he liked to play video games and she's bitter about it. Meanwhile, she's out here in this fantasy world where she actually thinks that we, people, individuals with brains that function and work and have been growing inside of our heads for many, many years, that we're going to believe that a doctor actually sat down and was like, Samantha, I know you're 5 months pregnant and we never recommend that pregnant women smoke. In fact, we made a law to put it on the fucking cigarette packs. But for you, you have too many stressors in your life. So I think it's okay for you to just have a little treat and have a couple cigarettes a day. Because you don't have many vices, Samantha. So go ahead, smoke away. But don't smoke on the 9th month, okay? Just the 1st month through the 8th month. Like, what world?
I've had a lot going on. I totaled my car on Monday. And had to get checked out over that. Other than, if you can tell, I have a cut right here. Yeah, you can't really tell. Yeah, when it's bright enough, you see the red. But I have a cut right there on my face. And I had some bruises up into my legs and on my arms. I had a hog run out and hit me. That sucked. Right now the woods.
So you guys can see that kind of a pattern she has is telling these insane stories for her YouTube channel. My house burned down. I crashed my car. I was hit. I got run over by a hog. And I mean, they're littered all over her fucking channel. So what is the ultimate lie for YouTube fame? Well, something happened to my husband and I'm the victim. In 2012, the top YouTube channels were like Smosh, Machinima, Jenna Marbles, College Humor, PewDiePie. Dude, what was she watching that made her think that anyone would want to see any of this, dude? Why is she filming her daughter while going goddamn 45 miles per hour in some kind of residential street? Well, it's not residential. Is it residential? Those look like those are people's houses to me. So after this, Ernie is just like done. It's too much. He's been asking her not to post the children online. She's obviously endangering them. And then on top of that, isn't respecting his wishes. So he ends up moving out. They have a lot of back and forth, and she ends up pulling him back in. One thing that was a huge issue in their relationship when they got back together was that Ernie was a huge gamer. And one of the websites he used, I don't know what it was. It could have been MapleStory. It could have been Gaia Online. But he ended up having an avatar, a character that got married to another woman in a game. And Samantha flipped. So at this point, just their entire relationship has escalated. It's escalated over the little things. I mean, little things that turn into pretty big things. There's one day where Ernie came home from work and he decided, he's done with this shit. The house is messy. he's working these 14-hour days. You can't even take care of the kids because the kids are not being taken care of, and you can't even take care of the house. Your YouTube channel's not doing well. She didn't even have 100 subscribers. Nobody was watching this shit. Nobody. Yet she was filming everybody, like, not respecting people's wishes to not be on camera. The mother was even saying that sometimes she would kind of sneak record stuff and then it would just end up on YouTube. Everyone felt so violated by her obsession with YouTube. And so when Ernie finally confronted her about the house being messy and saying that he was done and he needed help too, Samantha's solution to this is to start telling everyone, friends and family, that Ernie is abusing her. She tells them that Ernie's been hitting her. She tries to show them bruises and abrasions on her. But these people have known Ernie for a long time, and he's not a violent guy. Nobody is buying this shit. And they also know that, you know, Samantha has a tendency towards theatrics. I'm not sure if she just did this to get sympathy or she thought that if people believed it, that maybe she could get out of the relationship. But also, let's be honest, he's taking care of things. He's working these long hours and she's got 4 kids at home and no job. Who the is going to take care of you, Samantha? Okay. There was one person who was, I guess, bending over a little bit backwards for her. His name was Jonathan Sanford. Jonathan Sanford, I'm not sure if they had any type of like sexual relationship or serious relationship, but Jonathan must have taken somewhat of a liking to her because they caught him on CCTV footage taking her kids to Walmart. Jonathan was out here taking care of her kids. For what? Gentlemen, are you taking care of somebody's kids if you don't like her? Maybe, but they had barely known each other. So Samantha starts concocting this plan. And it all starts with her telling Jonathan Sanford that she's being abused. And I just have to assume that because he's been taking care of her kids, he probably cares about her. Let's fast forward to the night that something happens. On February 20th, 2015, Samantha makes a phone call to her mom. And in a very Jennifer Pan style, she says, "Oh my God, 3 men just broke into the apartment. I'm tied upstairs. They kidnapped Ernie." This strikes me as very odd because normally violent criminals don't come in and abduct and kidnap a man unless he's high profile and they're planning to use him for ransom or he's a target, okay? It just doesn't make sense why, if you're trying to set up a random home invasion, it doesn't make sense that the 3 dudes come in and they're like, "Hey, we came in to steal all of your shit, but we're not gonna take anything. Actually, you know what? Let's take your husband." Doesn't make any sense, okay? We're just all living in Samantha's fantasy world. But this is what she tells her mother, that these 3 men bursted in, she didn't know who they were, and they took Ernie, and she's upstairs and she's bound. They get there, and one of the other things the mom notices that's really weird is the children are fast asleep. And for some reason, they're all in the same bedroom. Now, if 3 violent criminals had just come in and attacked him, beat him up, and kidnapped him, wouldn't we wake up the kids? Wouldn't we protect the kids? Wouldn't we, come on. But the mom notices that, and maybe she chalks it up to, maybe she didn't know what to do and didn't want to tell I don't know. I have no idea, okay?
I have a home invasion. My niece is tied up.
Also, this is somebody else making the 911 call for her. And to top this off, when she was asked, how did she make the call when she was tied up? Because you guys remember that was a big part of the Jennifer Pan case. She claims that she dialed her with her nose.
She's tied up. She is tied up and gagged.
It's February 20th, 2015 in Titus County, Texas. Ginger Kesterson is on the phone with police, explaining that someone broke into the home of her niece.
I am untying her. I can't get the noise.
What is the victim's name?
Samantha Wohlford.
Oh, look at that victim posture. I'm sorry. Okay, listen, I've gone through a range of emotions in my life, okay? This position that she's trying to take up, it's like forced concern. Oh my God, this looks so stupid. Like she actually looks like a stupid penguin in this. Do you see like her posture?
According to Wohlford, she managed to break free from her restraints and call her mom, who then contacted Kesterson to come to the house. During the attack, her 5 children were all asleep. However, as for her husband,
Her 5 children were asleep?
the father of 3 of those kids, Ernest Ernie Ibarra Jr., he's nowhere in sight.
She's saying that they hit her husband in the face about 5 times and drug him out.
Police quickly arrive on the scene.
So walk me through what happened.
I don't honestly know what happened.
Okay.
I was in bed asleep,
Okay.
and we heard a noise, and the second I was able to open my eyes, somebody grabbed me and jerked me out of the bed and slammed me down on the ground and started tying me up.
Didn't recognize anything about...
Let's read her statement one more time. I was in bed asleep, and we heard a noise. Okay, so she's saying she and Ernie heard something, and they both kind of woke up. And the second I was able to open my eyes, somebody grabbed me and jerked me out of the bed and slammed me down on the ground and started tying me up. Whenever something sounds like something the convicted killer probably saw in a movie, this is just their fantasy world. Like, this is not fucking real, man.
Slammed me down on the ground and started tying me up.
Didn't recognize anything about...
They had
Tabby
black
Hannah
house
sounding.
lights, black shirts, black pants. Every inch of skin was covered.
Home invasions are rare among average people.
Yeah, home invasions are rare. And then the other thing is, I know I talk about organized versus disorganized crimes all the time, but once again, this is a disorganized crime, especially because it's a random home invasion. They didn't really steal anything. And on top of that, the objects they used to tie her up, the dress and the ribbon, came from her own home, which means that the people that perpetrated the crime did not come prepared. Therefore, it's a disorganized crime. Now, with a disorganized crime that is not planned, you're going to tell me that all 3 of these men showed up in black shirts, black pants, and black masks. Nothing else was planned except their outfits? Get the out of here, Samantha.
Because of the fact that there's so much risk involved, right? Because when you come into a home invasion, you're coming in with force, with weapons, you're holding people at gunpoint. The situation can easily
see a little bit more of the
spiral out of
footage
control. It was a very harrowing tale and very dramatic.
Then when they dragged me downstairs, because they had him downstairs and they were separating us, I went downstairs and his face was covered in blood.
Do you know what they were hitting him with?
A gun.
At one point, Samantha says they bring her downstairs and have her stand in front of him while they say, how can you not appreciate what you have here? You have this beautiful woman here. How can you not appreciate this? How could he treat her so badly?
This also reminds me of Tracy Richter, where they're like, yeah, they like this fantasy world of this woman is so coveted and special, but we're dealing with violent criminals, yet violent criminals still respect what your kid. This is just a fucking, I
they
hate
exposed
this
her
case
and they
so
used her
much.
to taunt him while they continued to beat him.
Look at this nice boy.
Why would someone attack this couple? And where exactly is Ernie? Let's take a step back. Coming up, Samantha sits down with authorities and she realizes who may be behind this attack.
I feel like there's something he hasn't been telling me, but I don't know what.
It's what Wohlford remembers, though, about the comments from the assailants that provides a new clue.
Dude, this footage.
Did you hear him say anything else besides what you told us?
They said that it was because of his dad. And that
Because of his dad?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they said his dad narked on someone and got their man thrown behind bars. And now they were taking revenge and taking someone.
Oh, she got her little motive ready, so she's feeding the 3 men a motive. They said his dad, they're saying Ernie's dad narked on someone, and then the person's in jail, and now they're taking revenge by taking someone from him. Okay, Samantha, you dumb. She thinks that she's going to make this statement and it's all going to stop there. Exactly what's going to happen is they're going to sit him down. They're going to sit her down and they're going to be like, we need to figure out who the guy is that was in jail for being narked on. And then we'll just figure out who the 3 men are. Okay, so let's get those details. Like, she thinks it's just going to end here.
One from him.
Could Ernie's father somehow be mixed up in all of this? As Wohlford later tells detectives, she thinks he just might be.
His dad has a problem with getting involved in things that he don't need to be getting involved with.
Such as?
Drugs.
As law enforcement work to check out this lead, they notice that some things are off.
I'm not really seeing a whole lot of blood, though, for somebody that was pistol whipped.
Scene's not really making sense of what she's telling me.
Oh my God.
No.
Detective Doubt in
Everybody's
4K.
wearing all black. Black shoes, no identifying marks on them.
There's also the
They know
matter
that's
of a
bullshit.
Wohlford calling her mom.
My mother was the first number on my call list. I just used my face. And
So instead of calling 911 for help, you called your mother?
how do you press 911 with your face?
Well, how did you dial your mother with your face?
I didn't dial my mother. I just pushed the first thing that was on there. It had just happened to be my mom.
I think you know exactly who did this. I think the story's made up about your daddy, his daddy, and stuff like that. And I think you know. I think you know exactly who did this, and I think you're scared.
More videos like this?
Samantha sees herself as an actress, but I think that she exaggerates her own abilities, and investigators really see right through her.
The only other thing.
Wait, this shit
See,
is good.
I knew.
Hold on.
You know, Sam. You know I'm not here lying to you. You know I know.
The only other thing I know, and I don't even know if I know,
Okay.
but it's a suspicion.
Okay.
I've been up at the hospital with my friend Charlotte,
Okay.
and she's got a guy there, and I swear to God I cannot go up there that I said any of this.
Oh my God. I love how I just can't get over. How f***ing stupid Samantha is. And not only is she dumb, but she thinks the rest of us are stupid too. While in the middle of a murder or kidnapping investigation, when she's in the interrogation room talking to the police, she says, okay, I'm going to tell you something, but you can't tell anyone I told you this. You're talking to the police about a murder case!
Because they have a lot of friends around here, and my life will be in a lot of danger.
Okay.
Police officer, don't tell anyone because I could die.
Talking to my friends about our problem.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets to talking about how a man shouldn't treat a woman that way and how you don't do those things to a person.
Okay.
It's not my fault. I, Samantha, didn't drive them in any direction. These guys just walked up and they said, "Milady."
He's gonna deal with the situation.
Okay.
I didn't take him to see.
Milady, I'm gonna deal with the situation. And Samantha said, okay, you're not gonna do anything bad, right? Milady, I got this. This is literally
Okay. You see,
what
Sam,
her
you know who
story
did
is.
this. Okay. Who is this guy?
His name's John.
John who?
His Facebook is Rebel. John Rebel.
As time went on, her story started to change because the reality is when you tell the truth doesn't change. And when the details start to switch up, that is definitely a cue for law enforcement that there's more happening here and that they need to dive deeper.
What did you say when he said he's going to take care of that problem?
I just laughed at him. I thought he was joking.
So now all of a sudden, why are you bringing him out? Because you know that it was him.
Because
Why do you know it was him?
I just have this feeling like it was.
Yo, that analysis by that lady was so spot on. She said that Samantha thinks she's an actress, but she doesn't know how bad her acting is.
Up next, we find out who this John Rebel is, and also what happened to Ernie.
They never told me why. They just told me that they were gonna fuck this dude up.
Where's all this footage, dude?
The evidence
Oh
we
my
found on the
God.
scene, it's just not matching. I don't think you harmed this boy, but I think you know who did.
It's February
Yeah,
2015,
she thinks she's doing so
and young
good.
mother and YouTuber Samantha Wohlford admits to Texas police she may know who's behind the abduction of her husband, Ernie Ibarra. She explains that one day she had complained of her marital problems to her friend's boyfriend, who cryptically
Oh, I
said
can find the Gerard
he was
Butler
going
one.
to deal with the situation, a statement that at the time Wohlford said she didn't take seriously. This man was identified as Jonathan Sanford.
Now, Jonathan Sanford had recently been released from prison for molesting his cousin. Starting in junior high, he enjoyed,
That was the guy that was taking care of her kids.
shaking kids down for lunch money. He's just that kind of guy. And he's really unapologetic about anything he did, illegal, wrong, immoral.
Police quickly arrest Sanford as well as his brother-in-law, Jose Antonio Ponce.
Jonathan Sanford and Jose Ponce were arrested the following morning, and they were arrested because of information.
Also, yeah, she actually named her co-conspirator. What does she think? That now, at this point, even though he knows all the details and I texted him all this stuff and asked him to kill my husband, I think I can win this. I think I can lie myself out of it. Like, she really thinks this
Samantha
I found the
finally
Gerard Butler video.
disclosed
Let me grab water, guys.
She had previously described that there were 3 of them, so I think law enforcement believed that there was at least one more person involved.
Police also apprehend Octavius Lamar Rhymes, who Sanford enlisted for the attack on Ernie.
Octavius Rhymes was from the nearby town of Pittsburgh. He had been in the military. He was using drugs, methamphetamine specifically. He wasn't doing anything productive, and that's kind of what put him in this situation. Pretty quickly after the sheriff's department detained and arrested Jose Ponce and Jonathan Sanford, those 2 individuals talked.
Sanford decides to open up to police and explains how and why they attacked Ernie.
Samantha talking about her relationship with me and Kay and my sister-in-law and all that, and me trying to talk to her and help her out and all that because she seems like a good person to me. And she was explaining to me how he treats the kids and all that.
And he believed it.
If I ever see it, or if I happen to be around, or if I ever see her with bruises or the kids with bruises, that. So yeah, I said I'd whoop his ass. I did say I'd hospitalize him. I'm gonna put you down and make sure you can't come back up and whoop my ass as I'm walking away.
Oh my God, this is an incredible
It's almost like his
amount of
attitude
footage.
was,
Ernie Ibarra is found dead and the killers are apprehended. You might think the case is closed. Not quite.
We're going to be, checking your phone records for the last few months.
Oh my God.
Anybody that's involved in this and that connected to your phone?
No.
Okay. You're sure about that?
Yeah.
Look like something happened.
Authorities note that the scene of the home invasion is suspicious, with no items taken, the kids being asleep the entire time, and the fact that immediately after undoing her binds, Samantha called her mom first, not 911.
I think that Samantha wanted extra eyes. I think she wanted people to be able to corroborate her story.
See her as the victim.
up to that moment, it could have happened like she said. The officers arriving on the scene did not have any thorough understanding of how fragile the ribbons that she was tied up with were. And they didn't have the information regarding how she got her phone and how she was making phone calls.
Where did he take that?
Well, we've got a search warrant for your phone. That phone's going to be ours for a while. Things are just not piecing together with your story.
Her realizing
It's
she's not a
the
good
phone
actress.
data that would reveal so much. Let's go back to the body cam footage from the night of the home invasion.
They took his phone too.
So he's got his phone?
No, they have his phone.
Okay, that's what I'm talking
They gonna
about.
track that
Hey,
phone.
alright, this is what we need to do. I need to do an emergency phone ping. And I've got the cell.
Because they can find out last location, or at least the way they do it is like how they check the 3 phone towers that are nearby to the phone's triangulation. So they can kind of pinpoint it based off of the 3 that are closest to it and find the last location where the phone was turned on. And who knows if they even turned his phone on or off.
Phone number.
Chris Durant calls dispatch, and when he's doing that, she does ask if she can call or text her mother.
Can I call my mom back?
Yeah.
Verizon gave us text messages from Octavius Rhymes' phone.
I
That
know
showed
about
some
this
back
part.
and forth between Samantha's phone and Octavius'
Listen to
phone.
this part, guys.
We had messages from her to the co-defendants to try to help them evade law enforcement. So the first one was at 2:30 a.m., comparing the time stamp on Durant's body-worn camera and her asking if she can call her mom or message her mom. At that moment, she sent Octavius Rhyme a text that said, to the general effect, "Kill Day's phone, shut that down." Day is a nickname that Ernie Ibarra went by.
So just to summarize that, at 2:30 in the morning, when officers were there and investigating the case, she asked if she could call her mother, and then she texted one of the co-conspirators and said, "Kill the phone." So this woman that's acting like victim, like she didn't do anything, she's not controlling anything, like all 3 of these guys are just like, "Milady, do you want us to do the job? Do you want us to take care of it?" But that's the way she's talking. Kill it. kill Day's phone, get rid of it, period. Like, I saw the written out text of these messages. It's very cold, and it's very much like she's in charge.
Anything off his phone?
They're trying to right now, so.
So far, nothing.
They haven't heard back yet.
Look at these adorable dogs.
Then there was a second
They
message.
are so
She
cute.
hears through the radio
So
something
cute.
about an address in Pittsburgh.
Oh, so cute.
There's cell phone scene 0.86 miles from a residence in Pittsburgh.
You know anybody in
That's
Pittsburgh?
stupid.
As he turns around, she's picking up her phone. At that moment, she sent another text to Octavius Rhymes that
Another?
said,
Oh, yeah.
ditch phone, move. And the phone records then showed a 30-second call between her and Octavius Rhymes just immediately after that.
Text messages very clearly showed that she was the
So
mastermind.
she actually tried to delete the text messages. She physically deleted those text messages from her phone. But of course, they don't want to look at your phone. They're going to pull the records from Verizon and find out every single thing that you did.
Was an equal partner in all of this, not the innocent victim that she claimed to be.
Yep.
She may have been frustrated with her life. Obviously, 24-year-old mother, 5 children, money was a constant struggle. Her husband was working several part-time jobs.
I've had a lot of people stop me and ask about how I deal with things. Honestly, it's hard.
Samantha had this warped way of thinking, this warped mental state, that this was going to be the way that she got out of her relationship with Ernie. The thing is, if her plan was successful and she didn't get caught, then certainly she would be the YouTube star that she's always wanted to be. This would get her a lot of attention and she could play victim.
Oh yeah, well, with
And
this situation.
I think that's what she wanted.
I've been working a lot. I've been doing some extra work on some movies, and that's been really, really fun. I did a Gerard Butler movie here recently, and so that's really cool. There's another one that has Rooney, I can't remember her, Rooney Mara. Yeah, she's the star of the other one I was in here recently, and that's been a blast. Everything's been so much fun working on that.
All right, back to this.
Sanford and Ponce pleaded guilty to abducting and murdering Ernie Ibarra, and each were sentenced to 50 years in prison. Rhymes went to trial in 2 different counties, but was convicted in both cases, ultimately receiving a combined prison sentence of 98 years. As for Wohlford, she also had 2 trials.
Give her.
We tried the kidnapping first.
Stack it
What
up.
she was trying to do is distance herself from the text messages. The position she took, the testimony that she gave, was that she had been Ambien for sleep problems, and that she had taken an Ambien, and she really didn't remember anything
5
that
life
happened,
sentences for ruining
and
each
didn't
of her
remember
kids'
sending
lives.
any text messages. The jury just didn't believe it, and they convicted her of the aggravated kidnapping and sentenced her to 50 years. A few months later, we tried her on the murder case in Camp County, and that jury gave her 99 years. When
She got the
jury
highest
sees,
sentence.
The still shots from the body cam with her on her phone at the very same time that the phone records show her sending text messages to the people who killed her husband. That's some solid evidence that a jury appreciates.
While Wohlford appealed her cases, her attempts were
God.
unsuccessful.
Dude, even her face here, it just is like, oh no, this wasn't supposed to happen. You're supposed
And
to
it
get convicted.
seems
Samantha is not done asking for attention, okay? Because she's on a special website that I'd never heard of before, and I doubt many of you guys have heard of as well. And it's called Jail Babes. Here's Samantha's profile. There's never a dull moment with me. I'm a caffeine-addicted Mormon who loves to laugh and enjoy life to the fullest. I love to meet new people. It's always quite interesting getting to know people from all walks of life, so it never... This is it. I work hard so I can play harder. Write me so we can play together. You won't be disappointed. She's on this website where she just wants... listen, the way that you do it is by sending money through JPay. So she wants money. I don't even know if she wants the pen pal. I think she just wants the money. Wait, can you receive email? Yes. If yes, which service? JPay. So I think she only accepts messages that include pay. Can you respond to email? No. Well, maybe. Please provide your mailing address so I can respond. Occupation before prison, business manager. I'm surprised it didn't say actress. Okay. Fuck Samantha Wohlford, dude. Fuck her. I mean, the motive is more like a theory at this point, but I don't know how you guys feel. But to me, this wasn't like a Mormon thing where it's like, oh, I can't get a divorce, that's against my religion. I think that this was going to become a series of YouTube videos. And holy shit, are Samantha's videos fucking bad. So even with some crazy situation that she creates,
Negative. She's just saying it's multiple subjects wearing all black.
He does not believe her. So this is the body cam footage from the Samantha Wohlford case. She's the woman that was a wannabe YouTuber. Samantha had this brilliant idea to become a victim, and she decided to have her sweet, innocent, wonderful boyfriend murdered. He's the sweetest looking kid ever. His name is Edwin Lara. She had him murdered by 3 of her friends, and then she tried to set it up as a victim. So a lot of you guys have seen Jennifer Pan. She was the person that similarly hired 3 guys to kill her parents and then, tied herself upstairs and tried to act like a victim. Samantha Wohlford did the same exact thing. So imagine that if we had the body cam footage of when they pulled up at Jennifer Pan's house. So Samantha did it and she was convicted. She's f***ing lying, but let's watch her lie. After Eddie was kidnapped, supposedly, and murdered, Samantha Wohlford called her mother to say that people had broken in and she was tied up. Samantha Wohlford's mother arrives there and she calls police, right? So this is the police for the first time interacting with Samantha after she claims she's been tied up.
Where's she at?
She's upstairs.
Okay, bye.
Where's she at?
She's coming. She was talking to dispatch.
Yeah.
So this is the mother, and then here's Samantha's bitch ass right now, and she about to lie. Look, y'all can just see a little bit of her arm. Oh, Samantha ready to lie. So this is the first instance of lying and manipulation that I'm about to fucking point out right now. When something horrible happens to you and an officer arrives, anyone's first inclination is to scream, cry out, start to say what happened, anything like that. And instead, right now, the officer's just standing here. He could be, I doubt he's writing anything because there's nothing to write down. He's just standing here, pretty much looking right at Samantha. And instead of speaking first, she's waiting for the officer to say something so she can respond to it because she doesn't want to say the wrong thing. We saw this before when we watched this Paul Bernardo interview. They wait for you to say as much as possible so they know what you know and they can figure things out, and they only respond to that. So instead of her talking, she's just sitting here doing, I don't know, getting ready to lie.
So walk me through what happened.
I don't honestly know what happened. I was in bed asleep,
Get out of
and
here.
we heard a noise, and the second I was able to open my eyes, somebody grabbed me and jerked me out of the bed and slammed me down on the ground and started tying me up and put a knife to my throat and told me don't move.
Okay.
They were punching me over and over and over, and just he was fighting back, and I was just letting him do it. And
what's your husband's name?
Ernest Ibarra.
Ernest Ibarra. Okay.
Did she get an Oscar for this? Yes, she did. Scale of 1 to 10. There's so much coming up. Scale of 1 to 10. How bad of a liar is she so far? Like, I feel like this stuff, honestly, before JCS came out, this stuff was kind of hard to spot. But now, it's just so blatantly obvious. Like, I honestly feel like by watching these types of interrogations and like JCS and stuff, if somebody did this to me in real life, I would be real suspicious. Very suspicious. This is an 8 for me, This is an 8.
Anything about?
They had black masks on, black shirts, black pants. Every inch of skin was covered. Like gloves.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't see anything. One of them did say the name Luke, but that's it. That was all. That's only it.
Luke?
Identifying anything of God.
Luke, if there's 3 of... Okay, listen, here's the if there's 3 of us and we're robbing a house, okay? And we all into the nines, all black, gloves, mask, everything, every inch of skin covered, and you say my name, Luke, I'm gonna pistol whip you real fast. This is just if it was a scenario, okay? So that's just like her way of trying to throw off authorities. On top of that, another thing, I always call this out, and let's listen for this. I don't know for sure if it's gonna happen, but generally, when someone is involved in the murder and they're talking to the police about that person, they try to find ways to throw that person under the bus. So they might say, oh, he was an alcoholic. Oh, he was really into gambling. Oh, he had some drug debts. So there's a chance Samantha might do that. But normally when somebody is worried about somebody or it misses the victim, they're not trying to discredit their lifestyle after they've passed away.
One of them said, hey, Luke! And the guy turned, but that's the only identifying anything I've got.
523 County.
I went downstairs and his face was covered in blood. And he had cuts on top of his head.
Do you know what they were hitting him with?
A gun.
Okay, do you remember what the gun looked like?
It was just a hand pistol. I didn't focus on the gun. I was focused on him.
Okay, you remember what colors, anything like that?
It's a black gun.
Okay. Alright. And y'all are upstairs?
Asleep.
Okay. Are you doing okay? Do you need medical attention or anything?
He just slapped me in the face. If it's not bruised up, I mean...
Yeah. Okay. You got some redness on your face.
He said, look at her, and he wouldn't look up at me.
How's the babies?
They're all in bed asleep. They never mess with the kids. Okay. And then he asked him, how are my kids? Where are my kids? He said...
Did she just disappear? Another thing, too. It's a question for you guys. You're an officer that arrives on the scene. You have a married couple, and one of them has been abducted, but it's the man. Sometimes that's a little different. So if the man is abducted, usually he's wealthy. Maybe this is a hit. Maybe they're, if somebody's coming in and you owe them money for drugs, for the most part, I'm going to be honest, they're just going to kill you. Like, they're not going to go through the effort of kidnapping the guy and then taking him somewhere else to kill them. It does not make sense. It's too much effort for this murder, especially when, like, they're going to look at, like, Eddie and who he's involved with and who he knew. He was just a normal guy. He was just a normal guy that liked to play video games. This does not make sense.
Punched him in the mouth with the gun and said, I ain't here for no kids, motherfucker. And
I love her impressions of him. Oh my God.
Okay.
And they jerked his hair up and said, look at her, look at her. And I had my head pulled back. And he looked at me and he said, that's the last time you're going to see her. And
it's like a movie, huh, Samantha?
Do you want us to kill her too?
Hey, is there somebody that can go with Coop? Yeah, is there
I never saw a vehicle. I don't know what type of vehicle they're in.
Yeah.
How many people were there?
He's here with me.
3, maybe 4.
Maybe 4? Okay.
If he'll go up that way with Cooper just in case.
Like I said, I couldn't tell anything about him. I know there was a lot of them here. 3, maybe 4. I could be wrong. There might have been more in the vehicle.
Did you hear any shots or anything like that?
No, I heard some commotion outside.
Okay.
And I know they were doing something in my house because I could hear shit breaking, but...
Okay, let's walk up here where you
Samantha, do you want me to get your children and take them? You can't stay here. You can't stay.
Hold on.
Wait, what? You're kidding me. She didn't think that through? The first thing she should have been sitting here screaming is, I can't stay here, I can't stay here, I can't stay here. That would be a lot more convincing. She's planning on staying at this house with her children after her mother and the officers leave. You have to like fill out a whole bunch of stuff to get it, but yeah.
How did she find out that you were
Because they took his phone.
Thinking about the lie.
They didn't take mine. I had mine hidden. So I was able to.
So he's got his phone?
No, they have his phone.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. What's his phone number?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Oh, she didn't expect that, huh? They took his phone, but okay, then let's call the number. And then she goes, I
don't know.
430.
Do you got it stored in your phone?
Yes.
Okay,
it's
look
a
that.
newish number.
Look.
My aunt has my phone.
Huh? Well, I need that number. Get that number from her.
Oh, They changed the light. Hello? Okay.
Where were y'all at when this happened? In
Sleep.
Okay.
Yo.
Nothing out of the
Also,
normal.
this is the thing too, guys. You can look around their apartment. These were not very high income people. So the thought that they left Samantha and the children and let her keep her cell phone, but they took Eddie and took his cell phone, does not add up at all. Like, it just doesn't. And that was Samantha's story from the jump. Like, she literally planned this shit, and that was her story.
As far as we knew.
Yeah.
But they kept saying that, you know why this is happening. Your dad narked and took someone from us, so we're going to take someone from him. And I don't know what they meant. They took someone from us. I don't know who us is. I don't understand what's going on.
So there we go. She goes and injects a very strong motive. Your dad narked, chat, your dad narked and took someone from us, so we're going to take someone from you. That's what her new motive is that Eddie Ibarra's dad narked on somebody and they got arrested, so now they're getting their revenge on Eddie. This doesn't make any fucking sense, man. This just...
No, yeah, that had to have happened when that was not there before.
Okay. During the whole commotion.
Put my watermark right here, motherfucker.
Okay.
Here's another thing that Samantha likes to do. When she's pressed for more information that she hasn't thought of yet, she goes, meh. She puts on the voice. Like, it's like, okay, I don't have an answer to that, so let me just garner sympathy until I can figure it out. She does it every single time.
Negative. She's just saying it's multiple subjects wearing all black.
He does not believe her.
It's the fact that I don't know his vehicle going to possibly cost his life.
Hey, look up that number for me, okay?
She said it's multiple subjects wearing all black.
Hey. So it's Ernie Ibarra, the young one. Multiple subjects kicked in the front door, I guess, and
he said, I guess.
Come in the house, assaulted her and him, drug him out of the house. I mean, I've got a hole in the wall where it looks like he got slammed into a wall or something and some blood. And said that they were going to go to his dad's house. So I've got Cooper going to Dad's house right now. Me and Godoy are out here. And I've got a Winfield unit going with Cooper over there.
I know this is just officer talk, but I love those little inflections where we can tell that he doesn't believe her, you know? Also, turn the camera around. Let us see. No,
That's the only other one I got to go back him up.
Walk by mirror.
Because they're supposed to have a pistol. They pistol whipped him and said that they were gonna kill him. She's saying that Daddy narked on somebody, and now they're gonna, I guess, retaliate. They took he took somebody from them, so they're gonna take somebody from him, kind of thing. She doesn't know. She says they were wearing all black and black masks.
I love how her lies are just like off to the side. And she said, so they sat there and they cut my clothes off of me and they made me stand there naked while they told me all the things that they were going to do to me. Okay, so I bet you. I really do. Samantha didn't cut those clothes ahead of time. All they got to do now is say, where did that happen? And she's going to say, oh, it happened downstairs in the laundry room. And they're going to be like, okay, we're going to go down there and look for those cut clothes. Well, they're not there. So now what? And see, with people like this, though, officers can kind of just let them keep ramping up their lies into stupider things that they just can't talk themselves out of. So they should really, oh my God, if I were this officer, I'd be like, I'm so sorry. And then what did they do? This is horrible. We need to get these guys. What did they look like?
The guy said
I'll call Baxter and have him go that way then. I had him just see if somebody could go with him.
Get it quick, because I'm not this type of person.
Okay.
So I started rummaging through my closet. He said, I said get it quick.
I will call real quick.
So I just grabbed whatever shirt.
Huh?
And put it on.
What's your name? Samantha Wohlford? Okay.
Where's that shirt at?
Samantha Wohlford.
Where's the cut? Oh my God. He said, where's that shirt at? And she said, downstairs. Let's f***ing go, boys.
But I will, let me call Baxter real.
Another f***ing line. She said it's a gray sweater. Who the f*** sleeps in a sweater? Who sleeps in a hoodie? Who sleeps in a sweater? Nobody. Literally, nobody.
Real quick and get him heading with Cooper.
Boards, get out. No, you don't. All right, that is the first footage. Remember, guys, this is raw body cam. Today's case, we are going to go over Shayna Hubers and what happened to Ryan Poston. Ryan was actually an attorney. I don't think he was a student anymore. Yeah, he was an attorney. And Shayna was, I think, maybe 18 or 19 when they started dating. I want to say she was about 21 around the time of the crime.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder.
Guilty! The woman who shot her boyfriend because he was about to ditch her for a Miss USA contest.
This is Shayna's motive. This is what Shayna could not take and could not handle.
Shayna Hubers shot her 29-year-old boyfriend Ryan Poston 6 times. Prosecutors said she was in a jealous rage because he was pursuing a relationship with Miss Ohio, who testified for the prosecution.
How did he strike you?
Funny and smart.
Shayna saw this shit and flipped. She flipped. Shayna knew it was over. Shayna knew that she was not as special as she thought she was. She knew it was over.
She testified that she met Ryan Poston on Facebook and he asked her out. She was waiting to meet Poston for a late-night drink when he was shot by Hubers, who found their Facebook messages setting up the date. Hubers drove over to Poston's apartment outside Cincinnati, where she confronted him. She claimed she shot him in self-defense.
I grabbed the gun and I shot him.
The victim's mother spoke after the sentencing.
Shayna tried to actually claim self-defense here. She tried to play victim. After it was obvious that she drove over to his house the same night that he made plans to have drinks with another woman who happened to be the runner-up to Miss USA, Shayna could not handle that, let's be honest. Second of all, she shot him 6 times. Does that sound like self-defense to you? 6 times? I think most of the time, if somebody's going to shoot somebody in self-defense, actually, I'm not even going to look. Okay, so now that we actually know Shayna did it, let's take a listen to her 911 call. This is Shayna right after the murder, ready to claim self-defense.
Campbell County 911.
Shayna's 911 call.
Ma'am, I killed my boyfriend in self-defense. Okay, where are you at?
Okay, where are you at?
I'm at 12 Meadow Lane, Highland Heights, Kentucky. He's dead, ma'am. He's completely dead. Okay. And how long ago did you shoot him? I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes, not even that long. 10 or 15. All right, do you need an ambulance? Have you been injured? I'm not injured, ma'am. I was thrown into the side of the couch. Okay.
I was thrown into the side of the couch. Shayna had no injuries. Shayna had absolutely no injuries, and this speaks so much to like how Shayna has lived her whole life as a pretty girl that nobody really questions what she said. She legitimately thought in her head that she could play victim and say that she was beaten, thrown into the couch, and that he pulled a gun out of her, and then people would just believe it.
So he slammed you into the couch, but you don't have any injuries? I don't have any injuries. I was just very frightened. He picked his...
She says it on the 911 call. I, Shayna Hubers, claim that I was beaten to the point that I needed to shoot somebody I knew 6 times, but I don't have any injuries. I just needed to show him who...
A lot bigger than
Come
me.
on, dude. Shayna's account of what happened may not actually be very far off from what happened. But what Shayna originally said was, he beat me. This was self-defense. And then later, she goes on to say, he picked me up and tried to carry me out of the house. He threw me, and you'll see, it was very far. She's already trying to prove in her head to the dispatcher that this was a violent attack.
To them, okay? And then because he was twitching and I knew he was going to die anyway, and he was making funny noises, I shot him a couple more times just to kill him because I knew he would have been. I'm sorry, you said you shot him a couple more times after that? Yeah. How many times did you shoot him total? I don't know. Okay, because he was twitching and you knew he was going to die, so you shot him again? Enough to make sure he was dead because
he was making funny noises. Sounds like a death rattle.
So you shot him instead of calling 911? Do what?
Oh my God! Holy shit, did you guys just hear what she said? She basically just confirmed to the 911 operator that he was alive and she shot him to finish him off. You dumb bitch! Let's play that again. So what she said was he was making funny noises. This is what she's talking about is a death rattle. It's the gurgling noise of the blood trying to come up and mixing with your lungs or oxygen and whatever. It's basically the confirmation of the dying process. Shayna heard this and fucking shot him again, and she says it on the call. Let's go back. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm sick. You dumb bitch. At this point, the dispatcher's in shock.
He was like, he just was twitching. I mean, he was pretty much dead, and I shot him just so he stopped twitching.
Because Shayna has said so much on this 911 call, including that she finished Ryan off after a death rattle, Shayna's fucked. Her attorneys are coming into this case with an admission of guilt on the call. That's where they're starting. Let's take a look at Shayna's incredibly odd behavior before her interrogation at the station.
Thank you.
She's getting a little stretch in now.
I did. Yes, I did. I can't believe I did that.
Oh my God! I'm sorry. I told you guys that I fucking watch a little bit of these and then... Hold on. Is this not vaguely reminiscent of... You guys know what I'm about to pull up. We just gotta watch it. Another crazy ex-girlfriend's strange behavior in the interrogation room when the walls are closing in and they just decide to start spiraling. Let's give it 2 good minutes of Jody. Because Jody fucking did it too. If you guys aren't familiar with this, Jody Arias was convicted of killing Travis Alexander, who was a guy that she dated for 6 months and then she stalked. Jody came to his house, through the doggy door, slashed his throat, shot him in the head, and stabbed him multiple times, and then claimed that she was never there. Okay, that's enough of that, Jody. So you get it. These bitches are crazy. I think that this really kind of was the account of events. But is this grounds to shoot somebody in self-defense? Listen to what she says happened.
He had put his arm across the table, and there's a lamp. And he had put his arm across the table and had it in my face.
He put his arm across the table, pointed at her.
After he had thrown me around the room.
Thrown me around the room? What does that mean?
And was saying emotionally to me, "You're a hillbilly."
And then called her a hillbilly. So she had to defend herself by shooting. Come on, Shayna.
He was enough that when I shot him, he went like this. Literally. That's when I knew he was dead. Or close to it, and twitching. And I let him, I still, even though the hurt, I still, enough of me, loved him. That I couldn't stand to watch him twitch. I knew he was going to die, or have a completely deformed face. He's very vain. One of our last conversations we had that was good was that he wants my best friend who's a dentist to do his veneers, and wants to get a nose job. just that kind of person. And I shot him right here. I gave him his nose job he wanted.
Shayna shot the man in the face and then said, I gave him the nose job that he wanted. Apparently, the text messages were the most damning thing about this trial. So let's dive in and see what they said. As Shayna became more possessive, Ryan's exasperation and concern grew. In a text to his cousin, he wrote, "This is getting to be restraining order level crazy. She's shown up at my condo like 3 times and refuses to leave each time. Hence, why Ryan may have actually picked up Shayna that night and carried her out." Finally, at the end of his rope. Okay, Hadley and his legal assistant, Lori, witnessed Shayna's obsessive behavior and the toll it took on Ryan. If she couldn't get him on his cell phone, she'd call the receptionist and ask for him, or she'd show up here. I mean, it was relentless, and she would text him 50 to 100 times a day. She would just wear him down and exhaust him to the point where he would say, "Okay, Shayna." He kept doing the easy thing, which was staying with her. When Ryan left work for the last time, he told Zimmerman about his big date. He said it with a big smile on his face. "I have a date with Miss Ohio tonight." Man, I'm very nervous about what you're doing tonight because who knows what Shayna will do. You need to get her gone. I need you to call the police. I need you to call a locksmith. I need you to make it very final," said his friend. And that's when he said, "Hey, Lori, I've got this. Don't worry about me." Okay, a little bit about Shayna. How smart was she? I thought she was close to genius. I mean, she was always in AP classes, getting A's and everything. Shayna received countless awards for academic excellence and leadership. Oh boy, okay, I feel like the personality traits build. Shayna couldn't stand having lost. She put her all into trying to be the perfect girlfriend, perfect wife for Ryan, and then here he is, just gonna go off and talk to Miss USA. That's how she saw it. She was unable to deal with the rejection, but in her eyes, rejection was failure. Although she asked to see a lawyer, she found it impossible to remain silent. And she says, "I was so out of it. I was like, it's in self-defense, but I killed him. Can you come to the scene? I was raised really, really Christian, and murder is a sin." It just seemed like she was constantly babbling. "You have really pretty teeth. Did you have orthodontia?" She talked so much that the officers were wanting to leave the room. "If I had to go to jail, can you shower there? Or do you just get really dirty?" They were switching off so that they wouldn't get burned out. "What are they gonna do with me?" "I don't know. They just told me to come in here and sit with you." Oh my God. Everybody is done with Shayna's shit. Here's what's gonna happen right now, Shayna. With everything we have, I'm gonna have to charge you with murder. Her first question was, what degree? Once again, this is such a selfish question because when she says what degree, she's basically saying what's going to happen to me and for how long. That's what she's trying to say. So, today's case that we're going to talk about is about what I and people that went to this party would describe as the worst party that they've ever been to. I'm not kidding. If you look up this case, which you can look it up after, no spoilers, you walk through this with us. There is literally a Vice article from a party goer that went to this party. The headline is just, "I went to the worst party ever." We are going to dive into the case of the Hadleys, which includes Mary and Blake Hadley, and then their son, Tyler Hadley. Mary, Blake, and their son, Tyler, all lived together in Florida. Tyler had an older brother, but he was a little bit older. I think at the time, Tyler was 17 when this happened, and his brother was 23. His brother's considerably older, not really in the picture. Tyler's living at home. But Tyler is kind of an odd kid. The only kind of descriptors we have in the past of his history, when he was born incredibly premature, and he had some developmental issues. He was born at 3 pounds and 10 ounces. That's like f***ing That's like literally nothing. So he was already born with a couple of developmental issues. And then as time went on, Tyler dealt with some weight issues, and that really got to him and just really fucked with his head. He developed an eating disorder at a very young age because he was so obsessed with wanting to be skinny. But in terms of Tyler's life, Tyler was kind of a weird guy because all the way up until high school, he didn't really have a lot of friends. He was kind of just that guy that was always just like lighting shit on fire, doing a bunch of drugs, kind of like burning out, and people knew what he was about, weren't really interested, and just kind of left him alone. But on top of that, Tyler was actually incredibly suicidal, and he wasn't afraid to share this with people that were his friends that he wasn't even that close to. So here are these are text messages, which actually they were like text form, but our lovely, wonderful producers have come through with the production value. Tyler would literally talk to his friends and just dump on them that he was really suicidal. So here's a conversation with one of his friends where his friend says, "What are you doing?" Tyler says, "Nothing, considering suicide." And his friend is like 16 years old, just says, "Why?" And Tyler says, "Because I want to die, I guess." "Are you being serious?" "Yes, I do want to die sometimes." And then this guy, he's just 16, and he says, "Don't die, smoke a bowl whenever you're down." And he said, "I used to, now I drink a lot when I'm depressed. It fills the emptiness inside of me." And this guy just says, "You're quite a character." And then he says, "Yes, but all my smiles are fake." These are actual messages between Tyler and a friend of his. So generally, people would say that like, Tyler was kind of a weird guy. You know, they might keep him away. Like, this is not how you bond with people in your high school. We're able to actually go through Tyler's text messages and kind of get a little bit more of a picture of what's going on. So in this text, he's texting that same friend, and he hits him up and he says, "Don't text me about drugs." And his friend's like, "What happened?" And then he says, my mom has it because I got arrested on Monday. Actually, I think this was a text with a girl. Said, "She's flipping shit. I just got out today." And she says, "Oh shit." He says, "Shit sucked." Just says, "You bad, kid." She's like, "Just kidding. It's a private slice for me." People aren't even always like talking to Tyler. He's just kind of like firing stuff off here. But the other thing that's really interesting is a little bit before this happened, Tyler was actually arrested for arson in a wildlife preserve. That's just what this guy was doing. Stealing shit, doing drugs, and getting arrested. So of course his parents are going to take his phone. By all accounts, the Hadleys were a pretty normal family. They said that the only rule that they had for their kids was don't do drugs, go to church every Sunday. They took them to church every Sunday. They had family dinners. They were those people in Tyler's life. But he gets arrested, he gets his phone taken away, and he's pretty upset about it. And then it kind of starts escalating because then he's talking to this girl named Mercedes, talking about his mom, and he says, "Yup, she's a C word for sure. I might kill her." Once again, the kids that don't know how to respond to anything like this, she says, "Oh my God, no jail, or I mean prison, LOL." And he just says, "Oh well." These people don't even know how to talk to Tyler when he's saying all this stuff. And Tyler just wants friends. So much so that Tyler has an idea. If he can just have this big party that everyone goes to and everyone likes and everyone comes out and they're drinking and they're having fun, then everyone is gonna like Tyler. He gets to do drugs and he gets to have this big party and everyone's gonna come over. And so that's exactly how the idea starts. Tyler decides that he wants to have a party. And he starts telling people that. And people know how Tyler's parents are. They make him go to church all the time. The Hadleys are really nice people. They took his phone. They know that his parents are never going to have a party. And what do kids ask when another kid in high school says that they're going to have a party? The first thing people ask is, "Where are your parents going?" And that's what everyone asks. "Tyler, where are your parents going? Where are your parents going? Where are your parents going?" Tyler gives a bunch of vague answers, but to one of his friends, he actually tells him that he's going to kill his parents and then have a party. I'm pretty sure that he told his friend this verbally, but it's actually confirmed in this text where his friend Matt texts him and says, "Did you do it?" And he said, "No, but I'm gonna. And Matt said, bet? You really should now. Matt over here on his Michelle Carter shit. And then Tyler says, don't worry, I am. Then, oh my God, oh no, I showed the one that was supposed to be censored. Sorry, guys. And then he says, I'm gonna have a party. I think the other thing that's so fucking alarming to me, that's so incredibly alarming, is the way all of these people respond. These are 3 different people that he's texting. One friend doesn't know how to respond to his suicidal ideologies. The other friend doesn't know how to respond to him saying he's gonna kill his mom. And then the next person actually says like, yeah, you should do it. And remember, he's not saying, yeah, you should have this party. He's like, yeah, you should kill your parents and then have the party. I'm like, did you think this was a fucking joke? I'm sorry. I'm ratting you out. Am I ratting you out? Hold on, I'm thinking about this in high school terms. Am I gonna be a loser? No, I don't give a ratting you out. I am that rat. That's me. I'm the rat. Tyler starts telling people that he's gonna have this party. Starts messaging his friends on Facebook. What's up, bruh? Chillin', what you doing tonight? Tyler says, trying to have a party at my crib. His friend says, your parents ain't home? And Tyler said, nope. Well, they're leaving soon. And this message was sent around 3 or 4 o'clock. Before the murders. So Tyler posted on Facebook, party at my house, hit me up. And this is on Saturday at 8:15 p.m. But I'm about to tell you guys what happened between the other message and this Facebook post. Tyler sat in his room for a couple hours basically stewing. He had been texting people, he had been posting on Facebook, he'd been messaging friends and saying that he was going to have this party. And he had been talking about this for a week to 2 weeks. And I think at this point, Tyler even felt that he had this pressure to deliver on this big party that he had dreamed about and he had fantasized about. After posting his Facebook stuff and thinking about it for a while, the party is supposed to happen anywhere after 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock. And as time goes on, Tyler realizes that he has to do it. He's stalling. Something's holding him back. So in order to amp himself up, Tyler takes an ecstasy pill. And then, after that, he takes another ecstasy pill. And then he's like, you know what? Let's just go ahead and take another ecstasy pill. So Tyler took 3 ecstasy pills. And I'm not sure if this was always the weapon that he had in mind, but he decided to get a hammer. And then, I hope I don't get DMCA'd for this, but I just need to show you guys how fucking gross this is. He took 3 ecstasy pills, he grabbed a hammer, and then he played a song that was called Feel Lucky by Lil Boozy. This song. This is the song that was playing when Tyler grabbed a hammer, walked into his mother's office, who was working on her computer. Tyler's mom was working on her computer, facing this way, just the way that I am right now. And her son walked right up behind her and he stood there for a couple minutes. His mom was working. I don't even know if she knew he was there, but he stood there for a couple of minutes. He said himself, hammer in hand, while Lil Boozy is playing. And then he struck his mother in the back of the head with a hammer while she sat there working on his computer. And he struck her again. And he struck her again. And the first thing that happened was Tyler's dad heard the mother's screams. And so he runs downstairs to help. And the first thing that Blake Hadley yelled when he saw his son attacking his wife was, why? He didn't yell, stop. He didn't yell, F you, Tyler. He didn't yell any of that. They loved their son so much that while they died and they were being bludgeoned to death with a hammer, they repeatedly yelled, why? Why are you doing this, Tyler? Why? So he strikes his mother, turns around, hits his dad, basically sedates him until he beats both of them in the head with a hammer while listening to Lil Boozy or ICP or whatever crazy is, and he's on ecstasy. So this is around 5 o'clock. And Tyler realizes that this is a lot messier than he had anticipated. So this is downstairs, and he tries to clean up the bodies best he can, and he drags the bodies into the master bedroom. And this is taking much, much longer than it thought, because I think I read somewhere that his dad was like heavy 200 pounds or about 300 pounds. And somehow he got those bodies into that room. But Tyler started to get very lazy with the cleanup. He didn't really clean the computer that well. And you guys saw from the blood spatter stream, blood goes everywhere. Cast off from a hammer. If you're taking an object like a hammer, especially when it's got that wing in the back, when you strike something the first time and you draw back, nothing's going to happen. But when you strike again and that hammer, that point of contact, hits a pool of blood, it now has a source of blood, and you draw back again, that spatter hits the ceiling. And Tyler made tens, if not 100 beatings of that hammer with his parents. There was blood everywhere. There was blood on the ceilings, there was blood on the walls, and there was blood in places that Tyler could never get. So Tyler begins to get lazy, and he takes all of the dining chairs, he takes the carpet, he takes the things from the computer, all this stuff, and he throws it into the room where his parents' dead bodies are, and he throws everything on top of it. And then Tyler gets back on his computer and posts this Facebook status at 8:15 p.m. and says, "Party at my house, hit me up." Tyler had posted all this stuff, inviting all these kids from high school, all these people he didn't know, and now everyone is coming to this party, because what do? You just say, "Yo, what's the address? What's the address?" Everyone's dishing out this address, and suddenly this house is full of 100 kids that Tyler doesn't even know. And this was supposed to be his dream, to throw a super mega party that would finally make him popular and important. But instead, Tyler is still rolling on ecstasy. He's taken even more since then. People said that his eyes were completely dilated. He wasn't talking. He was walking around the party just hunched over. He looked incredibly paranoid. He looked incredibly anxious, and everyone noticed. Another thing that everyone noticed was all of the strange pools of sticky brown substance that were around the house. At one point, when the kids were playing beer pong, this is real. At one point, when the kids were playing beer pong, somebody had thrown the ball and it rolled off the table, and it stopped rolling because it landed in a pool of sticky brown stuff on the carpet. They picked up the ball, they threw it back in. Some of the other kids that later on found out what happened at the party talked about how Tyler had an open playlist, and anyone could walk up to the computer and add a song to add to the playlist. And people were adding things to that playlist all night while that computer was covered in his mother's blood. And nobody noticed. Or maybe people just didn't want to notice. But Tyler, as we know from these earlier text messages, Tyler doesn't know how to shut the up. He doesn't. He's got all these feelings that are like pouring out of him, and nobody to talk to or nobody to care about or something. That's what his other pattern was. So naturally, when he does something as horrific as this, and he's on fucking ecstasy, the most emotional drug ever, he's just gonna start telling people. So while Tyler is at this party, he's telling people that this is gonna be his last party, and he just wanted to have fun before he goes out. This is a conversation that Mark, his friend that sent those texts saying, "You gonna do it, man? You gonna do it?" This is a conversation that Mark recounted at the party. Tyler said, "Dude, I did some things. I might go to prison. I might go away for life. I don't know, dude. I'm like freaking out right now." "What are you talking about?" said Mark. Tyler said, "Dude, I know you're not gonna believe me. No one will believe me. But I freaking killed somebody." And Mark said, "Yo, if you kill somebody, that's your own business. Don't be telling me that sort of thing. I don't need to know." And Mark walked off. Tyler then returned to the house and ran into a guy named Ricardo. And Tyler doesn't know Ricardo. And Ricardo, just trying to be courteous, walks up to Tyler and says, "Thanks for having us over. And thanks for the beer." And Tyler says, "Yeah, I just wanted to do something fun before I left." And Ricardo goes, "Where are you going?" Tyler said, "I'm going to kill myself." And Ricardo goes, "Why would you do that?" Tyler said, "Because I did something really bad." Ricardo said, "What'd you do? Can't be that bad." And Tyler said, "Don't worry. If I get caught, I'll be in jail for a long time." Then he just walks in and finds this girl named Kimberly, who apparently went by the name K Nasty. She was friends with Tyler, lived down the street. He walks up to Kimberly during the party and says, I'm going away for 60 years. And she said, why? And he said, you'll find out tomorrow. So the party ends around 2:30 in the morning. And something else that was just really interesting about this too was his friend that actually saw the bodies. Because I don't have any interviews with him, but Tyler had told him that his parents were there and he didn't believe him. And so Tyler said, yeah, I'll show you. And so he takes him upstairs to go look at the bodies. And what the friend does is he knows that he's going to jail. So he ends up taking a selfie with him at the party the night that it all happened. So this is literally, dude, now that I just told all of that, this is so scary. So this is the guy over here that knew what happened, saw the bodies, knew Tyler was going away, and he said, oh, let me get a selfie right quick. This is it. This is the picture. But on top of that, so what ends up happening is this friend is like, I'm not going away for Right after the man leaves the party, the police show up because of a noise complaint. But then they end up leaving. But then the police come back at 4:30 because homeboy right here called Crime Stoppers. That's right. He picked up the phone and reported this motherfucker. He said, not me, not today. So the police come back at 4:30 in the morning. They get there and they know what is up. They've had multiple reports at this time. And we actually have news report. This is the guy that reported him.
A gruesome crime scene in his parents' bedroom. Tyler Hadley and Michael Mandel took this picture Saturday night. It was the last picture Mandel thought he'd ever take with his best friend. Mandel says Hadley had just made an unbelievable confession that he'd killed his parents.
After he told me, I didn't believe him because he's been my best friend forever. I would never suspect anything like this. And I was looking around. He told me if I look at enough, I can see signs. I looked on the floor, I could see signs.
Isn't that crazy? So this is what me up. So Tyler said to him, like, his friend's like, no, I don't believe you. But Tyler like looks at him all fucking ecstasied up, drunk up, like whatever. And he's like, if you look around, you can see signs. Because Tyler had been walking around all night seeing the blood because he knew exactly what happened. So anytime he saw a little speck of his shit cleanup, he was reminded of what he had just done. Whereas everyone else didn't really see these things. They just kind of like ignored them. It's just so creepy to me that he told Michael, like, if you look around, you can see the signs. Because he had been looking at the signs all night.
Blood. And that's when I went around back and looked in his parents' bedroom.
Hadley went before a judge this morning, facing 2 counts of second-degree murder. Chief Assistant State Attorney Tom Bakadal says he will seek even tougher charges for the deaths of Blake and Mary Jo Hadley.
We, in fact, plan and fully anticipate at this point in time, we will take the case to the grand jury and we will seek an indictment for first-degree murder.
Tyler Hadley is a few months shy of his 18th birthday, so he is not eligible for the death penalty.
This is in Florida.
He does face life in prison if convicted for murdering his parents. It's something Michael Mandel still can't comprehend, even after seeing it with his own eyes.
I saw bloody sheets piled everywhere. I saw broken pictures with blood on them, and I looked down and I saw his dad's leg.
Mandel says the two have been friends for years, though Hadley started getting into trouble around the age of 15. He says Hadley complained of arguing with his parents and claimed that rap music and his parents' financial troubles influenced his actions. And Mandel says Hadley took ecstasy on the day of the killings. Mandel wanted one last picture with his longtime friend.
After I found his parents, I knew it was going to be the last time I seen him. This is that look on his face. You could see the horror in his face. That's not normal Tyler.
Tyler Hadley now has a public defender.
Dude, okay. And then also, here's a 911 call from another person at the party that heard Tyler killed his parents and was like, let me go and call this in real quick.
Kind of is just, someone had a party tonight and someone reported that this kid had killed their parents.
He told me that the kid had
multiple 911 calls.
This kid had killed their parents.
He told me that the kid had up, and he was like, he told me that, like, the gist of it, that he did something to his parents. And I was like, bro, I don't want to know any details. He said he already called and reported everything to Crime Stoppers. I was just calling because I felt like I needed to.
Now, you'll recall that 17-year-old...
Dude, oh my God. You know, that's another thing too. If I was drunk and you killed somebody, I'll rat you out even faster. I'll do it so fast. So fast. After that, obviously, so what ends up happening are the police, they show up at 4:30 in the morning. They know what the is up. They've had multiple reports. I don't even think they're questioned at this point. So they get there and Tyler tries to say that they can't come in. They assert themselves in and Tyler ends up walking outside. He's still completely fucked up and he's yelling, don't go in there, don't go in there, don't go in there, don't go in there. Well, obviously the police are going to go there anyways. And looking around the house, it only took them a few minutes to go upstairs and find the bodies of Blake and Mary. They end up interrogating him, but at his sentencing, I thought this video was a little bit interesting. He apologizes? I haven't seen this yet.
You can apologize or make amends for...
Wait, oh, this audio on this is so low. Okay, we'll try.
Acts I've done, I committed. And not a single day goes by that I don't think about my parents or my whole family.
For the very first time, we heard from Tyler Hadley, who apologized for killing his parents with a hammer. And now we wait for the...
That sounds like an apology his attorney just wrote for him and told him to read it off and look at the judge.
...his decision whether Tyler will be granted parole. News Channel 5's John Shaman is live outside the St. Lucie County Courthouse with a wrap-up of this dramatic...
Wait, was that the end of his apology? Hold on. How long did they party in the house with the dead bodies? Tyler posted the status at 8:20 p.m. I think it said people started arriving by 11 and everyone was out of the party by 2:30. So people were there for about 3 hours. He literally killed his parents for a 3-hour party that just trashed his house and that was it. Like,
for 8 days, we hear from Tyler.
That's it. That was the motive.
86 seconds.
I'd like to direct this to my entire family. All of you. Everyone, all of them.
Hadley told the court he can't apologize or make amends for the horrible acts he committed.
Not a single day goes by that I don't think about my parents or my whole family that I've affected by this.
Hadley said he realizes he took away a son, father, a mother, a sister, a brother, and 2 friends.
I know I don't expect forgiveness, and I know that...
Yeah, people said that the house smelled like sweaty. Somebody said, oh, the house smells like dead bodies, but I think the more accurate reports are people saying that it smelled like musty and sweaty in the house. You can smell blood.
She said Tyler Hadley's crimes were not those of an adult.
In fact, it is the state's evidence that shows this was the result of a severely mentally ill child.
Dude, oh my God, that's but yeah, so basically that is the end of the Tyler Hadley case. Obviously he was given life sentences for his crimes. He was charged for 2nd degree because it's kind of hard. It looks like a really disorganized crime. It's kind of hard, I think, to put this as 1st degree. There was no, I mean, yes, there was planning, him talking about it through the text messages, but they didn't have a lot of like, and then I think I read a report afterwards that said that Tyler Hadley had made a comment after his sentencing that said, I'll get out. Don't worry. I'll get out. Tyler, you are not, nobody is releasing this man to the public. Nobody. Absolutely nobody. I just don't see it happening. Let's see. So December 2018, he was resentenced to life in prison, but this time with a possibility of parole. But in 2015, the Hadley house was demolished. I think that's so interesting. This case does not have a lot of information online. In fact, the murderer in this case, there's no photos of them even online. The victim, there's no photo online. There's essentially nothing. It's very strange to me because this happened in 1993. But it's almost as though this case is just completely lost in time. But I've never forgotten it. So this starts around like Fresno, San Francisco. I really only have the county name, so I'm a little hazy there. But this was in 1993. Oh, God. Oh my God, chat. Here we go. Am I gonna cry today? I'm gonna cry today. So this story starts with a woman named Caroline Young. I'm telling you, this one is so weird. No Googlers, but good luck. Good luck finding almost anything. But don't. I got you. Caroline is the mother of a 25-year-old woman named Vanessa Torres. Caroline's about 51, Vanessa 25, and Vanessa Torres has 2 children, Darren Torres and Daishia Torres, okay? And Vanessa she wasn't doing so hot. Vanessa had multiple arrests for drugs, prostitution. She was an addict and pretty quickly got her children taken away, the 6-year-old and the 4-year-old. And the courts deemed her an unfit mother, and instead they gave custody of these 2 children to the grandmother, 51-year-old Caroline Young. So she had custody of the children ever since they were infants. Since they were basically newborns. Vanessa could not take care of these children, and the children had 2 different fathers that were not in the picture. But one thing to note is that Caroline liked that. She didn't want the men to be in the picture. She did not want these fathers to have any kind of connection with their children. She would tell them things about their dad. She would tell the neighbors and the friends and all of this. And so by basically shitting on the dads, Caroline creates this identity of, I am the grandmother. I am a savior. I am the sweet, wonderful grandmother that has saved these children from my daughter who's a drug addict and these deadbeat dads that are never coming around. I am Caroline. And she's always taking care of the kids. They lived with her. And also, she's not married, you know? She just, this is all she's doing all day, every day. She's got the time and she's got the drive to raise these children. Through all of this, like I said, she's not really doing a whole lot with her life. And on top of that, she's not really working, okay? And she does get some money from the state, but eventually Caroline decides to file for child support from Darren Torres's father. Remember when I told you guys that Caroline had spun up all these stories about, your dad's not around, your dad doesn't want to be here, your dad doesn't, sorry, it's just me. Caroline also started to believe this narrative about Darren's father, Bruce. Darren's father, Bruce, was an active Marine. He was a Marine recruiter. And at one point, he ends up getting served this back pay bill for child support. And it's $12,000. And he's like, what the f is this? And they're like, this is for your son, Darren. And he's like, Darren? Where's my son? This is something that no one ever expected, because Caroline said that Bruce didn't care about his son. He was just gone. He was out living in Virginia and he was done. Like, he had moved on, right? And so then, because this was through the state, Bruce starts this, he's like, where's my son? I want my son. And everyone's kind of surprised, because it's like, wait, I thought you didn't want the kid. And he's like, who the said that? And this is when Caroline realizes she's made a mistake, because Bruce wants his child back. Now, Bruce was in his late 20s. He had never been married to Vanessa Torres before. They had a child out of wedlock, but now he's back in his state. He's working. He's got a good job. He's in the military. He's married, and he and his wife just had a son, and they are ready to welcome their 6-year-old child back into the home. This kind of says a whole lot about Caroline and how it was all about her. It wasn't about the children. I'm going to share a very personal story and personal anecdote for a minute. But I want you guys to think about this. Caroline spent many years telling Darren that Bruce did not want him. That is one of the most damaging things that you can ever say to a child. If you guys have ever had a time where you felt like your parents loosely implied oh, you weren't planned or something, for some reason it just hurts, especially as a kid. So imagine as a 6-year-old having a beat-in that your father left you, your mom is incompetent. You as a child are going to start to think, what's wrong with me? And I personally feel this because when I was a kid, my mom was super, super nice about my dad. She didn't tell me too much about him, but my dad wasn't in the picture. And I always was like, where's my dad? I want to see my dad. And he would always promise to come and visit, and he wouldn't show up. And so as a child, I rationalized this as best as I could in my head. And I was like, there's something wrong with me. My father doesn't want to see me. I'm the problem. He doesn't like me. And this is the story that I created in my head for over 20 years. I think to an extent, I created this kind of victimized prison for myself that, you know, somebody didn't want me. And I feel like Darren definitely could have built that too. And it was not true. And it wasn't until I was 26 or 27 years old that I found out my dad had a warrant for his arrest in the city that I lived in. And so it wasn't that my father didn't want to see me. He was scared that he was going to get caught and sent to jail if he was seen around that city. And no one ever told me that. So the story that I created as a child was not real. And now for Darren, Caroline creating this story in his head is going to change his entire perspective of life. And she did not care. She didn't care. It was all about making her the savior, regardless of how that made Darren feel about himself. When I read in here that Bruce was so excited to see his son, like, I felt that shit, man. And he is gonna go and get him. So the cool thing about this is that, like I said, Bruce is in the military. He has access to resources, attorneys. He knows the proper way to get his son back. He's got counsel. He's got friends that support him. Everything. He's gonna get this kid back. And Caroline knows that. When Caroline Young realizes that the clock is ticking, she has no rights to these children. None at all. And Bruce is coming to take Darren. Now, the daughter is probably still going to be there. But like I said, Caroline's identity was attached to these children. They gave her a purpose. She was now the loving, doting grandma. And if you take Darren out of that equation, she feels like she's lost some of her identity, lost some of her ego. You have removed a little bit from her. But Bruce is coming to get that child. And so when Caroline doesn't know what to do anymore, she starts making some really outlandish threats. She starts to tell people, if he comes down here for Darren, I will kill the children. She tells another person, I will kill the children and take them to hell with me. This is the first part of the problem I have with this story. There is no tone or inflection. In fact, let's run through 3. There is no tone or inflection where you can say that phrase and I'm not calling the cops. I want you guys to think about that. Somebody comes up to you, a 51-year-old woman, and she says, I'll give you 3, okay? And she says, if he comes here to take the kids, I'm going to kill the children. That's 1, right? Let's do number 2. You know, if he comes here to take the kids, I will kill them. I'll kill them and take them to hell with me. What would even 3 be? Like, I just did it in like a jovial tone, and that is still... People don't say that. You know what I mean? Like, you don't say that. And if you guys ever hear anything like that, you have to call somebody. You have to. There is no reason to ever have that come out of your mouth. Ever. There are so many reports of her making these threats because of how angry she was. Her saying, I will kill the children and take them to hell with me, is terrifying. After a while, Bruce wins custody of the child. He gets custody for Darren. Like I said, guys, he's in the military. He's in good standing. He just had a son. You know, he's got his wife. This is perfect. Just send the child over there. Bruce has won. And I think that's kind of how it felt in Caroline's eyes. This was a battle of the egos for her, but for Bruce, this was just, I'm getting my son back. He has won the court case. He has won his child. And on June 18th, 1993, he goes to pick up his son. He goes to pick up his son, and it was a Friday. And it was early in the morning, and Caroline had made a lot of comments. She had made a lot of comments before this Friday. And one of them that was very terrifying was she said very calmly, the children will not be separated. And that's what she kept telling Vanessa. But nobody knew what that meant. Bruce had already won the case. And the children were to be separated. The girl would stay there at the house, and Darren would go back with his dad. The day before this, Caroline very calmly said, the children will not be separated. And so on that Friday morning, the day that he was supposed to come and pick him up, Caroline Young went into the kitchen and she took out a large butcher knife. You guys know, roughly what essentially is going to happen in the next few moments. But I want to say this. A knife is incredibly personal. There is blood. There is an extreme amount of effort. It is one of the most violent ways to kill someone. And so Caroline's weapon of choice, to me, shows just how angry she was. And so that morning, she grabbed the knife and she wrote a note. And the note was for Bruce, Darren's father. And that was found at the scene of the crime. I'll tell you guys that note after this. And Caroline went into the bedroom of the 6-year-old child and the 4-year-old child. She walked right up to Darren Torres while he was sleeping in his bed. And with that knife and with a swift motion, she cut the child's throat. She slit his throat in his own bed. And that was it. And Darren was gone. And after that, Caroline decided to smoke a cigarette. She brought the pack in the room, lighter and all, while the child lay bleeding out in the bed. And this part's a little hazy, but it's almost suspected that Caroline woke up Vanessa at this point, or called out to her, maybe because she wanted Vanessa to see just how serious she was about every threat she made this week. And Vanessa Torres walks into that bedroom and she sees her mother covered in blood, smoking a cigarette, and her child bleeding out in his own bed. And when Vanessa Torres cries out to her mom, seeing this sight, "Why did you do this? What are you doing?" Caroline Young yells out, "The children will not be separated." And she walks over to the girl and she stabs her in the chest and then slits her throat as well while she was still sleeping. She had no idea what was going on until the knife pierced her chest and she was looking up at her grandmother. Before I tell you guys what happens next, I just want to mention Vanessa Torres was basically condemned for being a prostitute and being a drug addict. But this is the caliber of the woman Vanessa was raised by. They were close all throughout her childhood and up until this moment. And this is the sight that her mother put on her. Can you imagine that, walking into a room and seeing both of your children being slain while your mother's wearing a nightgown, smoking a cigarette covered in the blood of her own children? But oh my fucking God, this piece of shit isn't done yet. Vanessa Torres freaking out, obviously, because you can kill my children. I don't know what you're gonna do to me next. She gets the phone and she's dialing 911 and screaming as Caroline Young is stabbing her child to death. And afterwards, she drops her cigarette and she looks Vanessa in the eyes and she stabs herself in the stomach and pulls the knife all the way across her body and attempts to disembowel herself in front of her own daughter. That's why I said this is how Vanessa Torres turned out this way, because Caroline Young was her mother. And this was the trauma that she intended to leave on her before Caroline left this earth. The police arrive on the scene, and here she is, stomach wide open, while the children are dead in their bed. And guess what? The bitch is still alive. She tried to stab herself in the stomach to death. I mean, guys, come on. That's not gonna work. She tried to stab herself in the stomach multiple times, just piercing random things. And then when she tried to slit her whole stomach open, absolutely nothing happened. Maybe knife didn't go deep enough or what. So guess what? They put her on the stretcher and they take her back to the hospital. And I bet some people had some words for this. She spends her time in the hospital bed for a little bit, and I think within a couple days, they took her to county. She had really no answers for what she did. It was pretty obvious why she did it. Now, do you guys remember when I told you that she left a note at the scene of the crime that they found? Oh my God, Bruce was supposed to pick up his son that day. Can you imagine thinking you're coming to pick up your son and take him back home to your brand new family and showing up and there's crime scene tape everywhere because Caroline Young couldn't get the together? So the note that she left for Bruce the note said something about like, I'm a vengeful spirit and like I will haunt you forever, or I will take out my rage on this world. It was something like that, okay? Oh my God. So afterwards, Caroline was given the death sentence for such an evil and selfish act. But she never made it because she ended up dying in 2005 while on death row of kidney failure. Guys, and also, how crazy is it was kidney failure? She probably ruptured something and then died slowly over a couple years. Yo, can I ask you guys, on a scale of 1 to 10, like, what is that story to you? Okay, I'm in shock. Dude, I know. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. So I kind of want to start things off just by posing a question for you guys. How many of you, whether you're growing up or maybe even now or sometime in the past, have ever been part of a trio? Here's the way that trios form, especially with like younger girls, is there's one girl, she becomes really good friends with another girl, and then they meet another girl and, you know, they like that girl too, and so they kind of invite her in to the group, right? That's kind of how it starts. So threes start off unbalanced. You can shift it and change it any way you want, but it's always going to be different, right? There's going to be two girls that start off as best friends, and then the other girl kind of has to find her dynamic. Or maybe there's three people that don't fucking trust each other. But look, no matter how you split it, threes are always going to be off balance. That's exactly how these three girls that I'm going to tell you about all came together. Her name was Skylar Neese. Like, we're going to kind of like take it back a little bit. I want to say where this story starts. She's probably about 13 or 14 years old. And she lives in West Virginia. She's really kind of a good girl. She's got a lot of good girl friends. Well, eventually, Skylar meets Shelia Eddy. And Shelia Eddy is she's kind of a bad girl, okay? This is kind of how Skylar is able to break out of her like good girl image. She's still getting, you know, good grades. She's still making her parents happy. She's still friends with, you know, the other people, her other friends. But when she becomes friends with Shelia, she kind of gets to have a little bit of a wild side, because Shelia is somebody who, and we'll talk about her a little bit more, but I'm going to be honest, Shelia is a jealous bitch that comes from a really sad home and tried to cover it up by bullying people. But Skylar doesn't know this yet. Unfortunately, she'll find that out later. Well, they start off being friends, and Sheila's just kind of like the bad girl that'll like, you know, oh, we're gonna smoke weed, we're gonna drink, I can get us alcohol, we can hang out. And then, oh, by the way, I've got this other friend, Rachel Schoaf, right? Look at these girls. I personally feel bullied by this picture. Like 100%. I feel completely bullied by these two girls right now, just looking at them. So they become friends. They become a little trio, right? They're the three musketeers. They're inseparable. You know, Rachel's got a boyfriend. Sheila's got a boyfriend, you know, and they're sexually active. Like, Skylar kind of gets to be cool by hanging out with them. And Skylar's parents are a little bit more strict. She's not able to do the same things that Rachel Schoaf and Shelia Eddy are able to do. And on top of this, I think that Shelia started to get a little bit jealous of Skylar for numerous reasons. She's a really nice girl. She comes from a nice home. And I want to talk about this. There are an incredible number of people that are in here in this chat right now, or people that watch my YouTube videos that are kind, sensitive, like men or women, kind, sensitive people that really are just here to kind of keep their head down and do the work or do something. And for some reason, somebody realizes that you're a nice person and they just decide to shit on you for no reason. And because you, as a nice person, tend to project your morals onto others, you're like, why is this person being mean to me? I must have done something wrong. That's exactly the dynamic that Shelia Eddy and Skylar Neese had. Skylar was just a nice girl and had a nice family, and Shelia was not a nice girl and she did not have a nice family. I'm gonna get right into showing you guys some tweets really quick because I just really want to drive this home before we get into the story of like what happened. Shelia Eddy, she had a friend named Shania or something like that, right? So I went back way into Twitter. I know some of you guys have probably seen some of the tweets from the Skylar Niece case. I grew up on MySpace. I'm not fucking playing. I went into advanced Twitter search and I looked up Sheila's account and I pulled up every single tweet that she ever sent to all of her friends and I went through all these motherfuckers. Why? Because I'm nosy and I'm pissed and I was in a trio too and fuck these girls. So when I went and looked this up, I saw Shelia Eddy tweeting this girl named Shania. Okay, we'll say it's Shania. This is how Shelia talks to people that she likes. Miss you. Love you. I'm so excited. Smiley face. Heart. Haha, worth it. I know. I miss you. Oh, like, don't text me. I miss you. This is what Shelia is capable of doing. Here are the tweets that she sent Skylar. I just choked on my vitamin. This is what I get for trying to be healthy. She's the one that tried to partake in drugs. Let's just say, do you guys see? Gee, thank you. Pussy my ass. Yeah, right, ho. Probably. Do you guys see the immense difference in how she talks to this friend versus how she talks to Skylar? I freaking hate you so much. LOL, subtweets on subtweets on subtweets. And I really want to encourage you guys, especially like some of my younger viewers that are in group chats and shit like that. If you feel like somebody doesn't like you and they're talking to one person like this, oh, without me, come on, you know that's what, hey, text me back. That'd be pretty cool. But then they're talking to you like this. Fuck that bitch. Fuck that bitch, okay? Cut her off. This is kind of how their relationship was. Skylar was picking up that Shelia didn't really like her, and rightfully so, you know, but she's been friends with her for a couple years, and so, like, we can't just cut it off, you know? It's just all right. So Skylar starts to post some of these tweets where she's kind of just putting her emotions out there, right? She says, "You're a two-faced bitch, and obviously fucking stupid if you thought that I wouldn't find out." Ooh. And then Skylar also says, this is the victim. She says, "Well, now I'm too annoyed to sleep. Love, a liar. You're just as bad as the bitches you complain about." Look, she out here subtweeting a storm. But, I mean, how is Skylar supposed to end this friendship, in this relationship? There's so much between it because there's one big thing that I haven't told you guys yet. Remember I told you about Rachel Shoaf and Shelia Eddy, the two girls that I said looked like bullies? One night, Skylar, maybe she's hanging out with them, maybe, I don't know if she wasn't supposed to be there, or maybe they were all hanging out as the three of them, and Skylar chose not to participate, but there was a night where Skylar witnessed 16, like they were like super young, they were sleeping together, the two girls. And this is in 2012. Like in their town in West Virginia, you can't be a lesbian. And also, you're sleeping with other people in the school. This is about to be a whole scandal. Well, Skylar knew about this, and Rachel and Shelia didn't want anyone to find out. So they turn on Skylar in a big way. It feels almost like next level because they have this secret that they need to keep. And this secret is, to them, it's dire. They don't want their parents to know about this sexual relationship they have. They don't want other classmates to know. This is very big. And maybe for Skylar, in her head, she was like, well, I'm not really going to tell anybody because a lot of people said that they had no idea. Skylar probably was like, well, I'm not really going to tell anyone. I'm just going to get over this. But Rachel and Shelia are sitting over here like, she fucking knows. She's going to do something. She's going to do anything. She's going to do something. So what they start doing is they start trying to smear Skylar's reputation. Why are they doing that? Because they want to try to discredit her to as many people as possible, right? They start saying that she's just this annoying little like younger friend that follows her around. She's just kind of dumb. Like, oh, you know, we're so tired of Skylar. She's so annoying. And that's what they're telling all of their friends. When things like this happen, and I feel like they've happened to a lot of us before, right? Like somebody decides that they don't like you anymore, they discard you, and then they can't be the person that was at fault. So they start talking a bunch of shit about you. And usually what happens in those situations is that person talks shit about you and then they move on. But that is not exactly what happens in this case, because Sheila and Rachel Schoaf decided that they needed to kill her. And they start devising this plan between the two of them to keep their secret. And this plan is devised over a couple of months. What I think probably kind of happened, because these are 16-year-old girls. Now, I just want to get like a survey says here, and I'm sure that there's going to be a whole lot, but let's just all get into the same mindset. One in the chat if you in high school never devised killing anyone, nonetheless your best friend. I already know that the chat is absolutely about to be lit up in ones, but I just want to really demonstrate how abnormal it is to decide to kill someone because you don't like them anymore. This doesn't make any fucking sense to me. So I was trying to rationalize how this could have happened in my head. What I think happened was Rachel Schoaf and Shelia Eddy have this really, really big secret, right? That they've, they've had sex before. Big, big secret in their head. But in their heads, this is life or death. Remember, we're in kind of southern, western Virginia. And I think that they started talking about this. And then one of them probably brought it up, probably Sheila. We should fucking kill her. Oh, we should absolutely, that's what we should do. And then Rachel Schoaf, probably because this is her best friend now, she's in the trio, right? And they're still in the trio dynamic. So they've got to push this person out, and then Rachel gets to graduate into being this best friend. So she's going to say, yeah, we should kill her. And then Shelia Eddy's going to be like, yeah, we're going to kill her. And then she's going to say, yeah, we're going to kill her. And now it has been written, it has been said, neither of them have said this is a crazy fucking idea, and they're going to start to build off of each other's idea. That's the only way. And it's like you want to appease the other person, so you keep going along with their crazy ass idea. And they really built this up over a couple of months. The quality on this video is pretty bad, but I want to show you guys anyways. They were planning this for months. So much so that at one point they actually recorded a video, this is them, where they start quizzing Skylar on how would she want to die. Do you want to be stabbed? You want to be suffocated? Would you rather be strangled? And they just kind of ask her point blank, like it's some kind of MySpace survey. Watch this.
Would you guys rather suffocate or get shot? Get shot. Shot.
That's Skylar, like, responding. That is Skylar responding to that question. And this is her sadistically looking up to see what's your answer.
Shot. Get shot. Shot. Wait, depends on where. Would you rather in the head? Shot. There would be no suffering at all. Eaten by ants or suffocated? Suffocated. Drowning or suffocating? Suffocating. It's almost the same thing. I know, but it's not.
They just very quickly basically asked her how she wanted to die. At one point, like later in the investigation, some of Sheila's friends even came out and they said that the word die and Skylar would come out of Sheila's mouth very regularly. But she would say things like, I wouldn't mind if she died, or, oh, maybe we can just get rid of her. Maybe we can just kill her. People reported this afterwards. On July 5th, on the night of July 5th, Skylar Niece went missing. And it wasn't until the 6th, ooh, man, this fucking case. It wasn't until the 6th, the morning of the 6th, that her parents realized she was missing. And I just want to remind you guys, this girl, this innocent child was missing. Immediately, it's all hands on deck. But before she went missing, I just want to show you guys some of the tweets that she posted beforehand. Sick of fucking being at home. Thanks, friends. Love hanging out with you all too. It really doesn't take much to piss me off. You doing shit like this is why I will never completely trust you. Here is Skylar fighting for her reality. She knows that these girls don't like her. She knows that these girls are treating her poorly. Well, on this night, July 5th, when she tweeted, "You doing shit like this is why I will never completely trust you," Shelia Eddy and Rachel Shelf invited Skylar to go out that night. They weren't really on the best of terms, but Skylar was so nice. And she was, when I say naive, I mean projecting her own morals onto these girls. She's looking at these girls saying, these were my friends. These are normal people. These are not killers. These are my classmates. These are my people. So despite the tumultuous relationship that they had, the incredibly kind Skylar went with them in that car. And on this night, they drove out, and they drove out to a deserted kind of area where they always used to smoke weed. So when they were driving to this location kind of out in a secret area, this was not a red flag at all for Skylar. This was probably almost nostalgic of the good times before, you know, they were getting into all these fights and before everything had happened and before she knew the secret. They were going back to their old spot. I can almost bet that Skylar felt safe in that car, and when they arrived at that deserted kind of forest area, that like she probably felt just as safe. They walk out, and Rachel and Shelia, they kind of stop for a minute, and like I can only imagine like Skylar's last couple of moments, because she was so good at picking up that something was wrong. She had to have known that something was wrong, like when Shelia and when Rachel started kind of whispering to each other and whatever, and they told her, "Oh, we forgot a lighter." And so Skylar says, "Oh, I got one in the car. I'm going to go get it." And she goes back to the car to go get the lighter. And Rachel and Shelia, in unison, they say, 1, 2, 3. And they brandish knives that they had brought to stab Skylar, and they begin to stab her to death. And they stabbed her repeatedly until she wasn't moving anymore. I don't even think that they stabbed her to death. I think that she bled out. They tried to bury her in a shallow grave. They had actually brought the tools to bury her, but they couldn't get through the ground. And so, and this is why I say I think Skylar was still alive. They just put her near the creek under some dirt and some rocks and a couple of sticks. And then they left her body there. They left her to die, and they left her to bleed out. The girls go home. I want to show you guys a tweet that Shelia Eddy posted a year after the murders. She wrote, "We really did go on 3. You're probably wondering, well, how the fuck did Shelia Eddy tweet that a year after murdering Skylar? Well, let me tell you. After the murder of Skylar Neese, nobody knew it was a murder because we're back on July 6th. The morning where they realized the child is missing. So the parents obviously put out this all points bulletin, and they are looking for her. They pull out this camera footage, and they see this car that comes to pick up Skylar at 11:30 at night. And they're looking at the car, and they say, "This is an SUV." Guess what? It wasn't an SUV. It was Shelia Eddy's car. And they'd already spoken to her that day, and she said, "Oh, well, I picked up Skylar around 10 o'clock and we hung out, and then she asked me to drop her off down the street so that her parents wouldn't see her sneaking back in, and that's what I did, and that was the last time I saw her." And then afterwards, the police station bought that story, and then they said that it was an SUV they were looking for, when the bitch was right there the whole time. She said she picked up Skylar at 10 o'clock, but the CCTV footage showed very clearly that she had picked her up closer to sometime after 11:30. So that was Shelia Eddy's first lie. Her next act of deceit would be over the next couple of months infiltrating, and that's the word that I will use, the home of the Neese family. After she murdered Skylar Neese, she was up in their house the next day crying, wondering where her friend was. Shelia Eddy, March 13, 2013. Rest easy, Skylar. You'll always be my best friend. I miss you more than you could ever know. Can you guys fucking believe that she has the audacity to kill this child and then play victim later? Oh, I lost my best friend. And then, oh, can you imagine how sadistic it was sitting in the Neese house? Oh my God, dude. And then afterwards, when they eventually found Skylar Neese's body, like I said, under twigs and rocks lazily placed next to a creek, and it was confirmed that the child was dead, Shelia Eddy was in the home of the Neese family, crying alongside her mother, acting like she had no idea what happened. I absolutely cannot fucking believe that. So, what ends up happening is, don't forget, they're fucking kids. Around January of the following year, Rachel Schoaf, the redhead, starts to experience some mental health issues. And during her stay in January, she finally decides that she wants to talk about what happened. Rachel Schoaf ends up having a complete mental breakdown in a psychiatric ward, and she finally just blurts it out and she says, "We stabbed her." And they're like, "What?" So the police go all in and they start asking her some questions. And they ask Rachel if she will wear a wire and see if she can get Shelia Eddy to say anything. Rachel Schoaf agrees. They do the whole thing, but Shelia Eddy doesn't admit to anything. It wasn't until they were actually able to get the two of them in an interrogation room and question them after a year after the murders, a year later, where they were actually able to get their stories to conflate and to figure out that they were for sure the two that committed this murder. Can you guys imagine? Can you imagine how Skylar Neese's mother felt when she found out that Shelia Eddy fucking did it? The rage I would feel. The rage. The everything. The feeling like I betrayed my daughter. Feeling like I was naive. Feeling like, how did I not know? Like, had just everything. This is Rachel's Twitter, okay? Her literal, like, main photo is them. Like, this is the last thing she retweeted. All three of them. Rachel retweeted somebody saying, "Aren't you in prison? You suck bad." She retweeted this. Got a letter from the juvenile center. I can't be the only one looking up Shelia Eddy and Rachel Schoaf. Like, Rachel retweeted this stuff. Shelia Eddy and Rachel Schoaf are crazy bitches. She retweeted this. Huffington Post crime. Teenage girls plot to murder classmates, shock towns. She retweeted this. I know, it's probably because she's in juvenile, dude. Saf said, "I thought you couldn't have a phone in jail." Well, look, in one of my early videos, I also thought that you couldn't have heroin in jail, but people in my YouTube comments very quickly educated me on that. Apparently, you can get anything. I thought people were just doing jankum, but I guess you could just get anything. There's a bunch of jail letters from Shelia Eddy. There's also their full sentencing as well. So if you guys kind of want like a part 2, like we did for Grant Amato, we could do that, but there's just so much extra stuff to go through. I feel like sometimes it's better to like tell the story and then just get all the media stuff like in a second one if you guys are interested. Another thing that I wanted to talk about that was incredibly obvious to me from this case is, have you guys ever heard me talk about or heard anyone talk about intimacy bonding through a common enemy? There are some people that only know how to connect through negativity. Let's say that you had a single parent, a single mom, and she was very negative and very anxious, and all she would do was bitch about her day. And those were the only times that your mother ever spoke to you one-on-one. You could become someone who learns to bond through negativity and get intimacy through it, like negativity. And remember I told you guys before that Shelia Eddy wasn't very close to her parents, apparently had a very negative relationship with them. Well, Shelia Eddy had a tendency to bond through negativity. She was telling other classmates how much she hated Skylar. She would talk to Skylar about other girls she hated. That's evident in the tweet when she says, "You're just as bad as the girls that you talk shit about." Shelia Eddy was somebody that bonded through negativity. So with Rachel Schoaf, She bonded through a common enemy, and that enemy was Skylar. It felt like real intimacy, but bonding over a common enemy, bonding over someone you hate, is not real. And that's incredibly evident in how quickly Rachel Schoaf turned over Shelia Eddy after a few months of being faced with her own feelings. Intimacy bonding through a common enemy is not real, and be incredibly cautious of people that do this. However, you can talk to them and say, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that person. And show them how to bond truly, deeply, and like intimately, not through hating other people. And I believe that that was almost the entire basis of Rachel Schoaf and Shelia Eddy's relationship, which ultimately led to them killing who they believed to be was their common enemy together. This case comes from Australia, and this guy named John Worrall, he gets a call from his daughter, and she says like, I've stabbed her, stabbed my sister. And John is probably sitting here thinking like, okay, they get into fights all the time. Like, it was two sisters, Kathleen and Susan, and they were always getting into it. I mean, their fights were so bad that they were biting each other. And I just have to say this, okay? If you're a parent and your kids are duking it out, fighting physically, biting each other, slapping each other, hitting each other, they are going to go out into the world and hit other people. So Kathleen and Susan were just beating the shit out of each other all the time, biting each other. But I want to talk about something that's super, super important that doesn't get talked about enough. Kathleen Worrall had a disease that she was diagnosed with from a very young age. It was called congenital adrenal hyperplasia. And this is actually a devastating diagnosis for a young girl, because not only does it have a really high mortality rate, like most people that have this don't live over 40 or 45, but also what it did was it caused her to look a lot more masculine. On the right, we have Susan. On the left, we have Kathleen. Not only was she told from a young age that she wouldn't really live over 40, she also was a young girl in school that was a little more masculine. She had more body hair. She was shaped a lot different. And I think something that people don't talk about enough, how much these chronic illnesses affect people. Comparing yourself to others, comparing yourself to friends, not being able to do certain activities. And, before I covered this case, I actually called somebody that I'm very close to that has lived with a chronic disease since they were a child, and they also have a sibling. And I asked them what they thought of this case. And something that was really interesting, she said to me, was when you live with a chronic illness, you have to have friends. And you have to have very close friends around you that don't treat you differently. Because when your family knows your whole medical history, they do treat you differently. And you feel it every single day. I'm going to tell you guys what Kathleen did, but let's just take a beat and understand that about people that are struggling with chronic illness and how a lot of times they feel like they're just trapped in their own body and nobody understands it and nobody cares. And I definitely urge anyone who does have a friend that is dealing with that or something, be the ear for them. Please be the ear, because they can't talk to their family. They fucking can't, their family looks at their whole medical chart and treats them a certain way, or or sometimes the family is so scared of the child dying that they overcompensate and coddle them, and they just want to be normal. They just want to feel okay. And a lot of times, these kids, they won't even take their medication because their medication reminds them that they're sick. That was what Kathleen Worrall was struggling with. And, if you look at this, her sister Susan, she saw her as the pretty kind of dainty, petite, everyone likes her. This is an older picture. She's got the big hair, but, for her, she was just a little more feminine. And Kathleen and her sister were just fighting all the time. Anytime there was, an argument, they were just getting into an all-out brawl. And it all culminated into back to John Owens getting that phone call, that frantic phone call from her, where she says, oh my God, I stabbed her. And John is thinking, this is another fight, but it's escalated, you know? And that was not the case. Because what happened on that day was there were a lot of fights that kind of led up to everything. I don't know the accuracy of this, but Kathleen Worrall later told investigators that at one point, her sister Susan said to her, you know, I could kill you and nobody would care. Did she say that? Who knows? But in the heat of the two sisters fighting, I could probably see that, you know? And I just want to give you guys some context to some of the dialogue and the conversations that were going on between these two. It was a constant war, and Kathleen felt like she would never win. She would never be pretty enough. She would never be anything. And her sister was the competition. She had no friends. She had no outlet. She had no boys that were interested in her. It was just her in the house with her family, being treated differently, and constantly fighting with her sister. And on this day, Kathleen's sister Susan had changed the password on the computer. They had been getting in a lot of fights, and Susan was like, this is my fucking computer, and you're not gonna use it anymore. And she changed the password. And Kathleen goes to type in this password, and it doesn't work. And she tries it again, and she tries it again. Without any hesitation, she goes and grabs a knife, and her sister's coming out of the bathroom, and she stabs her in the back of the fucking neck, dude. Just stabs her in the back of the neck and starts stabbing her again. And she said, you know, later, she said that Susan went down literally screaming, like, Kathleen, I love you. I love you. I love you. Like, why? Like, what, you know, and this like says so much to me. We heard that like in the Tyler Hadley case, the other things. It's like sometimes the people, they don't feel this love. They think that it's not real. And it's like not until the dying moments of the person that they're killing and they're screaming, I love you, please stop. I love you, please stop. Like, can you imagine feeling unloved and compared to your whole life, but then those are the last words of your sister before you took her life? The Kathleen Worrall case is very interesting to me. That's kind of the overall story, but let's take a look at this because I also saw another story where there was a sibling killed over a Wi-Fi password. Now, if in this other story we're gonna like take a look at, it's a brother that choked his sister out when she got on the Wi-Fi or she changed the Wi-Fi password. Now, Kathleen Worrall stabbing her sister to death over the computer password, and this boy choking out his sister over the Wi-Fi password, that's actually not it at all, is it? It's allowing violence in the household. It's teaching children to exert their feelings through violence. It's letting your children be at war with each other. Like, that's really what it is until it comes to some culminating event. And so there's so many red flags that pop up before these cases happen. And this is why I talk about this shit, man. Sorry, y'all know I be getting mad sometimes. I say this all the time. Trauma is the biggest unspoken epidemic in the entire fucking world. And none of us talk about it because we're all taught to just minimize it and repress it. And then here we are passing on generational trauma to our children. Here we are, you know, our moms marrying abusers, and then we get abused, and then they go out, and then the abused become the abusers, all this da-da-da-da-da. Trauma is contagious. And people love to spread it. Let's take a look at this little article real quick. It would later be revealed that Kathleen, an art student at the Australian Catholic University, had planned the attack in advance, Googling quick methods of killing and buying 3 kitchen knives from Kmart in preparation. In the immediate aftermath of Susan's death, Kathleen told a friend, I'm glad the bitch is dead. And she also told forensic psychiatrist Olav Nielsen that her sister was callous and thought that she was Little Miss Cute and popular. She claimed that Susan had threatened her life on previous occasions. I saw this part saying, I could murder you and mom and dad would stick up for me. Dude, initially charged with murder, Kathleen pleaded guilty to a lesser charge of manslaughter. Kathleen had been on strong drugs to control the condition, but had stopped taking her medication in the lead up to Susan's death, hoping to lose weight. She described herself as a 20-year-old girl who looked like a gladiator. Guys, I'm sorry, like, I'm not trying to... Are you guys mad at me at all that I'm kind of like, I'm mad at Kathleen. I'm mad at the parents for allowing, like, all this fighting and stuff like that, but, like, I couldn't cover this without like talking to somebody first that has lived with chronic illness and just hearing them talk about family and needing friends and stuff like that. I just feel like it's really important to talk about. The cessation of medication had resulted in a surge of hormones, and by August 2008, Kathleen had the testosterone of an adult male. While much was made at the time of these testosterone levels contributing to her uncontrollable rage on October 10th, the actual cause of her psychological impairment was found to be an existing mood disorder, which was contributed to by her sudden cessation of a hormone-controlling medication. Oh yeah, if you just stop taking your meds out of nowhere, you don't know what's gonna happen, especially hormones. They found Susan's death horrific, would not have occurred without Kathleen's medical condition and the potential for her psychiatric state to be undermined by her failure to take medication. God, dude, this is just what a mess all around. Okay, wait, let's look at this one other story really quick. How are we killing people over Wi-Fi passwords and computer passwords? Like, how is this happening? I'm like, oh, it's happening because we're letting children fight in the homes, like, period. Okay. Georgia teen strangled sister to death over Wi-Fi password, gets life in prison. Alexis Watkins, 20, died after her brother, Kevon Watkins, then 16, held her in a chokehold for 15 minutes. A 16-year-old child. I can't believe I have to say that. I don't have to say that. Okay, guys, a 16-year-old child holding his sister in a chokehold for 15 minutes. One in the chat if you think there were some red flags beforehand. 2 in the chat if you think this just came out of nowhere and they had never been in a fight before. This might be gaming, because, you know, we covered that League of Legends murder. A Georgia teen was sentenced to life in prison for murder after strangling his sister in a fight when he changed the Wi-Fi password to knock others off the internet. This is gaming. Kevon Watkins, 16, wanted to block anyone else from logging onto his family's something home so that it wouldn't slow down the service while he played video games. I don't need to like go into detail too much about this, but sometimes like gaming, it can be tied to your ego and it can be very good for you or it can be very bad for you. For example, for me, I got into gaming when I was a kid, and then I got into competitive gaming, like first person shooters, when I was like 14, 15, 16 years old. And I got good at these games. And it was the first time in my life that I felt confident. And then I also had friends in the gaming sphere because I was good at these games and I was a girl. There was like no girls, playing video games at the time. So I'm good at the games. I find my confidence for the first time in my life. I'm good at something, and now I have a network of friends. That is good. Now we have people like this kid that are pretty much probably just bad at the game and then taking it out on everyone else. They're not finding the positivity and the confidence and the community of gaming. It's just tied to their ego of how good they are. And it's like, stay off the internet. You guys are it's like, not only is this kid sitting here blaming his team, he's blaming his family for slowing down the internet. Come on, dude. Y'all, back in my day, I had to ask my grandpa, I had to beg him for 15 minutes for him to plug in the phone cord, to take it out of the house phone and plug it into the computer so that I could get on Neopets. I was like, Grandpa, just a couple minutes. I need to feed my Neopets. And he would be like, all right, not too long now because somebody might be calling the house. and he can't take 2 seconds. He can't take 2 seconds to share the internet. Like, go get a job. Go buy yourself some internet for $40, something like that. Now, a lot of y'all are on Twitch, and a lot of y'all play video games. And if you remotely see this boy in yourself, please go get help before you choke your sister out for 15 minutes. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The people around him knew that he was capable of violence. He knew he was capable of extreme violence. Everybody knew this shouldn't have happened. And that concludes my speech on if you're a parent and letting your children physically duke it out in the house, you are teaching them that violence is how you release emotions. And then here's the other thing too. Oh my God, you guys probably know this too. Like, okay, some of you guys have never been in a fight before. Some of you guys have never look, I grew up in the hood. I told y'all this before. I grew up in Southern Virginia. In Southern Virginia, it was like the streets, believe it or not. Sometimes you gotta, you know what I mean? I'm not kidding. I've been in a lot of fights before, okay? I remember the last fight I ever got into, I was 16 years old. And afterwards, I was expelled from school. And here's the big thing that I noticed about it. After I beat that girl's ass, I didn't really feel any better. I really didn't, And then there's another time that I got into a fight a couple years prior, and after she beat my ass, I definitely didn't feel better. I didn't win. I didn't feel better in either. So like fighting never did anything. So after I like got suspended or expelled for that thing afterwards, I literally never got into a fight ever again. It does nothing. It does absolutely nothing, okay? This guy said, "I'm sorry," Kevon said through tears as he was led from the courtroom, according to the outlet. If this is true, there could be an extreme amount of remorse, like he was in the moment, he was in his ego, he was in this state of violence, all of that, and he really regrets it. He couldn't really explain to me why he didn't release her. It's because he doesn't know. He doesn't know. He went to another state. He went to a triggered state, and then he went to violence. And so that's why I'm saying you gotta recognize these things beforehand. When Baker told Kevon his sister was dead and arrested him for murder, he cried, and I cried too. Oh my God. I think the part that hurts the most about it too is when you actually do feel like they regret it. And friendly reminder, guys, he got life in prison. So today's case that we are covering involves this guy. His name is Stephen Mineo. Stephen Mineo is 23 years old, and he meets a woman named Barbara Rogers. I'm gonna put Rogers down here. I think you guys can probably tell whenever I show you a mugshot versus another photo who's doing what here. So Stephen is 23 years old, and Stephen lives his entire life online, okay? He's kind of a little bit more of an immature guy. He's only worked like some really, really small time jobs. He's never had a girlfriend. He's never had sex before. He even, when investigators got to his house, he had a number of like trinkets and toys and kind of things that like a boy would have around the house, okay? So Stephen is very, very emotionally stunted. For Barbara, however, Barbara's a little off. We can only imagine so much so when we have this woman who, Barbara, I think, by all accounts, like Barbara could date a couple guys her age, okay? I think that it was a little odd that she gravitated towards this man that was 10 years younger than her, that had no sexual experience. He kind of had mommy issues. His mom left at a very young age when he was 14, and he displayed all of this inexperience with women, and Barbara still wanted him. I think that Barbara liked that he was looking for that older female figure, because in Barbara's eyes, she was going to be the only one. She was everything that Stephen needed. But unfortunately for Barbara, what she didn't realize was Stephen had another woman in his life. And this woman was actually even older. And she had been a motherly figure to Stephen Mineo for most of, the past couple of years in his life, because Stephen was a part of this very strange cult that was run by a woman named Sherry Shriner. So this is actually one of their videos. And this was their website. They say, too hot for radio, 3 million listeners every day, over 160 listeners worldwide. And this is what they call the mark of the beast. They list a lot of Bible verses, and they're talking about microchips that shouldn't be implanted in your body because otherwise they will track you. And it's not just the government, it's the aliens, and it's the reptilian humanoids that are all around us. For example, here's a perfect example of a reptilian humanoid who they believe is one. Here's their video, tall ascended master alien at G7 conference in Italy. Who is that master alien, you ask? That master alien, to them, is Melania Trump. You could not convince these people that Melania Trump was not a master alien after they saw her. In that there she is, the queen, tall, ascended master alien. I think Sherry Shriner is about to talk to us in this other video, and I'm very scared. Nope, it's just the music again. Back to the tall ascended master alien, Melania Trump. I'm gonna scroll there. Okay, I'm not supposed to be laughing at this because I'm covering a murder case, but this part of it is like, this is a fucking mess. I mean, like, this is it. I can't. Now, there's some other interesting things in here. Obviously, they provide some footnotes because they have to explain, oh God, here's the short minor alien. To them, Melania is actually the person that's controlling everything. That's why they think that Donald is coming off as so evil, because Melania is indeed the evil one. They even talk about how she doesn't talk sometimes and she just stares. It's probably because English isn't Melania's first language. But let's look at the description with some other things they say. Watch this tall, gray, whatever, stand up at the foot of the table at the G7 conference dinner. The Ashtar, Ascended Masters, have told me that they were going to make an appearance at the G7, and thanks to the original poster of this video, he got it on video. I'm sorry. As I continue, Sherry Shriner wrote this shit. Yes, they really believe this stuff. Like, they are fucking serious, guys. As I continued to work with this video and slowed it down even more, you could clearly see a man sitting at the end of the table. A being then arises out of the man and stands up. It's almost like he pushes his head up to stretch to its full height, which could be about 9 feet. Sounds crazy, I know, but I've heard for years that Queen Elizabeth is actually 9-foot tall reptile, and this is how they do it. They hide within human bodies to look human, and when they manifest, they come out in full size. So in Sherry Shriner's world, there are a number of reptilian humanoids that are lurking around, and they're walking around like this, pretending to be humans, but at times they rise up fully to hit their full 9-foot, what the fuck ever. I gotta show you one more Sherry Shriner video because I was just like, what the actual fuck is going on? Cop taking a baby out of the freezer. Look what I found. This just says, he took a baby out of the freezer and was taking it to hide it.
Okay, look what I found, guys. I know you probably can't see my cursor, but what is that cop holding? Look at that head.
Once again, disclaimer. This is crazy people propaganda. I do not believe this. You should not believe this. I am not endorsing this.
Body, legs. What is he holding? That looks like a baby to me. Look at that.
Do y'all see a baby? And what? Who? An officer? It's a cop?
Came out of the freezer carrying it. These guys are so crooked, folks. Rosemont cops, reptiles, cover-ups, liars. Look at that.
Dude, to me, this looks more like a man that has a fucking laser gun. That would fit your narrative better. What baby? What baby? What baby where?
They try to pixel it out. But you can see it's a baby.
And then they just have all of these crazy ass videos. Human shape-shifting butcher in Ghost Hall. Shapeshifters at Crown Plaza. Look, that baby's head is on a cart. Yo, these people are real fucking crazy, okay? Look, so we had to talk about the cult for a minute, but we got to get back to the murder, okay? So I think we can all agree that these people are just absolutely off their fucking rocker. So Stephen Mineo, unfortunately, as an incredibly susceptible guy to all of this kind of stuff and really not having anybody in his life, this story is about to get f***ing crazy, and not having anybody in his life, he really fell into this cult. This was an online cult. It was his family. They were his friends. And Sherry Shriner kind of acted like a mother figure to Stephen. They never met before. It wasn't particularly romantic, but I think you guys could understand how a man that is able to believe all of this could be controlled by the leader of the cult herself, especially while she's being a mother figure. So Barbara, at this point, she thinks that she's locked in her young, susceptible, cute 23-year-old guy, right? They even end up moving in together very quickly. They start having sex. And Stephen is completely floored at this point because obviously Barbara knows this guy's never slept with anybody before. She's just got to put on some tights, throw it down, and this guy is hooked. And that's exactly what happened. So Stephen starts distancing himself a little bit from the cult and Sherry Shriner. To give you guys a rundown one more time of the names, we have Stephen Mineo, who's our victim. We have Barbara Rogers, Barbara, and then Sherry Shriner, the cult leader, which I don't have a photo of her because she's very mysterious. So at this point, Barbara thinks that she's locked in her cute little naive, sweet boy, right? Well, Sherry starts to notice this distance, and she knows now that, Barbara is his significant other. Barbara even kind of pretends to be interested in the cult so that she can lean into Stephen's life. So Sherry is aware of who Barbara is. Now, Barbara in competition with Sherry, because that's exactly what happens. We have these two older women that are now competing for Stephen Mineo's attention. This poor, naive, sweet guy that just is believing a bunch of conspiracy theories, you got these two older women fighting over him. So Barbara is kind of trying to push Stephen out of the cult, and Sherry is trying to bring him back in. Yeah, it is a cougar fight, actually. So you guys know that the early stages of the relationship, especially when you have somebody as manipulative as Barbara Rogers, is always going to be the honeymoon phase. It's going to be lovey-dovey, we love each other, good times, all that stuff. Well, what Barbara was able to keep under the wraps for a very long time is that she was bipolar, and although she was taking her medication earlier, she very quickly stopped. And now she is an abruptly unmedicated bipolar person. Bipolar is not a violent thing per se, but when you have Barbara Rogers' thoughts and you're joining a cult and competing with a cult leader for a 23-year-old that you've never met before, it's not the bipolar talking, it's Barbara Rogers just being fucking nuts, okay? These tensions kind of keep going between Sherry and Barbara and Sherry and Barbara. And Stephen Mineo is so naive that he doesn't understand what Barbara's doing, trying to push Stephen out of the cult and into her arms so that he has nobody else, because that's what abusers do. They want to isolate you. Barbara pulls this little stunt. Woo, man, this is where I think this gets crazy, okay? One day, in April 2007, Barbara pulls the weirdest fucking stunt. Now remember, Barbara is a part of the cult at this point. People in the cult know her, and she's decided that she's gonna put on a little stream for the other cult members. So Barbara records a video where she shows them her favorite recipe. And what is Barbara's favorite recipe? Steak tartare with garlic and olive oil. She goes on and she goes live and she tells them, I'm gonna show you guys my favorite recipe today. It's just a little bit of raw meat and it goes great with olive oil and garlic. Now this might not seem weird to us, but one of the big things in this cult was that aliens love blood. And my God, do they love raw blood. So for Barbara, she intentionally displayed her making this recipe so that the other members of the cult would think that Barbara was a reptilian humanoid. So what ends up happening after this is the video goes live and Stephen Mineo comes home and he says, Barbara, what the fuck did you do? Now look, I know what y'all thought. Y'all thought that steak tartare, you thought that it was gonna be Katherine Knight part 2 and it was Stephen Mineo chopped up. No, honestly, I think it was even more sinister than that, because the reason Barbara did this was to push Stephen away from the cult and force him to make a choice. What ends up happening after this is Sherry Shriner tells everyone in the cult, exactly like Barbara knew would happen, Barbara Rogers is a reptilian humanoid. She's a reptilian humanoid and she's trying to get all of you to eat raw meat or steak tartare so that you also become reptilian humanoids. I'm sorry, chat. I don't know what to tell you. This is fucking crazy, and this is literally what happened. This is real. This is a real case. This is some that really happened. Sherry starts telling everyone that Barbara is a reptilian humanoid, and she's still living in this house with Stephen Mineo. So she, being the manipulative bitch that she is, she tells him, you need to choose between me or the cult. You need to choose between me or the cult. It's either me or the cult. And she pushes and pushes. She uses sex. She uses her presence there because Sherry was never actually there. And she ends up manipulating Stephen Mineo to leave the cult. So the way that he does this is by posting a five-part YouTube video, which, my God, I would just do anything to get my hands on that shit. I know it's somewhere in the police files. Stephen ends up going on YouTube and does a 5-part series where he denounces the cult, and he says that Sherry Shriner is a fraud, and he knows this because he was a close, devout follower of her for many years. Everybody in the cult goes absolutely bat, okay? They're all in their little online forum and their little chat rooms talking about this, and now Stephen has been kicked out of the cult, and not only that, but exiled from the cult. Overnight, he picked Barbara because he felt forced to. Barbara knew exactly how to manipulate him into it. And by the next day, he had lost all of his friends, and then he had also lost Sherry Shriner. He has no friends. He has no cult. He has no day-to-day. He has no Sherry mother figure. All he has now is Barbara. And because Barbara has essentially won, and she's not taking her medicine, there's nothing else for her to work on. There's nothing else for her to manipulate. There's no more games for her to play where she's pushing Stephen away from the cult. And so Barbara kind of starts to get bored and gets a little more crazy. So what happens? This is what always happens with fucking abusers. After a while, the victim realizes that they've been completely isolated, and they get depressed and they get sad. So Stephen regrets everything, and he wants to come back to the cult. I really don't know if Sherry Shriner would have let him back in. I don't know if the other members of the cult would have let him back in. Because obviously the first thing that Stephen did when he realized this was he told Barbara, fuck you, I'm done. I want to go back. We need to go back. I need to go back. So that night, Barbara decides to, okay, yeah, let's go to the bar. Let's have some drinks. So she and Stephen go out to the bar, and she drugs him. And after that, they go back to the apartment, and Stephen is weak. He can't even stand. He's on the floor. And then Barbara, very, very quickly, just takes her gun out and she shoots him. So right after Barbara shoots him, she fucking calls the police, and she tells them that her boyfriend was in a reptilian humanoid YouTube gang or cult, and he was exiled from the cult, and so he begged her to shoot him, and she did, and now she regretted it. And so the investigators are like, so you killed him? And she said, no. Here's an actual quote. We don't have the 911 call, but here's the exact transcription where she says, Barbara called 911, and she said, my boyfriend had a gun. He told me to hold it here and press the trigger. Oh my God, he's dead. And we all know, they are not buying this shit. We don't have the interrogation video on it, but we do have Sherry Shriner's Facebook posts on it. I haven't read these yet, but let's see what Sherry Shriner had to say after she found out that Stephen Mineo was killed by Barbara Rogers. And then we're also going to watch the sentencing after this. Sherry said, I warned him that she was a super soldier who would kill him and move on, but I'm the false prophet. Perhaps he finally figured her out, but it was too late for him. It wasn't the online cult that killed him. It was Barbara Rogers, who they had all warned him about. They always try to paint me as a cult. Nice try. Oh, Jesus. They're trying to spin it that I'm responsible for Stephen's death. No, Barb is. I tried to protect Steve. I tried to warn him about Barbara Rogers, and he wouldn't listen to me. He thought I was insulting his wife when I was just trying to protect him from her. I knew what she was. He began to realize what I said about her was true, and that's why she killed him, to protect her lies and keep her secrets. They want to call me a cult leader? No, I'm just a humble servant and messenger of the Most High. I've spent my life serving him, and for that, I get beat up by... Oh, okay, just... If you open your eyes, it was clear she was involved with witchcraft and Satanism. Stephen didn't want to believe it, and now he's dead from her hands. Stephen wasn't suicidal. It was all her plan along to destroy him. So the lies are garbage against me, and others just needs to stop. And let's be honest, Barbara Rogers killed Stephen Mineo in a feud with another woman. So, in my opinion, yes, Sherry Shriner was involved more than she would like to admit. They were both pushing and pulling and using him as the object of their validation. Let's be real here. I have another Sherry Shriner video where she talks about the murder. I don't even know if I want to listen to it. She's crazy. Once again, I do not endorse any of these videos. This is propaganda, and this woman is f***ing insane, and so is everyone that believes this shit.
And hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. I'm Sherry Shriner.
What are these? What? They just Googled aliens, and they were like, put 6 of them up there. Like, are you f***ing kidding me?
Boy, you know, kind of got the shoes knocked out of your feet Saturday, didn't you, huh? The news of Barb Rogers killing Steve Mineo. And you know what? This war has been going on for a little bit now, so a lot of people ask me questions and stuff, and so I just want to clear the air tonight on a few issues because getting asked.
Y'all think she gonna clear the air or confuse the f*** out of us even more?
Same stuff. You know, Steve wasn't involved in a cult. And I'm not a cult, and I'm not a cult leader. And so I want to set that straight because Barbara's trying to settle up her defense because everything she said was a lie. You know, she's trying to get out of it. She hunted Steve down, picked his head up from the floor and put a bullet in his head, and so...
Also, the way she talks about the murder is so fucking weird. Like, it's like, I told him Barbara was a super shifter and she was gonna pick him up and put a bullet in his head. What the fuck? Because it was portrayed to me that Stephen was actually somebody that Sherry cared about, supposedly. I mean, I would expect if I'm in your little cult, you care about me a little bit, yo.
I know exactly what happened that night, and I'm going to talk about it tonight.
What? Wait, I didn't listen to this video, so I didn't...
You know, Steve and I met back in, 2010 when I came on Facebook? You know, he was...
I don't really want to listen to too much of her. She's actually crazy.
And I recognized some of the names on her list, which was red flags for me because I knew they were super soldiers. And she posted this post about craving raw meat. And this ghastly picture of raw hamburger meat with some other things, but most notably off to the side of it was a pile of feces. Yeah, yum. That sounds...
Wait, do I believe her? Hold on. One in the chat if you believe Sherry Shriner that there was a big pile of feces next to the raw meat. And then I can't believe anybody here. I don't know. I have no idea because Barbara was doing some crazy shit. She killed somebody, but then also Sherry's insane.
Sounds good.
She was making that up. Okay.
Satanist kind of picture. Because there's only certain types of people who crave raw meat because they crave the blood. And that's those with the vampire demon in them. You know, I did a show years ago about how they eat poop at Hollywood parties. Yeah, we're gagging about that one.
Oh my god. I can't. You know what? Honestly, a big part of it is this shit. The first time I heard this, I was like, what the f*** is going on? Alien Nation. I can't. That is fucking crazy. You guys think she had that track originally commissioned for her? All right, let's take a look at verdicts really quick. We got news report on Barbara. Obviously, officers did not believe her story.
Jury in Monroe County decided the fate of a woman accused of shooting and killing her boyfriend in a cult-connected murder. Barbara Rogers was found guilty of third-degree murder for the July 2017 death of Stephen Mineo. Eyewitness News reporter Kelly Cho joins us live now outside the Monroe County Courthouse in Stroudsburg. Kelly.
Good evening, Mark. It's been a long day here at the courthouse. The jury began deliberating around 1 o'clock this afternoon, and it took 9 hours to reach a verdict. After asking the judge a series of questions over the course of several hours, including the difference between first and third degree murder, the definition of beyond a reasonable doubt, and suggestions for resolving a deadlock, a jury found Barbara Rogers guilty of third degree murder.
Okay, look, this is what I said. I'm sorry, Barbara, but like,
for resolving a deadlock, a jury found Barbara Rogers.
All agree that like Barbara is really like she's not like a hardcore baddie, but for 33, she could pull somebody. She doesn't need to be preying on a 23-year-old virgin with mommy issues and then feuding with a cult leader. Like, holy shit, get a job and touch some grass.
Guilty of third degree murder.
She's not ugly.
She was on trial for killing her boyfriend, Stephen Mineo.
Okay, wait.
That deadly shooting happened inside their Cobalt Township home in July 2017. Rogers told investigators Mineo asked her to hold a gun to his head and pull the trigger.
Bullshit.
Detectives believe the couple belonged to an online alien cult.
If I heard online alien cult on like a news report and then you showed me this, I would be fucking terrified. Like this website just looks like you're a crazy person.
Rogers says the cult turned on her, calling her a witch, and that's why Mineo wanted her to kill him. Mineo's mother, Donna, told me she was hoping for a first-degree murder verdict, while defense attorney Richard Galloway says this case isn't over yet.
Escape! Congratulations.
It does give me some closure. It does, but I will have a broken heart to the day I die. He was my baby.
We're disappointed that they convicted her of murder in the third degree. We think there are some viable, pretty good appeal issues that we're going to pursue.
Rogers was denied bail.
I was like, hello?
A sentencing date is scheduled June 10th. We're live in Stroudsburg.
Sentencing date, and then, short video on sentencing, and then I have one other update on this with you.
The woman convicted of what some called a cult murder is sentenced in Monroe County today. Barbara Rogers was convicted on third-degree murder charges in March. Today, she was sentenced to serve 15 to 40.
Look at her. Look at her with her hair over her face, looking like a Manson sister. Wait, I thought he didn't have his mom. His mom left very early, like when he was in his teens. I mean, she's still alive. She was not there for him when he was a kid, though.
Third-degree murder charges in March. Today, she was sentenced to serve 15 to 40 years behind bars. Rogers was found guilty of shooting and killing her boyfriend, 32-year-old Stephen Mineo, in 2017 in their Coolbaugh Township home. Rogers told investigators Mineo asked her to hold a gun to his head and pull the trigger. Detectives believe the couple belonged to an online alien cult. Rogers claimed the cult turned on her, calling her a witch, and that's why Mineo wanted her to take his life.
Yo, girl, nobody bought that shit. And then, just to give you guys the final update, last update I have is that, unfortunately, well, maybe probably not unfortunately, but, due to natural causes, 1 year after this entire incident, Sherry Shriner passed away, and her cult is actually no longer active, or at least not operated under their fearless cult leader, but I'm sure those weird motherfuckers have found another corner of the internet. All that I ask is if you guys are here watching this video right now, don't kill me, and I'm not a reptilian humanoid. So today's gonna be a little more storytelling with Katherine. I have already said what she did, but today we're really going to be diving in a little bit more to how did we get here? But then for you guys that don't know what exactly she did, we'll kind of ramp up to that. I know you guys don't want to look at her. I know you don't want to look at her, but you have to look at her. She doesn't even give me sweet old woman vibes. I'm just not getting sweet old woman vibes from her at all. Like, not even fake sweet old woman, right? Let's dive in first to a little bit of background on Katherine Knight. We're going to go even before Katherine was even born. Katherine grew up in an incredibly dysfunctional family in South Wales. And I say dysfunctional because there was a lot of things that happened. We all kind of have dysfunctional families, but there was something that really speaks to like where we were here. So her mother, Barbara, and her father, his name was Jack, they had 4 boys, and they all lived in South Wales. Well, Barbara, who was Katherine Knight's mother, Barbara ended up having an affair with a guy named Ken. And Ken was her husband's friend and coworker. So Barbara and Ken kind of get together, and they're in this really conservative, like, rural town. And they end up having to move because there's a lot of backlash. Like, you're fucking your husband's friend. You guys left your marriage. It's very, very conservative. This is not cool. So Barbara and then Ken Knight move away and they shack up. Shortly after that, they end up having two children. It was 2 daughters, a sister, and then Katherine Knight as well. Barbara ends up having her 2 daughters. Sorry, wait, this part's kind of convoluted, but it's important because I have to explain something afterwards. She ends up having her 2 daughters, and then they have twin girls, and then I think they have 2 more kids with Ken. So now Barbara has 4 kids back at home with her previous husband, and now she's got 4 kids with this new dude. That's why we talked a little bit about Andrea Yates. Apparently, everybody wants 8 kids. I don't know why. I don't want it. I hope if you want it, Godspeed. Pay attention to what happens if you do. After some time, Barbara's living off in this other family. She's got Katherine with her. Katherine is our person that we're getting back to. Barbara's ex-husband, Jack, who was taking care of the 4 sons, ends up passing away. So now 2 of Jack's sons move into the house with Barbara and Ken. So now Barbara and Ken have their 4 children, and now they have these 2 other children that are in the house, okay? To me, the first thing that I get from this is that Katherine Knight, being the youngest child of 8, is not getting a lot of attention. And of course, let that be no excuse, because when we get into everything that she did, not just the culminating event, I just really want to hammer in, this was the 8th child, after the 2nd, 3rd, 4th child. If a woman's just having kids because her husband wants to have kids or just doesn't really care about her children or care about raising them, once you get to the 8th kid, there's no love, there's no affection, there's no guidance, there's no mommy. It's just, you're almost there to fend for yourself. Oh yeah, it's a really popular case. But now, so it's 6 kids all living together. On top of that, Barbara, the mom, has a horrible relationship with Ken. Okay? I don't know if Ken was the toxic one, Barbara was the toxic one, but everyone was toxic because Ken was a hardcore alcoholic, and it was pretty much, it was said that he would get into fights with Barbara all the time. He would beat her. He literally would beat her in the face and beat her to a pulp. And all the kids are seeing this. So what's going on in Katherine's mind? She doesn't get any attention. This is not her father. Her father's dead. She's not getting attention from her mother. She's seeing her mother get beat up by a man every single day, and they're always arguing. This is her perception of relationships. Children that grow up in a home with secure attachment styles, 2 parents that love each other, stay married for 30, 40 years, don't fight in front of the children, that child is going to turn out so incredibly different than the child who was the 8th in their family, got no attention, and watched acts of violence every single day. So I just want to kind of explain a little bit of Katherine's past. So another thing that would happen a lot is Barbara, the mother, didn't really have a support system. So what she ended up doing was leaning on her children a lot, and that included telling Katherine explicit sexual details about her relationships, as well as the abusive aspects and all of the reasons why she hated men. Barbara's got no friends. She's just sitting here talking to her children about everything that's going on in the house and giving all of that raw emotion. So what is this going to do? It's going to paint a picture in Katherine's mind that men can overpower you, men can hurt you, men will sexually assault you. And this was doubled down when she was about 10 years old and she started being sexually assaulted by another family member. I feel like all of this sounds horrible. She had this horrible upbringing, and it is, truly. But at some point around 15 or so, Katherine just completely shuts down. She's devoid of emotion. She starts bullying kids in high school. And something else that I thought was very interesting was her mother, Barbara, made the choice to move the family back to that conservative town that they had originally been run out of. So Katherine, she's in high school at this point. People kind of say that she's a loner. She picks on people. She assaults people in school. She picks fights. She goes into rages a lot. This girl is already kind of haywire, not getting along with other kids, so she ends up leaving school at 15 years old, and she gets a job as a fabric cutter. That's all she's doing. She's at some kind of fabric factory, just cutting away fabric. Never even learned how to read or write. But about 12 months after Katherine gets this wonderful job as a fabric cutter, she gets her dream job, which I find to be very strange for a 16-year-old girl to consider not only working at a slaughterhouse, but to be excited about working as kind of an associate at the slaughterhouse and one day growing up to be a butcher. That was Katherine's dream. To her, at 16, working at a slaughterhouse was her dream job. After she worked at the slaughterhouse for a little bit, she got her own set of butcher's knives. And even from a very young age, at about 17 years old, Katherine loved to hang her butcher knives above the wall in her bed. And she would say it was just in case anything happened and she needed to grab her knives. So this is a practice that she carried with her through every home that she had and every boyfriend that she shared a bed with. So now we're 18 years old, okay? So at 18 years old, Katherine ends up falling in love with this 22-year-old guy named David, okay? They move in together. Imagine a dude from the 70s wearing paisley. That's what David looks like. So David gets married to Katherine Knight. He's 22 and he's 18 years old. This girl ain't even graduate high school, okay? She can't read or write. She's harmless, just a sweet, fun girl, right? What could possibly go wrong, David? Well, David got his first inkling that something could go wrong when the first time that Katherine's mother, Barbara, met David, she warned him to be careful. She said to him, because David is still alive, and David was able to cite what Katherine Knight's mother said to him when she first met him. She said, "You better watch this one or she'll fucking kill you. Stir her up the wrong way or do the wrong thing and you're fucked, David. Don't even think of playing up on her," she meant cheating on her, "or she'll fucking kill you." That's what Barbara, the mother, said to her. David, unfortunately, gets no warnings until this warning from Barbara. And then he gets the second warning on their honeymoon night. After they get married, shack up in their room, they end up having sex 3 times. And Katherine wants to go again for a 4th time. And David says he's tired. So Katherine decides to strangle him until he passes out, all because he didn't want to have sex for the 4th time on her honeymoon. The marriage after this, this is a pretty big red flag. But the marriage afterwards, Katherine has already done her job, playing nice, being sweet, cooking dinner. And now Katherine turns into who she really is, an angry, violent woman that hates men. So on one occasion, a pregnant Katherine Knight burned all of David's clothing and burned all of his shoes, and that was before she hits him on the head with a frying pan because he got home late from a darts competition when he reached the finals. David did not know he was going to reach the finals in this competition. He had no idea. So he's there at this bar, happy, excited, he's winning some money, and unfortunately, he has to use that money to buy new clothes because his crazy ass wife was at home burning up all of his shit. The fact she burned up his shoes, that was like, you're not going away. So after this happens, he gets assaulted. He ends up fleeing to a neighbor's house, and then he collapses. And when they checked in on him, he had a severely fractured skull. The police want to press charges, but David's the only one that can press charges. They talk to him. He really doesn't want to. And then he ends up going back home to Katherine. But not for long, because y'all know Katherine's up to the same old shit. You don't burn your man's clothes and beat him with a frying pan and then say, you know what? I didn't like the result of that and I don't like who I am. You don't do that. She's going to keep doing it. So much so that David at this point is like, I need to get the fuck out of here. All of this happened in pretty quick succession because if you guys recall, the night that she hit him with the frying pan and burnt his clothes, she was very, very pregnant. And David left right after she had the baby in May of 1976. He ends up shacking up with another woman and he books it to Queensland. So David's out. David's escaped. We're good there. I told you guys a lot about the beginning of her upbringing, and I told you guys that because what all of that says to me is that Katherine doesn't want men to have power over her. Whether that be from, her own assault, whether it be from a young age, her mom telling her about how horrible and disgusting men were or something like that. I don't think Katherine likes a man to have any type of power over her. So for David to leave and to be able to get away and she can't do anything, she is now in a disempowered state, which I believe is one of her biggest triggers. Because in Katherine's world, she is the shepherd and you are the lamb. And the minute that he left, he fucked up that dynamic for her. So on that day, Katherine was pretty unhinged. People reported that they saw her with her brand new child. Child's like a week old, and she's pushing it down the street. She's pushing her child down the street in this stroller, just just being fucking crazy. To the point that people were saying she was being kind of violent with the stroller. It was so bad that they were able to take her to a mental facility and hold her for postpartum depression. Because as we just discovered with the Andrea Yates case back in 2001, you do not leave a mother with severe postpartum depression, especially when it looks violent. You don't leave her with the child. Katherine, she spends time recovering. After that, she takes her child, Melissa, who is now 2 months old, and she goes to a train. She goes to like a train, like where a train track is. And she takes Melissa and she puts her on the train tracks and she leaves her there and she walks away. Because Katherine Knight intended to have her child killed by a train. Melissa ended up surviving because somebody heard a screaming child on the train tracks and they walked up and they saved the child. All of the stuff that we talked about before with like her history, I mean, I really try to understand like why this could possibly happen. Like I was trying to understand why she hates men so much. This one, I got nothing. I mean, maybe it's possible that because her mother, Barbara, wasn't involved in the other 4 children's lives and didn't really care about her, maybe in Katherine's fucked up world, you just don't really take care of your children. I really don't know about this one. And I obviously there's an aspect of it where she wants to get back at David. But I mean, this is just really fucking sadistic. Okay, wait, sorry. I have like an article that I kind of like we pull information from and then throw it in there. Hold on, I just gotta read you this shit. Later that same day, Katherine took an axe from a nearby backyard and swinging it wildly about her head, threatened at random to kill several people. She was apprehended by police and taken to St. Elmo's Hospital in Tamworth, where she was diagnosed with postnatal depression and released. A few days later, Katherine slashed the face of a woman with one of her knives and demanded that she drive her to Queensland to find David Kellett. The woman escaped after they stopped at a service station, but by the time the police arrived, Knight had taken a young boy hostage and was threatening him with a knife. She was disarmed when police arrived and was admitted to the Morisset Psychiatric Hospital. Shortly after this, she meets a couple of different guys. She has a couple of other crazy relationships with guys. She ends up dating this guy, Dave, at one point. I mean, we could go on and on and on about the crazy shit that Katherine did in relationships. But the pattern is basically she dates him, acts nice. 2 or 3 months into it, the real Katherine comes out, and the real Katherine comes out hard. One of the guys that she dated, she slit the throat of his 2-month-old dog in the backyard in front of him, and she said that she did it, or he said that she did it, to set an example of what was possible. In 1993, Katherine Knight meets a guy named John Price, okay? John Price, 38 years old. I think she'd actually been dating another guy at the time too. It wasn't the dingo guy, but it was another guy. She was in a relationship for about 3 years. And then she ends up meeting John Price at the end of that relationship, leaves that guy for John Price. He was a really nice guy. I think he was a coal miner. A little bit closer to her age because she was dating older guys at first. So she ends her marriage. This is in 1988. And then he had 3 children. The youngest kid lived with his wife. And so the 2 children, this is very important. John Price's 2 children lived in the house with he and Katherine Knight. Everyone tells John, you need to stay away from this bitch. This bitch is crazy. Because she's had other boyfriends. At this point, she's left her 2-month-old daughter on the train tracks to be killed. She's held a young boy at knife point. She sliced the face of another woman while looking for her ex-boyfriend that got away. And John's just not listening, okay? So the relationship starts out okay. Kind of starts out like the previous ones. Make dinner. She is very, very sexually active. I think she uses that a lot to her advantage. Everything's cool. Until this is a fucking weird detail, bro. So John Price would occasionally steal items from work. He would just steal shit. I don't know if he was looking to sell it or if he was just like, I need one of those. Katherine one day randomly took a home video of all of the equipment that John would steal, and she used it against him and told him that if he ever did anything to slight her, she was going to send the video to his boss. Just keeping it in blackmail. I think the main point of contention was they were living together, but John didn't want to marry her. So she was using this to try to get her to marry him. So they get into all these fights. They're getting into physical and verbal fights at this point. And so Katherine ends up sending the video to John's boss. He ends up getting fired, and he worked that job for 17 years. I don't think it was entire. I think it was definitely a revenge thing. It was a revenge thing. It was, look at the power I have over you. And then it was also, I'm going to take everything away from you. And now you're reliant on me. They end up splitting up for a while. And somehow Katherine gets them back. They get into the relationship again. And they're fighting. They're getting way more violent. And the fights are getting way more frequent. When I say these fights are violent, I mean that one day, Katherine actually stabbed him in the chest with a kitchen knife. Pulls the knife out, goes to the hospital, and that's it. It's gotten so bad at this point that John can't even hide these altercations from his friends. He can't hide his injuries. He can't hide these hospital reports. And he definitely can't stop people from talking about it around the town. So John starts to also lose his friends because they can't believe that he would be involved with this woman, nonetheless subject his children to her. On February 29th, John had decided that he had had enough. He was done losing his friends. He's got a new job that he actually likes. And he's tired of every single day being affected by Katherine's random moves. He's tired of getting beat up. He's worried for his children. And at this point, he's worried for his life. So on the 29th, he decides to go to the magistrate office and get a restraining order. And on that same afternoon, he told his co-workers, if I don't come into work tomorrow, it's because Katherine Knight killed me. John's co-workers begged him not to go to work that day. Not to go home that day. Because why would you go home to this woman? You've already filed the restraining order. It just needs to pass, John. Don't go home. John had kicked Katherine out of his house at this point. That doesn't matter because it's Katherine Knight. So on this night, John comes home to something incredibly suspicious. Katherine has taken it upon herself to send his children to another friend's house for a night out. His children are not home. So John does what he normally does, and he decides to go next door to his neighbor's house. And he hangs out there until 11 o'clock. This is normally what John did because he was just a nice guy that liked to hang out with them. But on this night, I don't think that John wanted to be by himself. So he goes home at 11 o'clock, and he gets into bed. And in comes Katherine Knight. Like she owns the fucking place. And her knives are still right above the bed. But Katherine's fine. Katherine doesn't know about the restraining order. So she goes in, and she's wearing this black lingerie. Because on this night, Katherine plans to get in bed and to have sex with John Price. But it's not because Katherine wants to have sex with John Price, it's because that's what puts him in a submissive position. So after they had sex, they go to sleep. Katherine takes one of her shiny knives off of the wall and she stabs him in the chest. She stabs him again. She stabs him again. She stabs him again because she already knew what she was doing. She already planned this beforehand. The blood spatter evidence shows us that John tried to escape. There was blood on the light switches. There was blood on the walls because this man was running and Katherine chased him down like a butcher. So everyone's here for what actually happens after that. Because after that, John doesn't arrive to work that day, exactly as he had predicted. And John's co-workers know, we need to call the fucking cops, okay? Call the fucking police. John's co-workers had the cops at the fucking door by 10 a.m., banging on the door. What the fuck happened, ma'am? So they get there, and they're looking through the windows, and they can see blood through the window. It is unmistakably blood. So they break down the door, and they get inside, and there is blood everywhere. And Katherine Knight is laying in her bed, seemingly asleep, but she's taking a bunch of pills, and she doesn't remember anything. There's blood all over the scene. One of the officers walked by a towel that was hanging from the doorway. And this towel had an insane amount of blood on it. It was very strange that he could just walk by it and get that much blood on him. But it's actually because it wasn't a towel. What it really was a pellet of skin. Because after Katherine stabbed her ex to death, she did what she planned to do. What she had been training to do her whole life and what she probably thought about doing the entire time in that slaughterhouse. Because after she murdered John Price, she took her husband and strung him up with a rope, just like she knew how to do at work, and she put her husband on a meat hook. It's presumed that John was actually dead at this point in time. But Katherine skinned her husband, and she divided him up into different parts. She was so eager about this that night that she killed him, she took his body. This is so hard for me to talk about. She took his body and she cooked it that night. She cooked it up with meat and potatoes, and she plated it, and then she put labels on each plate for John Price's children, because she planned that when the children came home that night that they were going to have dinner. And this was the dinner that Katherine was so excited to serve the children. So when the officers got to the scene of the crime, that towel was not a towel. That was a pellet of human skin. And then right below that, to the left of it, was a torso that had no head. And so investigators have to search for the rest of the body and then airlift Katherine to the hospital because she's overdosing. So Katherine had stabbed him 37 times, strung him up, and planned to serve him to the children. Hey, Goofy. If you guys actually, if you look up Katherine Knight, I don't want to put this on screen. It's technically kind of inoffensive, but personally, I don't want to put it on screen. But if you look it up, there's actually photos of the meal that she had cooked and set out on the table. So yeah, that was her plan. It was to overdose and lay in bed, and I don't even know if she wanted to die or what it was, but yeah. One more last gruesome detail, guys. Later, afterwards, they said that Katherine had kind of arranged the remains of like what was left in a very derogatory way, like a way that was supposed to like offend him and like feminize him or something. So she left his body, like his torso and legs, in a way that would be offensive towards him. Like a man wouldn't want to be put in that position after death. So the courts actually ended up ruling this later to like defilement because it was a demonstration of her contempt for him. So after that, I mean, that's pretty much the gist of the story. She gets taken to the hospital. They sober her up. There's no denying what had happened there. The whole apartment was covered in blood. They have his body. And then she just tries to sit there and act like it didn't happen. So I'll give you guys a follow-up on the case. Let's see. What does this one say? So it says, having recovered from her alleged suicide attempt, a week later on March 6th, Katherine Knight was charged with the murder at a special bedside sitting at the district hospital's psychiatric wing. Despite intensive questioning, Katherine Knight denied having any recollection of what happened that night after she arrived at the house and had sex with her lover. If she had taken all that shit before the murder, maybe Katherine, but not after, buddy. That's your little escape attempt. All right, let's see what else. Knight's initial offer to plead guilty to manslaughter, oh baby, you're not getting manslaughter, was rejected, and she was arraigned the next year on the charge of murdering Price, to which she entered a plea of not guilty. Bitch! Her trial was initially fixed for July 2001, but it was adjourned due to her counsel's illness. Her counsel's illness? What? She tried to kill him too? She tried to poison him. Let's see. He had ordered a psychiatric assessment to determine if Knight understood the consequences of a guilty plea. Two psychiatrists concluded that Knight suffered from borderline personality disorder, which if you guys hear me rant about this all the time, I think... Have any of you guys ever read a Psychology Today article about borderline personality disorder and been like, oh my God, I must be borderline? Personally, I think that borderline is just not updated complex PTSD. If you think you're borderline, go look up CPTSD instead and see if that's you. Because I don't know about all that. Also, she got a couple more screws loose than just borderline. Everybody's a little borderline. Let's see. So on November 8th, Justice Barry O'Keefe, the boy, the myth, the legend, sentenced Katherine, I don't even want to say her middle name, fuck her, Katherine Knight to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The judge said that her papers were to be marked as never to be released. Oh, shit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The last time I'm telling the nun story. Look, I've been doing true crime on Twitch for like 6 years, kind of new to the whole YouTube gig. But bro, people be asking me for this story all the time. BOZE, tell the nun story. Please, ma'am, the nun story. All right, now I just gotta say, one of my favorite stories. I mean, okay, I can't say it's my favorite story because something bad happened. It's just very interesting, okay? You guys know I cover a lot of modern cases, but we're about to take it back to the 1900s for a second. It gets a little wild, but my Twitch people, y'all been hearing this story for a hot minute, but YouTube, welcome. Also, can we talk about this for a minute? Did you subscribe yet? And I mean this personally, because there's a number of you in the comments that are like, BOZE, I watch your videos every Friday. I take so much from it. This reminds me of this, and I think about my grandma and my addiction, and then you haven't subscribed. So are you really thinking about your grandma or your addiction? Come on, let's hit the button. Okay, let's stop playing. Okay, let's see. So this story takes place in a monastery in Detroit. I know, that sounds wild. I need you guys to level with me here. That sounds a little weird, right? We're back in the 1900s, and we're in Detroit. There's this woman. Her name is Josephine, and she was the third child in her family. When she was about 9 years old, her family immigrated from Poland, And eventually she became an orphan. But her family sends her off to work at this kind of like nun convent, like somewhere in Detroit. And it's like, all right, sick, I'm 10 years old, I'm a nun. She goes off and she gets into training. Now, a lot of people in this kind of monastery, especially those of Polish descent, they were here to live and work for God. That's what it was all about. Josephine, who later adopted the name Sister Janina. Now that's how I'm gonna refer to her for the rest of the story. Sister Janina, but you know, we gotta put a little respect on her birth name too. She becomes Sister Janina and she's working in this monastery and people say that she was the brightest, most vivacious spirit. Look, I know anytime we talk about trials and cases, everyone always says, oh, she was the nicest girl ever. When she walked in, she lit up the room. By all accounts, when I look at this stuff, they say that, you know, Janina taught herself to play piano, she would sing. This girl would be walking through the woods just singing. Who does that other than Snow White and me on a Wednesday when I'm drunk? People remember her as being one of the sweetest girls. Now, one thing she also loved to do was to beautify. She wanted to make good food. She wanted to make everyone happy. She was just so bright and shining. By 1906, she's kind of a leader at this school, and it's a pretty big school. They've got like 200 students. Back in 1906, I didn't even know y'all had 250 people. Damn, so this is a lot of people, all right? So Janina is doing her thing up at the front. Welcome, I'm Janina, and everyone's like, yay, Janina! And she's decorating and beautifying, and she's just so happy. And look, you guys know when you're happy, there's always somebody to steal your joy. Always. And that person, in this case, was a woman named Sister Stella. Sister Stella didn't just dislike Janina, she was on some that stuff. She was spreading rumors. Stella was here to work and serve God. And she's like, what is this woman doing singing and carrying on and being all happy? I need y'all to imagine Stella sitting here just grubbing the floor. While Janina's like, welcome everyone, welcome. And the little birdies are just, you know, flying under. And then Stella's like, pissed, okay? Stella hates her. Stella would even say to the other nuns, literally, she was talking to the other nuns about how much she hated her. She would say, that no good nun, all of her duties always go unfinished. Because that's what made Stella feel powerful, and it gave her purpose to serve God. And every day she had her chores lined up. She knew what her goal was, and she was going to those big pearly gates, and she was gonna earn her keep. Now, Janina being so celebrated by the other nuns in the church, and then Stella feeling like she wasn't recognized for all her hard work, this woman is fuming. And it comes to a boiling point one day when Sister Stella sees Father Andrew going into Janina's room. I'm not kidding. This really happened in Detroit in the 1900s. This is a very famous story. So Stella sees Father Andrew going into Janina's room. And what does she think? Because look, this is how y'all be playing sometimes. You never blame the man. Nobody wants to point a finger at Father Andrew because he's all holy and but Father Andrew was up in there too. Obviously, Stella is going to blame Janina. She thinks that she is a devil woman. She believes that she has enticed the father. How could you come in here, make all these friends? Everyone likes you. You're teaching the children. Father Andrew likes you. Stella sees Father Andrew going into that room one night, and she starts watching, and it happens over and over again. There's a couple things that could be happening here. Stella might genuinely feel like this is the devil woman that's pulling the father further away from God, and I must save Father Andrew. Or maybe she's a little jealous. I mean, maybe she wants the holy man. I don't know what the was going on in 1906, okay? Sister Stella's hatred for Janina is rising, and we are at a boiling point. I'm gonna kind of tell you guys what happens next in, the form of tall tale of what's available to us in history, because this went to court. There's a whole court trial and everything over it too. I had to do some digging to find out what people think happened next. I'm gonna tell you what I found. There was one day where Stella and Janina were down in the basement. Maybe they were working, maybe they had to get some wine, or maybe, perhaps, Sister Stella lured her down there. And while they were down there, Stella is coming up the ladder while Janina is behind her, and Stella turns and using a shovel or some type of blunt object, she turns around and just whacks Janina in the head. She falls down to the ground. She's in the cellar, because back in the day, these were like those dirt cellars, right? She falls down, and then Sister Stella comes over and starts to try to bury her alive. And, you know, when you're trying to bury somebody alive, like naturally, even if you're unconscious, the body is going to fight back. It's going to fight back. So it's assumed that Sister Janina tried to get up at this point, and then Stella just whacked her again. And she eventually whacks her enough that she successfully buries her and possibly buries her alive. After this happens, everyone at the convent is like, where is Sister Janina? Janina going missing is something that is noticed almost instantly. Father Andrew is like, where's my boo? Everyone's like, where's the singing nun? All the kids miss her. And they go on this full manhunt for Janina, but nobody can find her because she's at the bottom of the basement. So a couple years pass, and it's 1918 now, and Father Edward is in town, and he wants to build a new church. He's actually looking around the old convent, which I believe at this point was maybe unoccupied, or he was just looking to renovate it. And he's looking around, and he's like, this looks good. This looks real good. Yeah, let's buy it. Let's get this church. And they're like, yeah, we can renovate this church, but what do you plan to do about the nun that's buried in the basement? And he's like, what the f*** are you talking about, Jacob? So he tells him the tale of the nun that's possibly buried there, and nobody really wanted to check it out or dig it up. Everyone was just like, please, God, let this not be real. Father Edward realizes that it would be a huge scandal if this body was discovered. If it was true, if he had bought this church on this sacrilegious ground. So that night, he and Jacob go into the basement to look and see if the body is there. They start digging, and they find human remains, just bones. At this point, it had been about 10 years, and the body had fully deteriorated. Sister Janina's full skeleton was there as they dug through and started picking up the pieces. But as they started digging, they realized that in the middle of her skeleton was another little skeleton. I'm gonna leave y'all with that. When I heard this story, I was like, oh my God, Sister Stella was right. But then also at the same time, if Janina had that baby with Father Andrew, they all would have been like, this is a holy child. This child, like, I don't even know. I don't know what they would have done back in the day. If any of you guys are like hardcore history people and you're like, BOZE, this is what they did back in 1905, leave it in the comments. Let us know. Now, I wish I had a lot more details and research and everything for you guys, but this story, it's so far back in time, it's hard to find stuff. But of course, we put all the names in the video as well as photos and whatnot. So if you want to read a little bit more about this case, you always can. But that is the tale of Sister Janina. That's the last time I'm telling this story. I hope you enjoyed. And hey, did you subscribe? Did you do it? October 13th, 1992. We're in a place called West Liberty, Iowa. 911 operator gets a very, very frantic call from a woman named Jody Holtz. She starts screaming and she says, oh my God, my fiance is dead. My fiance's dead. He's covered in blood. He's face down. I touched him. His body is cold. So the police get there, and inside the house, they find 22-year-old Cory Wieneke, who had been bludgeoned to death in what looks like his own bed. I saw the crime scene photos, and you can actually see the right side of the bed, there's no blood, and then the left side, there's just blood everywhere. It's like Cory was sleeping on the right side, he gets attacked, and then he rolls over trying to get away from the person, blood smearing on the bed, all culminating until he falls off of the bed and the person beats him to death with some kind of object. It looks like it's like a cylinder object. It might be a pipe, something like that. But he has been bludgeoned to death. The cops look around. Nothing's really stolen. Doesn't look like a break-in. A lot of things are in place. So obviously, the first thing we're going to do is talk to Jody. Jody is the fiance. Jody found the body. What the is going on? So the police start talking to Jody. They've talked to a lot of criminals. They've talked to a lot of innocent people. And Jody her energy that's coming off, it's kind of like the way the officers described it as they don't really think she's involved because she's acting the way they would expect. However, when you're that closely tied to the victim and it looks like a crime of passion, you're not off the hook. So there's a couple details around here. And one of the things they also feel very strongly about, and of course there's forensic details, all these other things. I'm not sure exactly why, but the police said later on, the officers that actually investigated this, they said in their own interview that they felt very, very strongly this person had come to the house with the weapon, which means we kind of have an organized crime, or at least an intentional crime. And they believe that that person came to that house to kill Cory that night. They start interviewing a lot of people, and they're interviewing people that are close to Cory. I mean, really, I think the main person they were looking at the time was the fiance, until they get a call from a farmer. And the farmer tells them that right outside, he's found this bat out just in a ditch. And he knows about the murder because this is a really small town. This is the type of town where people don't even lock their doors. And this is such a small town that there's a lot of crop farmers. So this farmer, when he left to go to he left to go wherever he was going that day, he remembers he left around 9 a.m. And crop farmers like to drive very slowly on their property. Maybe they don't have too much to do, but on top of that, they're checking on their crops. And he's also looking for trash. He's like, am I gonna pick something up, whatever. So in this morning, the farmer leaves at 9 a.m. And when he comes back at 1 o'clock, he sees the bat. And so he knows about the murder, and he knows the bat is covered in blood. Doesn't touches it, calls investigators. They get there, they take a statement. They see this bat, it's like taped up at the end, and on the other end, where like the bigger end of the bat, there's blood all over it. They talk to the farmer, and he tells them, hey, I left at 9 a.m. and the bat was not there. He's very adamant about this. He's like, when I came back at 1, the bat was there. The way that this bat was placed, it looks like somebody committed the crime, went on a little drive, threw it out the window, and that's where they found it. And they are so sure that this is the murder weapon, but they send it off for forensic testing to confirm it matches with Cory's blood. And then also, we need to look for some fingerprints or some DNA. But the big thing that the cops got from this is a window of when they believe the murder happened. Possibly 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock. The next best thing that they have is to retrace Cory's steps that night, okay? Who was he with? What was he doing? So just to give you guys a little bit of backstory, Cory was 22 when the murder happened, but he was really popular around his town. He knew a lot of people. He was a local bartender, had a lot of friends, and he worked at a bar that is actually still operating right now in Iowa. It's called Wink's Bar. He started working there when he was 16 years old. It was his family's bar. He kind of did like some small tasks, just like cleaning up or restocking. And then he eventually actually became a bartender because he was so charismatic. He brought people in. He was a good entertainer, and they really, really liked him. So he becomes a bartender, and he knows a lot of people in this town, okay? This bar is really, really popular. They're talking to, you know, people that might have been involved with drugs that knew Cory. Like, I mean, a person showing up at his house in the morning with a bat bludgeoning him to death sounds like drugs. So they start talking to everyone that pretty much ever worked there, trying to figure out what had happened last night. And they find out that night, Cory was hanging out at the bar, kind of the usual suspects. There's a couple of different women there. And he leaves the bar that night with a woman named Wendy Marshall. Now, remember, I said that Cory had a fiance, but he was also kind of a ladies' man. Girls at the bar really liked him. And Wendy Marshall is Cory's baby mama from before he and his fiance were having the kid. Immediately, investigators are like, well, we need to talk to Wendy. Okay, so they go in and they talk to Wendy. She tells the officers that night that she and Cory were supposed to go to a party. They had hung out all night, you know, at the bar. People said that, you know, she was there, Cory was working. And then Wendy claims that when they got off of work, because she was the last person that people saw with Cory, she claims that when they left the bar and they went to go get in the car, there was a woman named Annette Hazen just sitting in Cory's car. Now, I just want to throw this out there. I did read some other reports. Some people said Annette was standing outside, but the most credible one I read claimed that Annette was just sitting inside the car. Because Annette Hazen was another one of Cory's flings, okay? And the type of relationship they had, it kind of went over 3 years or so where, you know, they kind of would see whoever. But a lot of times after the work shift was over, because Annette was a regular at the bar, and then eventually she kind of started working there part-time. Sometimes she and Cory would go home with each other, and he would give her a ride home. They would hook up, and then he would go back home. This relationship had been going on for a while, and so it's very convenient that Wendy was able to plant Annette, her rival, at the scene, right? So she says that it was a really weird encounter. Annette was upset that he was leaving the bar with Wendy. Annette was freaking out about it, and then eventually Annette gets into a really bad argument with Cory. This is what Wendy claims, and Cory feels bad enough that he says, okay, I'm gonna go take Annette home. And Annette's in the car with Wendy. It's Wendy, the baby mama, Cory, the victim, and then Annette, who's just like a mysterious person so far in the story. They're all in the car. And Annette is getting increasingly more upset because she knows that Cory is going to drop her off at her house and then go back home with Wendy. And this pisses her off so much that Annette basically almost gets out of the car while it's still in motion, okay? Now, look, Annette is not a major player in the story, but if you ask me, a woman that's just sitting in the car when he gets off of work, or a woman that's so mad that there's somebody else there that's getting out of the car when it's basically still in motion, this is a little crazy. Kind of take it with a grain of salt. Okay, but where did he end up that night? And Wendy says, well, after we dropped her off, you know, he came back to my house and we went to this party. I know it's a little convoluted, but look, it's a cold case, okay? We'll get there. Obviously, we need to talk to Annette Hazen at this point. So the police go and they talk to Annette Hazen and they're like, hey, where were you yesterday? And she's you know, she knows about Cory, you know, and actually, I'm sorry, I'm missing this detail. Annette actually came to the police station herself. She presented herself probably just the day after they had spoken to Wendy. Maybe she knew that they were thinking about her, who knows? But Annette comes in and she's like, hey, I know you guys are gonna wanna question me, because I was hanging out with them that night, I just wanna talk. So they're like, all right, what were you doing? What's your relationship? And she describes their relationship and she says that, oh, you know, Cory was just kind of a fling, no big deal. We would hang out now and then. We've been hooking up for like 3 years or so. Let me give you guys a little backstory on Annette. Annette was a woman that married her high school sweetheart at a very young age. And then she and her high school sweetheart have a daughter. And then later on, about 2 years later, they have a son. And then about 2 years later, it's not really working out. And Annette ends up getting a divorce. She's somewhere in her early 20s. So now, I didn't read a lot of reports about her having a super close relationship with her kids. I don't even know if she's taking care of her kids. But I do know that Annette liked to party. So the first place she started going was Wings Bar. And she was always up in this, okay? So this was 3 years before the murder. She's always there, and she's always hanging out, and she's always talking to Cory. And the patrons noticed this because Annette presents herself as a very lonely woman. But she loved the attention of, at the time, 18-year-old Cory, and she's about 25 or so. I think she was 7 years his senior. She loves this attention from this guy because Cory's popular, everyone likes him, there's all these girls, and so Annette pursues him, probably for validation. But Cory tells her pretty early on, look, I got other women I talk to, you know, I got all this, and Annette says, oh yeah, it's cool, I don't care, it's whatever. Annette cared. She absolutely cared. I think, based off of everything I read, that Annette was trying to do something that some of us have done before, a lot of guys have experienced before, and that's playing cool girl and just hoping that if you just kind of sit there like a doormat, that he'll think you're so chill and want to end up with you one day. That's not how it works. That's not how it works at all. If you present yourself as a doormat, then somebody will always treat you as a doormat. Now, another word for what Annette was doing was she was internalizing. Everything she really wanted, she wasn't communicating it. She was just kind of fantasizing. And every time Cory got into a relationship with these women that got more significant, like when he got the girl pregnant, now he's got a fiance, I think it was really ticking at Annette. They asked Annette about her relationship with Cory, and I feel like she really kind of downplayed it. But they're like, you know what, let's get to the meat of it. Annette, where were you between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. on the day of Cory's murder? And Annette's got all the answers. She says, I think around 8:30 in the morning, somebody dropped me off for this roofing job. And then my sister picked me up afterwards, and, you know, we did something. And she says, oh, actually, I had left a book in Cory's car, and I had called, I'd driven by around 10 o'clock to go to his house to pick it up, but when I knocked, nobody was there. And they say, okay, and then what'd you do after that? And she's like, I hung out with my sister, we did this, we did that, we did this. Okay, well, we need to check in on that. So they interrogate her sister, and actually what happens is Annette's sister, she basically affirms everything she says. She's like, yeah, I picked her up at this time. We went and did this, we did this, da, 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 da. And on top of that, Annette's sister actually has a doctor's note that I'm not sure why it was important, but it did show some kind of scheduling information. And then they also had multiple receipts from their day. And then on top of that, to double clear her down, Annette takes a polygraph test. And Annette takes that polygraph test and she passes with flying colors. They interview over 400 people for this case because this is a small town and people are always calling up because they want to be the person that cracks it. They want to crack, you know, they want to get in there. Over time, they're interviewing all of these people, but the tips stop coming in, the information stops coming in, the ideas stop coming in, and the case goes cold. I'm gonna need y'all to strap in. The case goes cold until December 2017. Not too long ago. When I hear 2017, I'm like, damn, this is recent. Okay. In December 2017, a guy, it's actually Special Agent Trent Valletta from the DCI, shows up to a local hospital in Iowa. He's investigating another case, and he has to interview a witness. He gets into a conversation with the head nurse, Jessica Becker. I don't know how they started talking, but they just start chatting. Now, remember, the Cory Wieneke case is famous in this town. I mean, the bar that his family operates, that he still worked at, is still running to this day. Jessica Becker runs into Special Agent Trent, and they start talking. And he mentions that he does cold cases. And Jessica's like, you do cold cases? And she's really stunned. And he's like, yeah, I do cold cases. And then she asked him, what kind of credibility does a statement from a 9-year-old have on a cold case? And he said, what are you talking about? And she mentions the name Cory Wieneke. And he calls up his boy because he's heard of this case before. And he's like, hey, can you come with me to take this statement from this woman that says she might know something about the case? And Jessica Becker tells a very strange story of something that she witnessed back in 1992, the day after Cory Wieneke was murdered. Jessica was staying over at her friend Jackie Hazen's house that night. Now, there's a lot of names floating around, but y'all that have been listening up might feel like the name Hazen sounds a little familiar. Probably because we were just talking about Annette Hazen a minute ago, the crazy that was in the car. So Jackie Becker is hanging out with a girl named Jackie Hazen, who happens to be Annette Hazen's niece. And they're having a sleepover that night. And around midnight, Jessica Becker gets a little hungry. And she decides to go downstairs. And what she sees is she sees Annette Hazen dressed in all black, and she has all of these candles lit up around her. And she doesn't see Jackie Becker, so she continues to do what she was doing. And Jackie, just kind of looking over, she sees Annette, and Annette is crying hysterically. I mean, almost on the floor. She doesn't even see Jackie because she's just so in her emotions, just throwing her hands up and crying and screaming. And she's saying, Cory, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I killed you. I'm so sorry. I wish I could bring you back. I loved you, Cory. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And Jessica Becker sees this and she goes, what the f***? I'm going back upstairs. So she does. And she doesn't tell anyone except her mom. So Jessica, the next morning, tells her mom what she saw because everyone knows about the Cory Wieneke case. And Jessica's mom believes her, but because Annette was involved with a bunch of very dangerous people, drug dealers, criminals, and Cory might have had some odd connections too, for the safety of her family, Jessica Becker's mom never reports this to the police. She doesn't know how much credibility she believes her daughter, but she just doesn't know what could happen. So they don't tell anyone. After this, the police are like, this shit, pick this shit up. So I wish I had this audio for you guys, but I heard it somewhere else, and I think it's like a copyrighted thing, but I'm just gonna tell you guys what happened. So the police hear this and they take Annette in for questioning. She sits down, and I mean, oh my God, her demeanor is just so like, she's just hard chilling while she's going through this, okay? She's just like, yeah, you know, okay. And they said, like, in the interview, they're like, Annette, I know you have to go back to work soon. She's like, yeah, but I've got about an hour, and then I gotta head out. So they do the interview. She kind of, you know, glazes over it. It's no big deal. And they come back, and they're like, man, we know you did this. So they go back to Annette's house. So they go back to Annette's house a second time. And this time, the officer, he's not having it. He's wearing a wire, and he's sitting down in her living room. And a couple of conversations happen, and then eventually he gets to the big push, okay? And he said, Annette, do you by chance remember, 20 years ago saying these things? And he starts repeating, oh no, Cory, I'm so sorry for killing you. Cory, I love you. Cory, I'm so sorry. And then Annette freaks out. She gets up and she says, you need to leave, and I'm calling my attorney. And he keeps reading the quotes. I'm so sorry I killed you, Cory. And she's like, you need to get out. So he leaves, and now they got her reaction on camera, right? So it's time. Annette has now been arrested for the murder of Cory Wieneke, right? But it's not over yet, because this is a 25-year trial. And our only witness right now is a girl that was 9 years old when it happened. At the trial, like I said, the only hard evidence is Jessica's testimony. By the way, this was 25 years later. Annette had a family. She had kids. It was just, oh, let's keep it going, right? These criminal defense attorneys, they spin some crazy shit. And I like to call it out because sometimes we experience these kind of lies in our own waking life. So it's important to see what kind of lies somebody can spin and then how it affects things. So Annette's criminal defense team that wanted to get her off the hook, they claimed that Jessica Becker was lying about what she witnessed. And the motive they say that Jessica was angry that Annette had a sexual relationship with her stepfather, and she made this all up for revenge. The jury believed it, and the trial was basically thrown out and was ruled a mistrial. So, we're not done yet. Like I said, it's a small town. And this is really, it's really disappointing. It's really echoed through the neighborhood. And at one point, Cory Wieneke's mom is at a funeral for something else, and ends up getting into a conversation with somebody. And of course, Cory comes up because the trial just ended. And the lady is talking to Cory's mom and says, it really pisses me off that they never talked to my son for this second investigation. And Cory's mom like, what do you mean? Why? Who is your son? And the lady says, oh, my son Scott Payne. He saw something. So Cory's mom gets on the phone and says, hey, y'all need to call Scott Payne. The cops go in there and they start looking through the files and they see the name Scott Payne. And so they interviewed him in the past, but for some reason it just didn't get taken in. So they hit up Scott Payne again. He said 25 years ago, he said, on the day of Cory Wieneke's murder, he saw Annette Hazen burning clothes that had blood on them. Once again, we've got witnesses, but you guys gotta understand, these are not very, very strong witnesses. It's gonna be hard to make this hold up in the court. They're gonna try to dismiss this guy. They're gonna be like, that's not blood. How were you so sure that was blood 25 years ago? But the detective knows this, and he wants to know how credible his witness is. And he says, how are you so sure that was blood? Because that's exactly what Annette's team is gonna ask when they cross-examine him. And this guy gives the most perfect answer that he possibly could for a witness. He tells the officer, well, I work at a slaughterhouse. I get blood on my clothes every day. I know exactly what blood on clothes looks like. Put him on the stand! So they put him on the stand, and this time they come in hot. They go all out to paint a story of a jealous woman that couldn't take no for an answer, that spotted Cory Wieneke's car at the other woman's house that night and was so infuriated by it that she waited for him to go home. She broke into his house and she bludgeoned the man to death in his own bed while he slept. After 16 hours of deliberation, the jury came back and they found Annette guilty, second-degree murder, 50 years in jail. Yo, when I heard how they solved this, that they just ran into this woman and she's like, oh, do you do cold cases? And they're like, yeah, we do cold cases. And she just also the almost ceremonious way that she did that was just so crazy, dude. It was so crazy. So I thought that story was very, very fascinating. I don't even know if she has a chance of parole, but I mean, either way, she's much, much older now. Let's see, this happened 20 years ago. She was 29 when it happened, so she's probably about 50, 55 now. She ain't going anywhere, nowhere. Bozos, it's Friday. You know what that means. It's time for another Friday video. Okay, now look, if you are already subscribed to the channel, then you know every Friday I tell you a little true crime story time, or sometimes it's one of those longer, almost doc style things, because my editors are crushing it. But I've noticed, I feel like so many people really like the obscure cases. Now, I've been a true crime fan for over 10 years, but back in my day, listen, I'm an old woman. Back in my day, we didn't have true crime YouTubers or true crime podcasts. It was just boring old Oxygen and Discovery ID and all that stuff. I mean, at the time, it was that Krenak. It's all we had, right? So, in turn, over the past decade, literally a decade, I've heard so many crazy cases that stuck with me, emotionally, so sometimes I go back to them. Today's case is a 1989 with no photos. Look, y'all know I like adding in assets. I like the interrogations. I like the photos. You want to be able to see the victim. You want to see the person that was involved, all that stuff. But y'all know, if I'm pulling up a story from 89 and I ain't got no pictures, it's crazy, okay? Now, I first heard of this case from a show called Homicide Hunter. It's a kind of an old episode, but it's season 4, episode 1, okay? And that gives you the full hour, the whole research. Listen, here, this is true crime for people with ADHD. We don't got time for all that, okay? If you want to get more details, more research and everything on the case and actually hear it from the investigator, definitely check that out. But I wanted to share this story with you guys because I was like, I've never heard of this happening before, ever. Cory Edge was born December 31st, 1969. We don't have any photos of Cory, but, it was said Cory was kind of a ladies' man. He had a lot of girls around him. They were always calling. He was like a little caramel skin king, He was a boxer. He was a very successful boxer, too, actually. He won the Golden Gloves Award, which is still around to this day. It's been around since the 1920s. It's for amateur boxing. Cory was super, super health conscious, super fit, had lots of friends. He had kind of a lot of girls that were looking after him. Cory was a really popular guy. He had the whole look. He had the everything. And also, Cory Edge is a cool-ass name. That's a cool name. After he graduates high school, he goes all in on trying to be a professional boxer. And everyone says he has what it takes. In boxing, Cory was fine beating people's ass. Except, at one point, he did lose a fight for his life. Because on December 6th, 1989, a park ranger that was patrolling the area all week stumbles upon some neatly laid clothes outside in the forest. And he had been looking over this area the whole time. He had never seen these before, so he decides to go and investigate. Because to this park ranger, they're not just clothes. And also, park ranger early in the morning, homie's probably bored. He's like, whose t-shirt is this? He walks over to the pile of clothes and he approaches a body. It's a man, he looks a little bit younger, and he's wearing nothing but his underwear, but his clothes are right next to him. He calls the investigators, and they pick up the body, and they find that this person had suffered severe head trauma. And on top of that, they had been stabbed 24 times. Now, normally, anything above, 10 or 20 stab wounds could mean anger, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. But in this particular case, these were frenzied stab marks. When somebody is stabbing somebody, killing them, sometimes they're kind of spread apart. There's a slower motion and in and out. But when you see a frenzied attack, that usually means die quickly, die quickly, die quickly, die quickly. And so investigators pick up on this. Because the method of stabbing can kind of give them a hint to the relationship between the victim and killer. Could this be a crime of passion? Was this a defense thing? Like, what is this? But first, investigators have to identify the body. Now, you and I know that this is Cory Edge. However, there's no wallet, there's no ID, there's no identifying things that point to, like, you know, a missing person. But they do find a piece of paper in his pocket, and there's a phone number. They call it, it's a beeper company. Cory Edge was so popular that his mom was like, I need you to stop having these girls calling the house phone. You need to get a beeper. Homie had a beeper in '89 for the ladies. He had just gone to the shop earlier that day, and they recognized him. So the beeper company was able to identify that man as Cory Edge. Now that they've identified the body, investigators need help. What happened? Who could have done this? So of course, they're going to talk to people closest to Cory Edge. So they talk to his brother Lamar. Lamar and his mother are absolutely devastated, and they try to give as much information to the police as possible. So the investigators speak to Cory Edge's mother. She says that the day that her son went missing, he had gone out around 2 o'clock to hang out with his friends, the Sanchez brothers. Investigators go and they talk to the Sanchez brothers, and they're super, super normal. They don't really have an alibi because they were home all night, and I mean, their parents were there, and their parents corroborated that, but they give the investigators as much information as possible. And they tell them that Cory was a drug dealer. That night they had gone out, had a good time, and gone to sleep in the basement. But then eventually Cory's beeper goes off, and he says that he's got to go make a sale. He leaves, and he never comes back to the Sanchez home. So now we've got an insane amount of suspects because we don't know who was buying. It could be anybody. They might have to search CCTV footage. They have to talk to more people. And then also, people don't want to snitch, and they don't want to talk about who's using drugs, right? Investigators have nowhere to go, and the case goes cold for 5 years. The murder of Cory Edge is never solved, which is probably terrifying for the residents because nobody knows how, when, or why they did that. So 5 years later, the case is still cold. And one day, the police department gets a call from the Sanchez brothers' father. And it has nothing to do with the case. It's been cold for years. They weren't involved, you know, whatever. And there's a domestic dispute at their house. Remember how I said there were, you know, 2 Sanchez brothers? It was Jason and Daryl Sanchez. Well, there's a third Sanchez brother, Ralph Sanchez. And he's here at the house, and he's causing some trouble. Daryl Sanchez Sr., the father, he had been attacked by Ralph, so he calls the police. They immediately pick him up, and Ralph is arrested for first-degree assault and attempted murder. I have no idea how bad this attack was, but Ralph was going nuts, okay? So he sits down, and these are some serious charges. These are serious. And they start talking about what happened. Look, this is just kind of a domestic case. They're gonna lock him up. The family's against Ralph at this point. He's just gonna go to jail, and that's it. Until he says, I can give you information about a murder. It really be your own. And the police are like, okay, tell me more. This happens all the time. People making shit up for a plea deal, or, you know, they just want to get out of something. So, you know, they take him in the interrogation room, ready to record. Investigators tell him, if the information that you're giving us is accurate, we can help you with these charges. Now, you remember what I told y'all? Ralph done beat up the dad. He doesn't f with his brothers because they all threw him under the bus. And Ralph knows something. He tells investigators that his brothers, Daryl and Jason, killed Cory Edge that night. See, this was kind of a secret between the brothers. Jason and Daryl had told Ralph what happened that night in detail. So he tells the investigators everything that he knows from his brothers because they need to match those details to the crime scene. He says that on that night, Cory Edge went to the boys' house around 2 o'clock. Early in the day, they're just hanging out. They're 16, 18, 20. And the boys end up doing crack all day.
This is crack.
Because that's just what the plan is. Cory's dealing drugs, the Sanchez brothers want some crack, they're all hanging out. So they're in the basement doing drugs all day, And then that's why Cory Edge ended up falling asleep so early there. As Cory slept, the two boys decided that they wanted more drugs.
Rock cocaine.
And they know that Cory has them in his pocket. So they slowly creep up on him and they try to reach into his pocket and just take the drugs. But Cory wakes up. Cory's got a little bit of a temper. He's a boxer and he's not afraid to fight. So the minute that he sees what they're trying to do, Cory starts fighting back. He starts fighting both of these guys off. And I think that Cory was making some headway and he was about to beat the snot out of these two people. So one of the brothers goes and grabs some kind of object to hit him on the back of the head. And he starts to hit Cory and he collapses. I mean, what can he do? And then that's when another brother comes up and takes a knife and starts stabbing Cory. That's where we get that frenzied stabbing because they were scared at this point. They were, of course, they're trying to steal these drugs from him. He's awake now. Their plan has foiled. So they start to stab Cory to kill him, get him away from them. I mean, you don't want to piss off a drug dealer and let them know that, you just tried to steal their crack. Of course, this event is not quiet. So in the middle of the stabbings, the parents of the Sanchez brothers rush into the basement wondering what's going on because, my God, it couldn't be my two sons are killing somebody. But what do they open the door to? Cory Edge on his last limb, trying to crawl up the stairs, and their two sons, Daryl and Jason, standing over him, bloodied with knives. This is like a parent's worst nightmare. I don't even think they had time to process all of this. There's a murder happening in my house. My sons are covered in blood. Who is this guy? What is going on? So the mother immediately wants to call 911. We need to call 911. I feel like she didn't even process that her sons could have done it. She just sees the blood everywhere and somebody's dying. And then one of the Sanchez brothers says, no, Mom, don't call the police. Don't call the police. You don't know who he runs with. They tell their parents that if they report this murder, they will all be killed by the people that Cory's associated with. Now, that is probably not exactly true because after somebody passes away like that, all the boys are not gonna, wrangle up and go kill the whole family or anything like that. They just said this because they wanted to get away with it. And what were their parents gonna do? They're scared of losing their sons. They're scared of dying themselves. They see this man die. They probably don't know what to do. But guess what they did? Daryl Sanchez Sr., the father, makes the decision for the entire family to help cover up the murder. He himself helped wrap Cory in a tarp with his two sons, and they put him in the car and they threw him out into the park. While that's happening, the mother was at the grocery store buying bleach, and then she went to another location to buy paint. I can't believe this. When I was kind of telling this at first, I was thinking for a second like, oh no, what if you guys think like this isn't that interesting? This is a drug dealer thing. This is the part that gets me. I know this has happened in cases before, but this one really stuck with me. The entire family was down in the basement, all four of them, cleaning up the blood of the boy that had just spent the night at their house the night before. After that, they painted everything to try to seal up the blood. They cleaned that whole basement the next day. So when the cops showed up and they checked the downstairs and they interrogated the family, they were all ready to corroborate each other's stories. Right up until the moment, 5 years later, where Ralph Sanchez hit his dad and decided to turn his whole family in. Oh, God, yes! You guys know I love justice. Does anyone else love justice that much? Like, I don't know why, I just do. I'm like, take away the bad people! The thing about this story is, though, I don't really care too much about Daryl and, all of the Sanchez's sentencing. I want to know, did Ralph get his sentence reduced? We're going to go back to 1993 in Fort Worth, Texas. And there's a man named Steve Robards. And he's recently divorced. He's 38 and he's a postman. Steve Robards loved his job. One thing that I really like about this is this man was going through a divorce, and it's hard, bro. Divorces are no joke, especially when you're in your late 30s, especially somewhere like traditional like Texas. You're conditioned to think that you're supposed to settle down in your early 20s, and so for women, it's terrifying when they get a divorce late in life, feeling like nobody will date you and you'll never find anyone. It's just as scary for men. And nobody talks about that shit. So my homeboy out here, he gonna figure it out. There's no Plenty of Fish back in 93. He's doing his best. And I love the fact that he was a postman because, you know, every day he's walking the same kind of route. He's outside. He said before that he loved his job and he loved being outside. He's got this routine. We're in Texas in the 90s. So he's walking around, hey Steve, you know, the neighborhoods, hey Steve. My man needed this because he was in a 1-bedroom apartment all by himself, recently divorced at 38, just trying to figure it out. We all know a Steve. We all do. Steve is kind of just living his life, trying to get through his divorce. And then one day, his 16-year-old daughter, Marie, moves in after Marie has this blowout argument with her mom and her stepdad. She had been raised by her mom and her stepdad since she was like about 4 years old or so. He came into the picture. And there's this blowout argument. And now Marie is living with Steve. And Steve is happy. He's got his kid in the house. He's got, like, honestly, and I feel like for him going through the divorce, to have Marie at the house was like so secure. Like, I'm not alone. I have my child with me. I have my daughter. Like, he probably felt more safe when she moved in. I would like to assume like he was a, you know, good dad by that. Like, he had a girlfriend at the time, but he only had a 1-bedroom apartment. So as soon as Marie moved in, he goes and applies to get the bigger apartment, like to get the next upgrade as soon as possible. He is trying to take care of things. So Marie lives there. She lives there for a little bit, and they're in church one day, and Steve kind of starts to feel sick. I try to talk about like men and men's feelings and the things that men go through so we can all be aware, right? It's very hard for men to admit when they're having health issues. It's hard, because it feels like it's not masculine. Men are conditioned to hold in all of their feelings. That's why sometimes we have issues with accountability and whatnot, because they're conditioned from an early age not to talk about feelings, not to admit to pain, not to want to go to the hospital. Y'all ever met an 80-year-old man that doesn't want to go to the hospital because his pride is too high? So Steve starts to feel sick, and they go home, and it doesn't get better. It starts to get worse. And it's just stomach cramps, really. Like, he was nauseous, he was hot, but it progressively started to get a little bit worse. And by the end of the night, Steve was so sick, he couldn't stand, he hadn't eaten, he couldn't handle it anymore. And that's why I was really trying to drive home. It is hard for men sometimes to be like, I need to go to the hospital. Because basically to them, sometimes it's, I can't handle this anymore. And that's the point that Steve got to. And so Marie, you know, probably because he's resisting for a while, she runs out and she grabs a neighbor, and it's like, my dad is sick. I don't know what to do. Bitch, is your neighbor a medic? I don't think so. Pick up the phone. So she does. She calls the phone, eventually calls 911. And I say that because I'm like, what? You should have called 911, but maybe she didn't know what to do. Maybe Steve was saying like, no, I don't want to go to the hospital. I don't want to pay for it, all that, whatever. Eventually, they call the ambulance, and it gets there. But after hours grueling in pain that slowly ramped up, he died before they could even get him to the hospital. When the paramedics get there, he's foaming from the mouth, he's completely out, and they take him in. They do an autopsy on him, and they say that it was cardiac arrest. Now remember, he was 38 years old, but the coroner went in and they could see that Steve's heart was about 25% larger than the average man his size. And so they figured 25%, that's a lot. Coroner writes it on the report. Cardiac arrest, early age. So after this, Marie has to go live with her grandparents. She's not going back with her mom. She transfers to the school. She's like a really great student. The boys really liked her too. Let me show you Marie, because Marie's mom was really glamorous. So in turn, like, we're in the 90s. Marie said, I got this. She's got luscious hair, you know, she's got light makeup. She's pretty. She's very pretty. The boys liked her. She had boyfriends. She was good in school. All this stuff, right? So that's her. So she goes off to live with her grandparents. She's in high school and things are going pretty well. She even, like, after she graduated, she used the life insurance money from her father's death to pay for college because she knew that that's what her dad would have wanted. Something really interesting happened at this point in time. Now, what I'm going to read to you guys comes directly from an article, okay? So the article here, the journalist interviewed the person that's going to give these verbatim quotes. Instead of just, telling this whole part again, because it's like, BOZE, how do you know this? I'm going to read you what's in the article. It's 1994. And Marie is in her senior year of high school. She's hanging out with one of her friends, Stacy. Stacy was one of the most popular girls in school, and this was Marie's best friend. That just tells you how high her status was. Marie, she was the shit, okay? She was gonna go to college, become a pathologist. All these boys thought she was really hot. All this stuff like that. Marie was the shit. It says, one night in January 1994, during her senior year of high school in the Fort Worth suburb, Marie was studying Shakespeare's Hamlet with Stacy, one of the school's most popular girls. According to Stacy's versions of events, which Marie has never denied, Stacy turned to her favorite part of the play, the soliloquy of Danish monarch Claudius, who poisoned his brother, Hamlet's father, to gain the throne. In her most dramatic voice, which was only slightly affected by her Texas drawl, Stacy, the friend, recited Claudius's agonizing speech, in which he wonders if he can ever repent. Quote, "My fault is my past, but oh, what form of prayer can serve my turn? Forgive me my foul murder. That cannot be, since I am still possessed of the effects for which I did the murder." Isn't that cool? Stacy said. But when she looked across the table, Maria turned pale and her hands were trembling. "Stacy," Marie asked, "do you think people can go through life without a conscience?" Stacy answered, "Well, how about the kind of person who can look someone in the eye and kill him in cold blood?" While staring at Stacy, Marie got out of her chair, backed up to the wall, and then collapsed onto the floor and began to weep. "Marie, what is the problem?" Stacy asked. "Guess." Stacy thought of the worst predicament that she could imagine a fellow 17-year-old girl could be in. She said, "Oh my God, are you pregnant?" "No," Marie said. "You wrecked your grandpa's car?" Marie shook her head no. Almost jokingly, Stacy asked, "Well, you didn't kill somebody, did you?" Marie's body heaved with sobs. "My father," she said. Now, I wanted to read that to you guys so you could see the whole interaction of like what led up to this point. Marie wanted to be a pathologist, if you remember that. Marie proceeds. I'm not sure if she told Stacy this, but this is what happened. She was in school, she was in the science lab, and she was trusted in the science lab. As a senior in high school, she had access to everything pretty much in that science lab. But it wasn't her going somewhere and stealing what she needed. She had basically done a course that day on this type of poison. It was used for other things, but she was warned not to ingest it. It was very deadly. It was very poisonous. And so what did Marie do? She scraped some into a little plastic bag, rolled it up, and put it in her backpack because Marie planned to kill her father that night. Why? We'll get there. We'll get there. Guys, what do you do? Chat, what is your response to this? What do you do after your best friend that you're just like chilling with tells you that she killed somebody? Like, it's so shattering because imagine you've known somebody for a year. You feel like you know them through thick and thin. You're fucking 18 years old. You're a fucking kid. What else you got hiding up in there? And then suddenly they say that they killed someone. Who are you? What else have you done? What are you gonna do to me? It's like shattering, you know? Marie, she takes that poison that same night that she stole it with no hesitation. And that night, she and her dad ordered Mexican food, and she even said that it was heavy flavoring. So she mixed the poison into her dad's Mexican food that night. and they ate dinner and went to sleep that night. And by the next day, he had those stomach cramps in church, which progressively over the course of 24 hours killed Steve Roberts. But why? Why? I'm gonna tell you guys right now, this ain't no Bridget Harris shit. This is her mother. Look, we saw those pictures of her before. Marie was very glamorous. So was her mother. Her mother was also, for her earlier in her life, her mom was like her best friend, but also she really looked up to her. Like, her mom was beautiful, gorgeous, smart, all of this, and that's what Marie wanted to be, okay? So eventually, like I said, when she's 4, Marie's mom starts dating this dude, and now that's her stepdad. They kind of have ups and downs, whatever, but one day, Marie Robards comes home, and her stepfather is in bed with another woman. Marie immediately tells her mom. So this part is kind of interesting because Marie was very adamant, like, Mom, you need to leave him. You need to divorce him. You need to break up with him. Like, this is horrible. Like, how could he do this? How could he? And guess what? Marie's mom said, no, that is my husband and I'm staying with him. And Marie couldn't believe it. Now, when I read a little bit about their history and heard some other stuff too, I feel like Marie was very attached to her mother, and she wanted her stepdad gone so she could also have her mother all to herself. She was cool, beautiful, inspiring, such a good friend, all this stuff. Marie loved her mom. So remember when I told you that there was a big argument that caused Marie to go move in with her dad, Steve? That was the argument. So after that, she goes off and moves in with Steve. After Marie killed her father, she wanted to go back and live with her mother. And her mother had left. She left her. She said, you're not moving in with me. She left with her stepdad, her new husband. And so then Marie is forced to live with her grandparents. And this is huge because after Marie was caught, because she had told her friend, of course, her friend couldn't handle it anymore. She went and told the cops, as she fucking should. And on top of that, the police were already looking into Steve Robards' death because they're like, how did a 38-year-old man die of cardiac arrest? Let's keep looking into this. Suddenly, Stacy's like, I know how. Let's look into this. Marie gets arrested. And she immediately corroborates a lot of the things that Stacy said. And then the cops ask her one thing. And they say, why did you kill your father? And Marie said, because I wanted to live with my mom. What? Yes. She thought that if she killed her dad, she would be able to go back and live with her mom. But that was not the case. Her mother left, and then she had to go live with her grandparents. And Marie had to sit there every day and deal with the fact that she killed her dad, and she didn't even get what she wanted. Now she's with her grandparents. Now she's in this whole new city, state, whatever. She killed her father because she wanted to go live with her mom, and she was willing to do it at all costs. So this is kind of like an ending part of like what happened like in her trial. Afterwards, she confesses to everything. Her friend corroborates a lot of it. And then afterwards, they go to actually test the body. And what ended up happening was this particular chemical back in the 90s required a machine that would cost $150,000 for them to test. So the coroner that day had just written cardiac arrest and moved on. He was never tested for this. When they went back and they actually tested his body for it after they exhumed it, they found 1.5% more than anyone could ever handle of this still in his skin and system. Marie pleads guilty to everything. So Marie's team tried to argue that she never intended to kill her father, that she just wanted to get him sick enough so that she could go live with her mom because he couldn't take care of her anymore. Which is really like fucked up in theory because it's like, oh, let me get my dad really, really sick and then like leave somebody else to take care of him. Bye, I'm gonna go live with my mom now. That was not what she was trying to do. She was gonna kill her dad so she could go live with her mom. No ifs, ands, or buts. So I'll read you another excerpt from the end of this article. The prosecution's most important witness, of course, was Stacy High. Wearing a green dress, brown loafers, and white socks, she came to the stand, nervously sucking on a breath mint, and said that Marie had told her during one of their conversations that she knew the poison would be fatal. At one point, Stacy turned and looked at Marie. They locked eyes, and then Marie dropped her head. In the end, the jury was apparently swayed by Mitch Poe when he said in his final argument, that's the prosecutor that's trying to put Marie away, he said, just one stomachache wasn't going to get Marie back to her mama's place. Steve Roberts had to die. The jurors convicted Marie of murder, which left them with questions of deciding her sentence. The defense attorneys felt they had no choice but to have Marie testify. She nearly stumbled as she walked to the stand. In a squeaky, trembling voice, she told the jury that she had never been convicted of a crime. We don't give a fuck! You killed somebody! You can't just be like, go straight to a 10 and be like, but I never did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's just 1, 10. You can't do that. She said that her only contact with the Roberts family since her arrest was a birthday card she had sent her grandfather. Then Casey asked, Marie, did you love your dad? Very much, she said. Are you sorry you killed your dad? It was time for her to repent. Bursting into tears, she turned to the side of the courtroom where the Robards were sitting and said, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Wait, somebody said any askers? Dude, yeah, murder ain't a strike. Look, we saw that happen before with what's her name? Emma Pressler? Yeah, they gave Emma Pressler a strike, and then what? I don't want to see all this crying and carrying on. This case is so wild to me because I'm like, you were this smart and you did this? It's so illogical. It's so fucking illogical. On December 25th, 2008, Karen Walsh wakes up in a home that is not her own. But it's kind of familiar to her. Her head is pounding, her body hurts, and she's aching all over. She can barely remember where she is. There's a little bit of daylight coming out, and she's scared. And then she looks down, and Karen realizes that there's blood everywhere. There's blood on her hands. There's blood on her clothes. There's blood on the floor. There's blood on the crucifix. There's blood all over the walls. She is covered in blood and everything around her is covered in blood. So she panics and she reaches over and she finds a phone and she frantically tries to dial a number and call her house, call her husband, but she can't remember the number. What's happening is Karen had way too much to drink last night. But where the is she? And she realizes that she just needs to get out of here. But when Karen stumbles out of the bed with all of her strength to fight this hangover, she trips over a body. And that body is her 81-year-old neighbor, Moira. Karen has no idea what has happened, but the blood is all over her, so she knows that she needs to get out of this house, and she leaves. Let me give you guys a little backstory into who exactly Karen is, okay? Karen Walsh is a woman. She lives in Ireland. She's got kids. She's got a husband. And she's even a pharmacist. I'm not sure if she owned this pharmaceutical company or she had been around working at this company for a long time, but she was a pretty well-known pharmacist. She made good money. And, she was always trying to take care of herself. She was always getting fillers, dyeing her hair bleach blonde, because Karen liked to look good. That was one thing that she was just really into. It was kind of an addiction for her. And Karen had several other addictions, but for the most part, she lived at home with her husband and her kids. There comes a point where Karen's husband is really done with her other addiction, alcohol, drinking. Because Karen doesn't just have a couple of beers or take a couple of shots. Karen is drinking entire handles of liquor. And Karen's not the type to drink vodka and then just pass out on the couch. When Karen gets drunk, She wants to yell at people. She wants to beat up on her husband. She wants to get rowdy. And eventually her husband's like, you're not doing this anymore. I'm done with it. No more drinking in the house. I talk a lot about addiction. And as you guys probably know, if you know people that are addicted or you yourself have struggled with addiction, you cannot just take the thing away from the person. Because that thing, for Karen, that alcohol, it's masking something. It's masking some kind of pain, some kind of internalization, some kind of something. That's what most people do with these addictions. And when you pull them away without giving them a resource to deal with that pain that they're treating the alcohol with, they fly into a rage. They fly into a fury. So you cannot just take the alcohol away from the person. Now, another thing that I talk about with addiction is something that I like to call secret world. If you've seen some of my videos or you've been on my streams before, I've explained it a little bit, but secret world is kind of when people that are addicts, they create this little secret fantasy world that they can just enter into, whether it's mentally with their drug or alcohol of choice, and they don't tell anyone, and they're really good at hiding it from everyone. Well, Karen had her own secret world, and it all started when she met Moira. Moira was her next door neighbor. At the time, she was about 80 years old, and Karen meets her, and she starts off real small. She's like, oh, Moira, so good to see you today. Every day she would leave her house. So nice to see you. Why don't I come in? Why don't we have a drink? And so Karen would come in and, bring a whole liter of vodka. And Moira, being a older woman that lives alone, at first she really enjoys the company, but it starts to get a little bit concerning. And Karen loves going to Moira's house to drink because it's right next door. She can get wasted in a couple hours, stay there until her husband goes to bed, and then just show up drunk, pass out on the couch, and act like it never happened. But look, Karen, everyone knew. You probably smelled like vodka the next day. She did. When you drink like that, the alcohol is just seeping through your pores and it's on your breath and everything the next day. But that's exactly what Karen was doing. She was going to Moira's house, she was getting pretty plastered, and then she would just go home. Karen's number one priority is alcohol. She needs alcohol. She needs to drink at work. She needs to drink when she comes home. And no one is going to tell Karen that she can't drink. Not her own husband, not her children, and definitely not her 81-year-old neighbor, right? After a while, things start to ramp up a little too much. Moira's not really a drinker, and so when Karen comes over, this is Karen's ideal situation. She gets to bring over a whole handle of vodka, and it's all to herself. Hanging out in Moira's house, feet kicked up, just chilling. And eventually, Moira starts telling family members that her neighbor Karen is kind of a problem. It's getting close to Christmas. She had gone to see some family members, or she had a little event that was on New Year's Eve, and she was telling her, nieces and everyone, she's like, I have this neighbor, and she's just kind of wild. She really be out here. She's just coming over, getting wasted. I mean, she should be at home with her children, and I don't really know how to tell her to leave. And, her family's like, oh, okay, well, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, that sounds a little crazy, but it doesn't seem like anything that anyone needs to take action on. It's just a drunk neighbor next door, right? This part is wild. So on Christmas Day, December 25th, 2008, Karen wakes up late in the afternoon on Christmas Day. Woke up after noon that day, and she wakes up and Karen realizes she doesn't have any alcohol that night. Forget the fact that she didn't buy any gifts for her kids or her husband. Karen doesn't have a bottle to drink that night. So Karen goes out pretending that she's going to get gifts for her kids, and she kind of just runs down to a 7-Eleven, basically, some kind of little convenience store, gets a little knick-knack for her husband, gets a little something for her son, comes back with these big old bags, and don't worry, the bottle's in the car. And she's like, hi, honey, here's the gift. Karen was celebrating Christmas with her family at 4 o'clock after she had woken up from her hangover the night before and she had secured her bottle for the night. I don't have a lot of details of what transpired after 4 o'clock during this day, but I can only assume that her husband wasn't having that shit. He has already set boundaries that you will not drink in this house, and you need to pay attention to this family, and you need to care about us, right? So for Karen to do something so careless for her children on that day, I mean, I'm definitely speculating here, but I have to assume that her husband had some words, or maybe there was some kind of dispute. But either way, Karen's up to her old tricks, and by about 10 or 11 o'clock at night, she's knocking on Moira's door on Christmas Day. Oh, God, guys. So on Christmas Day, Karen arrives at Moira's house, already kind of drunk, knocking and banging on the door, telling, "Let me in, I'm here. And Moira doesn't even come to the door. She doesn't even want to answer for this bit. It's Christmas Day. She's yelling through the door, "Karen, what are you doing here? Karen, what are you doing here?" Well, she's able to talk her way inside, and Moira lets her inside of the house. Karen's already a little bit drunk, but she's not quite at the bottom of the bottle. And Moira's tired of her shit at this point, because just yesterday she was with her family telling them about Karen's bullshit. They agreed that it was bullshit. So she's kind of ready to stand up for herself. And actually, Moira was getting ready for bed that night. She had one of those ventilators on, that like cover your mouth so that you can breathe and get, your air in your oxygen before bed. This elderly 80-year-old woman is just sitting here with her mask on, and she's telling Karen, "Go home. What are you doing here? You shouldn't be here. It's Christmas Day. You need to be with your family." And I bet you that that's exactly what Karen heard earlier from her husband. You should be with your family. And here's Marie sitting here telling her, "Why aren't you with your son? What kind of mother are you?" Now remember, guys, the biggest triggers and the biggest things that hurt are the things that we know are true and we are running away from. So when Moira tells Karen that she's a bad mother and she should be there with her sons, Karen flies into a rage. She's probably heard this from her family. She's definitely heard this from her husband. She probably sometimes even tells herself this. But for people that have an ego like Karen and a drinking problem, her thought is, "You will not say that to me, and you will pay for saying that to me." Because she knows it's true, but she doesn't like this person telling her what she knows is true. So Karen lunges at Moira, 81-year-old Moira, and she starts to beat her, and she starts to rip her hair out. In the crime scene, there were tufts of bloody hair with the roots attached to them just all over the place. And she starts to rip Moira's hair out, and she starts to beat her. And when Moira's in submission, Karen Walsh grabs a large crucifix from the wall that was above Marie's head. This crucifix had a large gold emblem on it of Jesus. And Karen took this crucifix that was a gift to Marie, and she beat her so badly that she destroyed her face. She broke 15 ribs in her body, and she beat her so hard with that crucifix that the gold piece of Jesus fell off, and the imprint of the thorn of crowns was in Marie's chin, covered in blood. And after her drunken rage, where she beat this poor woman to death that was just saying what she didn't want to hear, even though she knew it was true. If you don't want to hear the super graphic stuff, cover your ears right now. This has all been really graphic, but I'm saying this is about to go to another level, okay? And I will do this when you can uncover, okay? After Karen beat her with this crucifix, she wanted to get away with it. And so she sexually assaulted this 81-year-old woman with this large crucifix. And I don't know exactly why Karen did that. I don't know if she did it to try to trick investigators into believing that this was a sex crime and a man was involved, Or if she was so angry with Moira and she knew that she was a Christian, she knew how much that would terrify her and hurt her for that to happen with her with the cross. Like, it's so like sacrilegious and up. Like, I think part of it was like spiteful, like punishing her almost with her own religion. And that to me is like, I always say we shouldn't be afraid of like killers and things, but Karen Walsh is truly a monster. Truly. And I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, and okay, also for you guys covering your ears, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, you know, we don't know why, evil monster. She was a monster because she was a raging alcoholic and everyone told her to stop drinking and she refused to do so. Oh my God, when I think about that part, it just like hurt, like it makes me very upset. And so Karen drunkenly just falls asleep in Marie's bed next to the body after the fury and after the release, because this is what happens with pent-up rage. We talked about this a little bit in the Heather Barbera case. When these people internalize this deep-seated anger and this narcissistic injury, the minute that they hit the person or do something, it triggers a release for all of that anger that they've been hiding in. And when you open that, when you break that seal, it does not stop. It only escalates. And that is entirely evident in Karen Walsh's case, which went from punching to ripping out hair to beating viciously to sexual assault, literally. Oh my God, I can't believe it. So after that, Karen Walsh falls asleep in Marie's bed. And y'all aren't gonna believe this shit. Karen wakes up, like I told you guys in the beginning, not knowing where she is, hungover and confused. She had no idea what she had done the night before. She truly didn't remember when she woke up. Who lets alcohol get to them to that point where it completely controls them? So when Karen woke up, when I was telling you guys earlier, she does pick up the phone and she tries to call her home phone number because she just doesn't know where she is. And she couldn't remember her number. So she hangs up and she just gets out of the house and realizes, she's at a neighbor's house. After the murder happened, no one found Moira's body right away. Karen and some other people kind of start talking about, there were some sketchy looking European people that were hanging around, People talked about that in the neighborhood, and it was just kind of like because this was only over a day or two, I think that rumor came from Karen, because people love to try to misdirect. And maybe it is true, maybe she did try to make it look like a sex crime where a man was involved. Moira is very close with her family, and they call the police when they don't hear from her on Christmas. They've discovered her body right after Christmas. The news breaks, and everyone is attending the funeral except Karen Walsh and her husband. And people think that it's a little weird. After they look into it and they find Moira's body, obviously they're gonna look through the whole crime scene. They're looking for hair. They're looking to see if there was a fight. They're probably looking for some DNA or something on the cross. But you know what they found that got Karen Walsh arrested? There was blood on the phone. And so they decided to check the phone records. And sometime in the early hours of the morning, somebody attempted to dial 4 different phone numbers, and they were all very similar. And each one of those phone numbers was eerily similar to Karen Walsh's house number. So investigators are able to tell that Karen Walsh was at that house in the early hours of the morning and was trying to phone home. Afterwards, the family tells investigators that Moira had complained about this woman before and they needed to interrogate her. She was arrested and charged on December 27th. Karen was saying stuff like, I can't believe this. This is so bizarre. How could this happen? The trial started September 2011 and she denied all charges. Karen refused to accept any responsibility. When in reality, and I'm not sure what forensic evidence was present at the scene, but I really doubt that a drunk woman covered up any of her tracks. The phone number was enough. It really was. And also the reputation she had in the neighborhood as a raging alcoholic, and with the family complaining right afterwards, there was just too much evidence against Karen Walsh. So Karen starts asking them about plastic surgery for some reason. Like, she wants to get some kind of plastic surgery. So the feds realize, oh, she's trying to get a new face and then get a passport and then skip town. So they arrested her pretty immediately, kept her in jail, and then October 4th, 2011, she was convicted of murder and asked to serve a minimum of 20 years. She tried to appeal in 2015, and it was obvious that she had no remorse, and she refused to say that she had anything to do with the crime. So that was denied, and to this day, Karen Walsh is still in jail. Now, it says that she got 20 years, but I don't think this is getting out. I really don't. So this is the back piece, or this was like the front piece. It was a whole gold statue, or like bronze or brass statue or something. And it was kind of connected. Let's see. You guys can kind of see it like there. This is where Jesus was. And yep, that snapped right in half. This case scares the ever-living out of me. It really does, because like, I know some people that be drinking, they be mad about some shit, and I be drinking, but I can't. Oh God, it just really freaks me out. Today, we're gonna talk about the case of Heather Barbara. Now, I heard this story a couple of weeks ago, and I could not believe it. I immediately went off and started working on requesting the files for this. This 911 call is nowhere on the internet. This is, once again, one of our exclusives. So beforehand, I just want to talk to you guys a little bit about narcissistic injury. People that are narcissists, they behave a lot differently when you insult them. It's like driving a knife all the way through their entire body. I just want to give you a little breakdown from this website I found called Good Therapy. When something bad happens, this is how people normally feel, okay? So they have hurt feelings. A narcissist uses something called the shame attack.
Shame. Shame, shame, shame.
So basically, they don't want to feel bad about what they did, so they'll turn it on you. And it's like, well, you did this, and it's so like punchy, you don't even know what to do, right? Another one, normal people. Their reaction tends to match the offense. A narcissist has an extreme overreaction.
I'm gonna have a BF. Oh my God, she's gonna have a bitch fit. Oh.
Because now you're focused on the overreaction rather than the situation that just occurred. Now they've bought more time and they can distract you and put you somewhere else. Regular people, it is eventually resolved. Narcissists, it is never resolved until you apologize to them and you bow down to them, right? Let's listen to the call.
911, where's the emergency?
There's blood everywhere.
What's going on there?
I think her bodies. I think they're dead. I don't know. God. Oh my God, I've never seen something like that.
Okay, do you see any injuries or what happened there?
I see blood everywhere, blood everywhere.
Heather Barbara. She was a woman that loved social media. She was one of those people that was always posting pictures. Life is good. I'm hot. She always had her filter on. She always looked kind of looked good. In fact, go ahead and show you. And Heather is in her 40s. I mean, does this woman look 43 to you guys? Heather cares a lot about her image, okay? Heather had gone through a divorce with her husband. For the most part, was doing pretty okay. Like, she would post little things like this. Someday, everything will all make perfect sense. So for now, laugh at the confusion, smile through the tears, and keep reminding yourself that everything happens for a reason. So, despite the divorce, Heather had a pretty sunny, disposition. Or at least that's the image that she liked to portray on social media. Because people in Heather's circle, they were asked after the incident, and people said that she was really kind of fragile, very, very hot-tempered. She would get angry very quickly, and everyone in her circle knew this. In fact, during her divorce, in April of 2014, she was charged with assault after throwing objects at her husband that hit his head and abdomen, resulted in injuries. He had to call the police, but then he eventually dropped the charges and just filed a restraining order. Okay? Listen, sometimes men or women, they'll drop the domestic assault charges, but they don't always instate a restraining order afterwards. This guy probably dropped the charges because he's scared of the bitch, and then he put the restraining order into play. But let me tell you something about Heather Barbara. She didn't give a fuck. The minute that they put out that restraining order, she said, oh no, not me. You're not going to do this to me. So she was violating this restraining order over and over and over again. She was sending him messages. She was calling him from blocked numbers, calling him from burner phones, stalking his Facebook. Everybody knew that Heather was a little off. Even this guy we found on his Facebook. Now, Joseph says scary, and Heather said, shut up, fly, and then he just said mugshot. This is to a Facebook status that doesn't exist, because when I was scrolling through her page, it looked to me as though Heather's attorney had her Facebook cleared out of any bad things, statuses, and whatnot. All of her statuses had been deleted, and they were just empty like this while they still had all the likes and comments and whatnot, right? And on top of that, a lot of people in the town know that Heather was kind of a drug addict, and it ramped up after the divorce. She liked any of that stuff, and on top of that, the person that she would do it with was her brother Robbie. One thing that's really important to remember, I talk about addiction sometimes, I talk about people's struggles with addiction, and people that are addicts know that one way to finally end the addiction is you have to break away from your drug partners. You have to, okay? A lot of people that use kind of have a little drug buddy. They have their heroin buddy, they have their cocaine buddy, you might have your drinking buddy. You know that when you guys go out, you love to get f***ed up together, right? Well, when people decide to quit that drug and get off of it, the first thing that they're told in like AA or any anonymous like classes is you have to get rid of that drug buddy. But for Heather, that drug buddy was her brother. After a while, Heather loses everything. She dives even deeper into her drug addiction, and the courts end up ruling that the husband can keep the kids. Y'all know the courts tend to side with mothers a lot of times. Like, it's even like a law. Like, I think women, like mothers usually have the first priority to their child. And so for the husband to take everything, like the money, the house, the children, the everything, Heather doesn't like this at all, because to a narcissist, when you take their money, you take their home, you take their relationship, and you take their children, in their eyes, they're like, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck do you think you are? All the love is gone, because it's all about them at this point. Now, I talk a lot on this stream about internalization. A lot of the cases I talk about usually involve internalization. I don't give a fuck about serial killers. I don't care about all this. I like to talk about real people that have real trauma and real bad habits that a lot of people have that result in something horrible, so that some people can pay attention to yourself or those around you. Now, internalization is incredibly dangerous, especially when you're covering up strong, angry feelings and you're repressing them with drugs. You're just putting them in a little box, and eventually that box is going to get overstuffed. So Heather ends up moving back in with her mother, and her mother was very supportive. She let her back into the house, but Heather and her mother had a very, very close but tumultuous relationship. Oh man, Heather and her mother were trauma bonded because they knew exactly how to criticize each other and push each other's buttons and then get away with it and do it again the next day. They were constantly pushing each other's buttons, and every day there was a new victor. Someday it was Heather, someday it was her mother, someday it was Heather, someday it was her mother. Remember, Heather also has a daughter, and one day Heather has visitation with her child. She goes to pick up her kid that day, and her mom's already making comments about, oh yeah, your kid looks different because you're never around them, you don't have custody of your kids, She's already getting at her that day, so Heather's just in a bad mood. And she takes her kid out to the park that day, and they're talking about something, and she says to her child, oh, we should do this. We should go to the fair. And her daughter, her own child, looks back at her and says, but mommy, we can't go to the fair because you don't have any money. And what did I tell you guys about narcissistic injury? There is no thought. There is no barrier. There is no just emotional shutdown. It's just immediately raw emotion. It was like hearing that from her own daughter was like a knife cutting. And the first question is, who fucking told you that? So Heather Barber gets on the phone with her husband and says, do you know what my daughter just said to me? It was you. You did. And he said, no. It was the nanny. Heather's like, the nanny said this about me? What are you, fucking the nanny now? So then Heather shows up at the nanny's house. And she shows up and she tells the nanny everything that's on her mind. She's pissed. She's furious. I mean, the amount of time from her daughter saying this to Heather showing up at the nanny's house was like that. Heather walks in. The woman doesn't even have a chance to speak her piece before Heather hits her in the face and starts to beat the shit out of her. This woman had broken bones in her face. She had 2 black eyes. She had broken bones. Her body and face were completely demolished. I mean, Heather went in on this woman, just beating her and screaming her until somebody called 911. And the person that called 911 was Heather Barbara's own daughter, because she was in the room and she watched as her mother, in a fury, beat this nanny probably almost to death. So this is the first instance where Heather's internalization has a release. After the assault on the nanny, Heather did not go to jail. The courts gave Heather 2 days probation. And in this moment, they taught Heather, they taught her that she is allowed to unleash her internalized rage on anyone and there will be no repercussions. That's what you're teaching people when you let them get away with it. Give them 30 days. Give them 6 months. Give them something. This is what Heather posted on her Facebook the same month after she had 2 days probation for beating the shit out of the nanny. Not everyone likes me, but not everyone matters. I think this tells you a lot about how Heather perceived that situation and that she learned absolutely nothing from it. She kind of keeps up this sunny, disposition, like, oh, everything's fine. I'm handling it. I'm a Facebook mom. My life is perfect, blah, 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 blah. Until her brother dies in 2018 from an overdose. Same brother that she was constantly doing drugs with, hanging out with, her best friend. And this is a really devastating blow to Heather, who's already been kind of definitely losing it. In 2 years, she lost her home, her children, her husband, her brother. She's not employed. She's not working. She's in her 40s and living with her mom. And even though it's been 2 years, this is a spiral that honestly has happened very, very quickly. She's living under a roof with her mother and her grandma. But one thing that happened, which I kind of understand, is Heather's mom was so upset by the loss of her son that she really started to blame Heather. She would tell her that she was the reason why Robbie started using drugs. Robbie would still be here if it wasn't for Heather. That Heather was a mess. That she would remind her that she's living under her roof. I mean, after Robbie died, this was already a toxic situation, and it got a lot worse every single day. And if you pay attention to Heather's habits so far, her tendency to kind of let things wash over her back and act like nothing's happening, over the past couple of weeks where her mother is making comments every day attributing her brother's death to her actions, that's been building up in Heather for a very long time. And on top of that, Heather hasn't stopped using drugs. She never stopped. And what do people that are addicted to drugs but don't have jobs do? They steal. Heather had been stealing money from her mother. And when her mother found out, of course, she's furious. And Heather's telling her, "Fuck you. You've got the money. You've always had money. It doesn't matter if I'm taking a 50 spot or a 100 spot. I need it. Do you want me to be acting like this constantly?" And her mom has had enough at this point. She's had enough. And this is when the fight absolutely spirals out of control. It's a full-on screaming match, but they do this all the time. All the time. In fact, the neighbors sometimes would hear it. Heather's grandma would hear them constantly arguing. 3 generations of women all under one roof. And unfortunately, this is pretty much where it all ends, because there was something that Heather's mother said that made her absolutely snap. And in the midst of it all, she grabbed a police baton that was nearby her, and that police baton happened to be her father's, who had now passed away, and it was one of the last items that her mother kept to remind them of her father. And Heather grabbed that police baton and she began to beat her mother. She beat her mother in the face, she beat her in the body, and she, just the same as she had hit the nanny, she destroyed her own mother's face, until finally Heather's grandma gets up, and this woman is 87 years old. She is 87 years old. She wants to stay away from this attack for a minute, and she finally gets up and is like, Heather, it's like she has to intervene to stop her from this. And Heather stops, and she turns and she beats her 87-year-old grandmother with the same police baton. And she beats both of the women into submission, and then she alternates between both of them, letting out all of her fury and rage, and she beats both her mother and her grandmother to death in their own homes. This was a blind fury. And when I say blind, I mean she turned around and saw her grandma and she struck her. And usually when people are coming down off of these angry, adrenaline-fueled, like, I hate you, all of this been building up for 40 years of this relationship with her mother, usually after the blind rage, like the case of Karen Walsh, they kind of wake up and realize, oh my God, what is happening? But not Heather Barbara, because Heather Barbara afterwards took the jewelry from her mother, took the jewelry from her grandma, took their cards, took their money, took everything, and she booked a flight to New Jersey. She went on a spending spree from New Jersey all the way to New York. She swiped her grandmother's card, she spent her mother's money, she tried to sell jewelry, she swiped her mother's card, and as soon as that 911 call played that you guys heard earlier, people knew that this was Heather Barbara. The town knew that it was Heather Barbara, and Heather knew that she was going to get caught at any point in time. Who the is using the credit cards of 2 dead women hours after they commit the murder? Somebody that really doesn't give a She knew these were her last hours. She bought purses, she bought bags, she spent all the money, she was alternating between cards all the way until the feds tracked her cards down and they arrested her in New York City. There's always assets, and we have the sentencing. So let's see how remorseful Heather Barbara really is. So this is Heather Barbara speaks at her sentencing. The audio is okay, but we'll give it a shot.
Striking your mother repeatedly with the baton in the head and body did in fact cause her death. Yes. And you recognize that you did in fact cause her death with manifest extreme indifference to the value of her life.
It's alleged that on July 7, 2018, that you were in Ventnor. Is that true?
Yes.
And did you there and then cause the death of Michelle Gordon recklessly under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life?
Would you agree with me?
Wow, that's what it is. Manifesting extreme indifference to human life. Jesus Christ. I've never even heard that before.
That on July 7, 2018, you and Michelle Gordon
her mugshot?
Got into a verbal altercation. At some point, did that verbal altercation turn into a physical altercation? And you would agree that at some point during the physical altercation that your mother struck you in the head with a flashlight. Yes. You and she then engaged in punching, kicking, and wrestling with one another. Is that correct? Yes. And at this time, your mother did not have...
Imagine punching, kicking, and wrestling your mom. I'm sorry. Look, I know some of y'all have had some crazy home lives, and some of you guys will be like, I don't have to imagine. I just have to close my eyes and remember. But for some of us, yo, what the fuck, dude?
Police department. Would you agree with me that you struck your mother multiple times with that baton?
Yes.
And you did so in the head and body?
Yes.
Did you do so more than 5 times? Did you do so more than 10 times? You don't remember? Okay. That you do recognize that striking your mother repeatedly with the baton in the head and body did in fact cause her death.
Yes.
And you recognize that you did in fact cause her death with manifest extreme indifference to the value of her life.
How do you guys feel about Heather's demeanor here? Do you feel like she's actually remorseful for what she's done? Do you feel like now that the drugs are possibly out of her system and, you know, she's in the courtroom in the orange, that she's realizing the magnitude of what she's done? Or do you think that it's just like right over her head, you know, indifferent? Have y'all ever like been very much wronged by somebody before and you know that what they did was wrong, but they won't admit it, they won't take any accountability, and like all you want is for them to just admit, like you literally will just walk away. It's not you want their apology or you want them to like admit it. You want to feel validated for the pain you've been experiencing from the source, right? So what's really funny to me is seeing that this guy's job is to run through every single thing that she did and force her to say yes, which is like all of our fantasy, right? Like think about the person that hurt you. Imagine somebody sitting there and being like, did you make so-and-so cry on X date for saying this when you really didn't need to? And just having them have to sit there and say, yes. So in September of 2009, a woman named Razakel, who's a musician, gets a frantic call from the mother of a girl named Melanie. And Melanie's mom is asking Raz, have you seen Melanie? Where is my daughter? Because Raz is part of a horrorcore band. It's kind of like Insane Clown Posse. Some of you might be familiar with that artist. That's the type of music that Raz makes. And Melanie, the child of the mother that's calling, is such a huge fan of Raz and her music and her friends, Sick Tannic and everyone else. They own a record label. It's called Serial Killin' Records. And this past weekend, there was an event. It was a horrorcore concert. It was called Strictly for the Wicked. And Melanie's mother let her go to this concert with her friends. And suddenly, Melanie stopped answering and she never came home. Melanie was so close with this band. She was a super fan that was featured all over their MySpace and their YouTube that Melanie's mother had Raz's phone number. And that should tell you a lot. This number was to be used only for emergencies because nobody wants their mother calling their favorite band asking where they are. And Raz has no idea where Melanie is. Raz saw her all weekend at that concert, and she never came home. Now, I'm gonna tell you guys this case in grave detail, but when you're listening to this, I ask you to ask yourself, do you really know the people that you're talking to online? And I don't just mean physically. I mean who they really are and mentally, because anyone can just type a couple of things, check in on you every day, say some nice things, and pretend to be anyone they want. We all know it. You can pretend to be anybody you want on the internet. But who are you really, and who are you really talking to? And what can possibly happen? So, this story is really important to me because so many of us are online and so many of us create these relationships through Discord and social media and Twitter and whatnot. And I've been online for many, many years. And I've met a lot of people that seemed like they could be a loose cannon. But it's just crazy to me how long this case went on before something happened. So, like I said, guys, we're back in 2009. There's a girl, and her name is Emma. This story just f***s me up so much because Emma looks like somebody I would have known. She looks like somebody I probably would have been friends with. And Emma is a girl who, her parents are going through a divorce. Her dad's name, I believe her dad's name is Mark. Her mother's name is Deborah. They've been going through a divorce, but they're still kind of co-parenting Emma. So Emma gets really, really, really into Razakel and Sictanic's music, and they make horrorcore music. Imagine ICP. I'd play it for you, but it's a little licensed. You could still look it up right now. And this music is very, very dark. I mean, like, if you just look up the lyrics to some of their stuff, it's all about literally killing people, sexually assaulting them. It's, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna cut you, horrorcore is my husband. I'm not kidding, like, this is it. But look, Emma's a kid, she's 14 years old, she's really, really into it. This band, probably, as you can tell from the merchandise and the content, they don't give a okay? They don't give a about anything, and they have a pretty small fan base, okay? It's not small, but it's not huge, okay? So Emma somehow becomes friends with the lead singer, because these are in the early days of MySpace. They had YouTube, they had MySpace. If you look at some of the videos from this case, they were posting videos back in 2009. They were very active online. So Emma ends up becoming friends with Raz. She ends up becoming friends with Raz, and she's telling her, oh my God, I love your music. I love everything you do. You guys have changed my life. It's so important to me. And Raz talks to her for a little bit. They kind of become homies, and Emma lives in Northern Virginia. And one day Raz says, yo, there's another fan that lives near you. I think that you guys would get along really well. And that girl's name was Melanie Wells, okay? So Emma and Melanie meet up online. They start texting each other and messaging, and it's instantaneous. These girls are best friends. And not only are they best friends and they're talking every day, whether it's online, on the phone, whatever, they live a state away. You know, Melanie lives in West Virginia, Emma lives in Virginia, and on top of that, they are the super fans of Razakel. They're the cool girls. They're pretty. They put them all over their YouTube. They put them on their MySpace, all their social media. They become really good friends. About 4 months after meeting each other online, Melanie and Emma end up meeting in person, and they go to a horrorcore concert. And they have so much fun. Dude, as a person that grew up pretty old, when I looked at their pictures of them, like, in the back seat and whatnot, like, they just look like best friends. And it, like, it really me up. Because if you guys saw any of the pictures of, like, me and my friend Kaylee this past weekend, we're both, like, alt or whatever. Like, this was literally us, you know? They become really good friends. And like I said, Razakel kind of starts parading them around because, like, they're pretty, like, you know, top super fans. And of course, they didn't mean any harm. They were just trying to make the girls happy. And through this, a video of Emma gets posted to their channel, and she ends up meeting this guy. His name was Sam. Look, this is right up Emma's alley. He's 20 years old. He makes horrorcore music. She's 15, he's 20. She thinks he's cool. You know, actually, his music isn't copyrighted. You guys want to hear some of his music? This is his music that was released back then. The evil voices are actually anxiety, and, like, you know, yeah, that's pretty much it. So these are typical horrorcore lyrics. They want to see me kill. They want to see me dead. And don't forget, guys, Emma thinks this is fucking cool. This is about to be her man, you know? He's older. He's like, this is how he, like, you know, portrays himself. He's big, strong, and this is her fucking boy, right? Emma and Sam begin this relationship. They begin this relationship online. Like I said, she was about 14 or 15, and he was 20. And everything was good. They actually dated for a year, and they spoke every single day. They literally talked on the phone every day. Like, that's what she was doing. Homegirl was picking up the telephone in 2009 and straight talking to her boy every day after school. They were so close, and they knew each other so well. Sam and Emma are an item, and then Melanie's a good friend. I don't want to say she's like a third wheel because she's a good friend, but all three of them decide to go to this concert that I told you about, Strictly for the Wicked. This is the ultimate festival of horrorcore fans. Everyone's meeting up out of state. They're all gonna have a good time. You know, they're all gonna get up, have some Faygo, whatever, do drugs, listen to music, blah, 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 blah. Of course, Emma wants to go. And so she ends up talking to her parents and begging them, because she's about 15 at this point. The parents are going through a divorce. She's going through a lot. And she, please, 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 I need this. I need to see my friends. I need to see Mel. I need to see my boyfriend. I need to see Raz. Like, this means everything to Emma. And on top of that, if she didn't go, would she ever forgive her parents? So her parents really feeling that pressure. They're like, how do we let our daughter go, but make it as safe for her as possible? So the plan is that the father, they're separated, but Emma's father and Emma's mother are going to pick up the friends from the airport, and they're all going to drive to this concert. They're going to go there for a couple days, split up the hotel rooms, and then they'll come back home, and all three of them will hang out at Emma's house for a couple days, and then the friends will fly home. Perfect thing, right? I mean, how many of us have gone to conventions before? This is super, super normal. And for these kids back in 2009, oh my God, this is so exciting. So Emma's parents went with her on the trip. And on Monday, September 6th, Sam McCroskey left his house in California. And before he left, the few friends he had, he told them about his new love. He was going off to see Emma, the girl of his dreams, the girl that he was going to be with forever. Because don't forget, when you're 15 and you're 20, everything's real dramatic. It's love or death. It's we're together forever. It's addiction. It's adrenaline. It's everything. It's I love you. I love you. So this was Sam's idea. Sam was absolutely infatuated with Emma. It didn't matter what she looked like or how she acted when she got there. Like, this is his girl. This is his woman, his dream girl. So Sam gets on the plane and he flies out to Virginia. So Emma's parents went to go pick Sam up with Melanie, and they've all been talking for like over a year. Everyone knows Sam. Everyone knows his music. Like, Sam's f***ing cool. He's hard as fuck. And then they go and they pick up Sam. When Sam gets off the airport, Emma is just as beautiful as he thought she was. He's really excited. He's kind of actually like wearing his heart on his sleeve because, you know, here she is. This is my girl. And he's so excited to see her. But alternatively, Sam isn't what Emma thought that he was. He's way too excited to see her. He doesn't look the same as he did in his MySpace photos because back then there was no video chatting. This was just voice and whatever angle Sam took that day. And on top of that, he's just not cool. He's awkward. He's weird. He had kept his mouth closed in all the pictures, so his mouth was completely different. His hair was greasy. He looked like he didn't shower. He looked very unkept. And so Emma thinks that her, juggalo knight of shining armor is getting off this plane. This 20-year-old rapper hottie is coming, and he's cool as fuck. He's cool, like just everything. And this is what she gets. This kind of like overly excited, overly attached, very sensitive guy. Because that's exactly who Sam really was. This persona that he had built up online, I'm gonna kill you, I'm a rapper, murder, 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 the voices in my head. This was all a persona that was used to mask the weakness and then the insecurity that he really had. Because what did Sam want? He wanted power. He was a very demure person that really didn't know how to communicate his feelings, but online, he could be anything that he wanted. He could be strong. He could be cool. He could be a rapper. He could be smart. He could be fun. He could be attractive. And he picked up all of these traits and he paraded them around to Emma, and he tricked her the minute that he got off that plane. Sam arrives, and Melanie and Emma immediately are like, whoa! It's a little awkward. I kind of implore you guys to imagine this. You've been talking to somebody for a year, and you meet them, and you are instantly unattracted to them. I mean, this is also kind of like disappointing for Emma, and she's also probably a little embarrassed that she's been talking to this guy for a whole year. That's what happens a lot. When you feel like you get catfished, you're embarrassed. You got caught. You got caught by that guy, But this trip is going, and it's a couple of days. Because remember, they're going to the concert, and then afterwards, they're going back to Emma's house. And so the parents pick them up, and they drive them to the concert. And the minute they get there, the girls are so excited to meet Raz. Remember, I told you about Raz, the lead singer of the band. Even though the girls had met before at another horrorcore concert, now they're meeting their idol that has elevated them. And on top of that, these girls are the guys. Like I said, they were the pretty super fans that they were getting posted all over their MySpace and YouTube. So when the girls go to this concert, people recognize them. They're cool. They're like top dogs. Now, Emma's parents were there, okay? The situation was a little bit different. You know, the parents did the best to protect. They made sure that Sam had a separate hotel room. He could not stay with the girls. He slept by himself. The father slept by himself, and then the mother shared a hotel room with the two girls. That's kind of how they split everything up. And this was perfect for the girls because Sam was really cramping their style. You know, they were so confident and cool walking around these venues, and then here's this guy kind of like traipsing behind them. I cannot imagine how rejected Sam must have felt. And as I told you before, this is a person that has never learned how to communicate their feelings. They internalize everything, and that rage comes out in this form of songs about killing people and the voices in their head. This is a very angry person. And I bet you rejection from a pretty girl that he thinks he's in love with is a pretty big trigger. So the girls make it pretty obvious after talking to Raz that they don't like him. They tell Raz like, yeah, he's just not cool. He's just not what I thought. And so for the most part, they left Sam alone throughout this concert. Sick Tannic, one of the singers there, he said he doesn't remember a single time that they were hanging out with Sam. He was by himself the whole time. No friends, no nothing, in his hotel room by himself, not hanging out with them in the parties. This is the opposite of the fantasy that Sam had in his head. And that's why I also urge you guys to think about who you're talking to and what fantasies they're creating about you inside your head. Because once that fantasy is created, you have absolutely no control over it. At the end of the concert, they just want to get back, okay? And for the most part, Emma and Mel have not been hanging out with Sam through this whole thing because they just think he's weird, okay? They feel like he catfished us. Let's just get back. And so this car ride back, it was about 8 hours, is one of the first times that they had to spend hours with him. And they didn't want to. I can only imagine what that energy was like in the car. The two girls having one of the best weekends of their life, sitting there next to this guy, all cramped up in this little, 3 seats in the back. It was just like, okay, let's just get back. So the other thing to remember is Sam's flight, it's about 3 days later. So they're driving back on this day, but he's going to be at the house for a couple days, and so is Melanie. This is a little bit different than they planned. They thought that it was going to be 3 days after the show of them all hanging out and having the best time. It's the first night, and things are exactly as they were back at the venue. I almost wonder if Sam was holding on to some kind of hope, like, oh, her mom is staying in the hotel room, so that's why we can't hang out. Maybe when I get back to her house, maybe we'll sleep in the same bed. Maybe I'll hang out in her room. And it was just, they were never mean to him. They never sent him home early. There was no inclination that they were rude. They just kind of kept their distance. And Sam was really, really feeling that this whole time. Let's go back to the beginning. You remember? I told you in the beginning when Melanie's mom was calling Razikel because she hadn't heard from her daughter. Well, when Melanie's mom calls Raz obviously flies into a panic. Where are the girls? Where are my girls? She just met these girls. She invited them out to her concert. She knows them, and she knows that other people know them. So Raz gets off the phone, and she tells Sick, yo, put a beacon out. I need you to find the girls. Tell everyone that they're missing. And so they start hitting up other fans, and they're trying to find the girls. And Melanie's mom is calling her, trying to get info. And Raz is really invested. She's like, I'm so sorry. Like, this is how close they were to this singer. The mother had her number, probably for safety reasons, but that also demonstrates how scared the mother was at this point because she knew that she didn't want her daughter to call the singer unless it was absolutely necessary. But at this point, Melanie had been missing for almost 2 days, and this was completely unlike her. So the best thing that Mel's mom could do is get Raz to call Melanie because of course she's going to answer Raz's call. And when she didn't, that's when they knew that something was wrong. Think about your favorite singer right now, okay? Your favorite musician, your favorite something, just somebody you're really into, or your favorite YouTuber. Imagine you ran away from home and then all of a sudden you see your phone and he's calling. Of course you're going to answer. You're like, Mom, I'm coming home. She did not answer Raz's call. And this was very concerning for everyone. Raz even said in an interview that while she was calling, she was saying, come on, Melanie, where are you? Pick up the phone. And she was not answering. So after that, Mel's mom ends up calling Emma's house, the Niederbrock house. And this guy answers the phone and he says, oh yeah, they're out right now. Like, you know, Deborah and the two girls, they went out to see a movie. And they called me earlier because their car broke down, but AAA's on the way. So just call back later. This makes Mel's mom feel a lot better. Like, okay, they went out to a movie and they're going to be back soon. Okay. So then she calls back the next day, or she calls back that night. And she calls, and she calls, and she calls, and nobody answers. And then the next day, she calls again in the morning. And that guy answers again. And he says, oh, yeah, they're just out. Yeah, they're out. I feel like they're going to be out pretty late today. But yeah, sorry, I didn't know it was urgent. I'll tell them to call when you get back. And Mel's mom is like, what the f***? So she's calling later. And nobody calls her back. She hasn't heard from the girls, no nothing. At the next point, she ends up calling Emma's dad. Because remember, I told you the divorce had already happened. The mom and dad are separated. They made a choice to take their daughter to this concert because they loved her and they wanted to do it together and they were still co-parenting her. But Mark, he lives somewhere else. Mel's mom ends up calling him and saying like, hey, where are the girls? And he's like, oh, I don't know. We dropped them off a day and a half ago. We got back okay. And she's like, they're not answering, and just one random dude is answering the phone. And so Mark's like, okay, all right, well, you know, I'm on my way to work, so I'll go by and check it out. So this happened like around Richmond. This is where I'm from. And so Mark swings by the house just to like get confirmation that like everything's fine. And he says, yeah, I'll be there like within an hour. And so Mel's mom is waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And she starts to almost get mad. Like, what the f*** is going on? Why is nobody answering? Why hasn't Emma answered me? Why hasn't Mel answered me? Where is Mark? Where is Deborah? I'm calling the police. So she calls the police and asks them to do a wellness check. The police show up, they get there, and this dude answers the door, and he's just like, oh, hey, they're out. They're gone right now. What's up? And the police are just like, okay, well, somebody's home, so I guess it's all right. Okay, I believe what happened was he walked up and he said he was the neighbor. This guy walks up and said he was the neighbor and the people weren't home, that they had just left earlier. So that's what the police wrote down, and that's what they reported. While Raz and Sick are trying to find out what happened, they have reached out to all of the horrorcore fans, and one person came back to Raz and Sick, and he said, I spoke to Sam, and Sam says that he killed everyone. They hear this, the two singers, Raz and her co-singer, and they get some details, and they believe it. Because where are they? And that guy was f***ing weird, right? And that's what they do. They make music about horror, about murder, about killing people, about revenge, about power. And so a little bit later, Raz gets another call from the mother, Mel. And Sick describes this in an interview on another show that I watched. And he said that he had his phone, and back then he didn't mute it. He just kind of put it right up against his leg and held it down and told Raz, it's Mel's mom. What do I say? What do I do? And she's like, I don't know. And he said, I have to tell her. I'm not kidding. Homeboy said this. Like, buddy, it is not your responsibility to break the news of an unconfirmed murder to somebody's parent. But he held the phone like that. And then when he puts his ear back to the phone, the mother said, what the fuck do you know? And then he tells her, I'm so sorry, but I think your daughter is dead. And so he said in the interview that Mel's mom let out the most blood-curdling scream that he could still hear in his head to this day. And I believe it, because a grieving parent looking for their child for 3 days and holding out for hope is just pushing it all down, pushing it all down, pushing it all down, and trying to avoid the worst. And the minute that you hear it from a reliable source, of course, the first thing you're going to do is scream. They end up wanting to go back to the house at this point, but Sam McCroskey, as you guys might have expected, the perpetrator in question, is gone. He's no longer at the house. I'm going to show you guys exactly where they found him. They found Sam in the airport. This is an actual video of him asleep in the airport. He eventually left the house about 12 hours before his flight, and he fell asleep in the airport. And he was initially reported because a taxi driver said that he smelled so bad that they had to roll the windows down just to get him to the airport. People at the airport said that there was a man that smelled absolutely putrid, and it looked like he had gore on his body. So they promptly reported it to the police, and they said, this is the motherfucker that we're looking for. This is the actual raw video of Sam McCroskey getting picked up at the airport. Oh my God, I've been to this airport before. This is where I'm from. This is him getting picked up at the airport the day that he was trying to escape and get back to California. Everyone says that he smelled absolutely horrible this day because, as you guys probably know, because I've talked about it before, the smell of a deteriorating body is absolutely unmistakable. There's nothing in the world that smells like that. But let me explain. So after Sam was arrested, he pretty much gave in. It wasn't that hard to get him to say things, and they got him to plead guilty and skip the trial in return for giving a full confession. So I'm going to tell you what happened that night, and it's all through Sam's confession, which they believe to be accurate because the forensic evidence pretty much matches everything. So on that night, when Emma, Mel, Deborah, and Sam all went back to the house, the girls, Mel and Emma, they were always doing their thing. They were best friends. They were just hanging out. And Sam had decided to go outside by himself that night. And the way Sam describes it is he was just drinking and he was smoking marijuana. I say marijuana because that's what was in the police report, and the police report also says prescription pills. So it is my understanding that he had a small cocktail of a little alcohol, some kind of pills, and some weed. Look, this isn't like LSD or some PCP shit. Sounds like to me that Sam was trying to numb something. And while he sat outside and he thought about the rejection that he was feeling, the pain that he was feeling, it was just all too much for him. And listen, all of us have been rejected before. I think so. There are parts of Sam's story that are relatable, but I urge you to take off your empathy cap for Sam because everything else is pretty normal. This part is not normal. While Sam sat outside and he thought about everything he was feeling, I think he reached into that safety, that kind of horrorcore, that identity, because that identity is very based around power, vengeance, violence, the assertion of power through violence. One of the most basic acquisitions of power, basic forms of like human defense. I say this all the time. Disassociating and violence are pre-programmed into us. Disassociating is like playing dead. Violence is it's like the animal kingdom. This is what we're essentially programmed to do. But it's up to us as humans to develop the communication skills and the critical thinking skills to not do stupid ass shit because we can't control our feelings. So please take your empathy cap off for Sam right now because everything else was relatable up until this point. Because that day he went into the backyard and grabbed a sledgehammer, a literal sledgehammer, and he saw that in the backyard, and I bet you Sam thought, oh yeah, this is gonna make me badass. Yeah, here it is. Here's my power. Here it This is how I'm gonna get revenge on everyone that hurt me. That's what he thought. Sam McCroskey took that sledgehammer and he walked into the house, and downstairs sleeping was Melanie Wells, and he crushed her skull so hard with one hit that he only hit her 1 or 2 times after that. And then afterwards, he went into the next room and he bludgeoned Emma to death, the girl that he had been talking to for a year with absolutely almost no empathy. I mean, obviously none. And then he went into the next room, and yes, while they all slept, he walked through this house and bludgeoned them to death with a sledgehammer. And it's so interesting to me that this guy thinks he's some badass motherfucker, but you killed these innocent women in their sleep because of your own little feelings. And he went upstairs and he bludgeoned Deborah as well with the sledgehammer. And afterwards, he dragged all of their bodies into the main living room and arranged them, and some people suspect that he might have taken photos or recorded his own little music videos in front of the bodies while he sat here in this delirium drinking and smoking weed. And everything was all fun and games until Emma's father shows up to check on them. And that day, Mark was just going to work, and Mel had asked him to swing by and check on the girls. And he went into the house, and he never came out because he also had been bludgeoned to death by that same sledgehammer by Sam. I was listening to something too where Mel's mom, who was just trying to find her daughter, was so upset that she felt like she sent that man to the house. I can't imagine the guilt that she's feeling letting her daughter go to the concert, knowing that Emma and her mother were murdered, feeling like she sent Mark to that house that day, you know? And there's way longer episodes on this too if you guys ever want to watch most of it, but this is pretty much the majority of the story. So Sam ended up giving a full confession to investigators, skipped trial, went straight to jail, no cap, no nothing. It's bye. I found a video on YouTube, and it's this guy that said that he was cellmates with Sam McCroskey. And I watched a bit of it, but I thought it was kind of interesting. I don't know about you guys, but Sam to me sounds like a poor communicator that internalized a lot of his feelings, masked things with rage and alcohol, and then when it came to a boiling point, when he least expected it, when he had all these fantasies about a person that he didn't even know and they didn't come true, and it was in fact quite the opposite, he snapped. And that's why I tell you these stories, because everything leading up to the murders happens to everyone. It really does. Let's watch the video. All right, so this is the video of the guy that shared a cell with Sam, and saw a little of this. I just thought it was really interesting. Let's go see.
A bit, especially on the news here in the state of Virginia, but tell us, the name of this guy that you were in the cell with.
His nickname was Psycho Sam. He goes by Richard Alden Samuel McCroskey. He brutally murdered a family of 4 in Farmville, Virginia with a split maul axe over his girlfriend posting something over Facebook, I believe. He went down there while they were sleeping, murdered them, and slept with the bodies in the house for almost a week before the authorities were notified by the smell from the house.
That's why he smelled so bad. It was the bodies.
He was originally sentenced to death row, but had a good enough lawyer to where they gave him life sentences on all of them. He therefore received 4 life sentences plus 632 years.
What was it like going into the cell with this guy?
Any other time, I pretty much wouldn't be on edge, wouldn't be on my toes like I was this time, but this time, it scared me, it really did. I didn't know what to expect, didn't know what this dude was capable of, if he was in his right mind, should he be in a mental ward, should he even be in a prison? Where should this dude be? Or should I even be in this cell with this guy? That was a question that I asked myself for the next few days.
So you go into the cell.
Yes, it was said that in the reports. After he killed these people, first of all, he didn't shower at all for a week. Sam did not wash his hair, he did not wash his body, and he was just sitting there in a room for a week with these bodies just rotting around him. That's why the taxi driver had trouble taking him home. That's why he got pulled over at the airport, because they said this smelly ass man. Get this smelly ass man.
Introduce yourself. Do you try to talk with this guy? You know what? Talk about that.
I introduced myself, let him know, man, I'm Pee Wee. My real name's David, but I've gone by Pee Wee the last 5 years of my life, since I've been locked up. He let me know his name's Psycho Sam. He let me know he wasn't ashamed to tell me what he did. He broke down everything. He said he did feel remorse for what he did. We sat down and talked a few times about it. He didn't like talking about it. He showed me pictures, black and white, of that night, the stuff that happened.
He didn't like talking
But
about it.
overall,
Interesting.
living in a cell with dude, it was pretty creepy, but he was very respectful for the most part. You'll never really understand the life of a murderer or the life of somebody till you actually live with that person.
You know, I've seen pictures of this guy. And like you said, he's around your age. He was a younger dude. He's doing multiple life sentences plus hundreds of years. Never coming home.
Dude, this is so interesting to me. Is it interesting to you guys? I wish we could get more stuff of people that like shared a cellmate, like with somebody we've covered, you know?
The type of dude who would definitely have some problems up in prison. He doesn't look like the type of guy who, you know, would be okay. Was he respected? Like, did you ever see him having problems in there?
Yes, several times, but I never got involved with it because it was not my place to put myself into.
Yeah, they probably think he's a bitch.
Of him, yes, because of the fact of what he did, but not what he did, how he did it, and when he did it while they were sleeping.
They didn't respect that.
They didn't respect that, and they didn't respect him.
Yeah,
so he's getting stored and he's having problems up in there, and you're stuck in a cell with this dude.
And I'm stuck in a cell with this dude, but I'm not trying to sit back into the hole for another 5 months till I get home, and I needed to clear my head.
You know, talk about trying to go to sleep in a cell with the guy. You know, they tell you you're getting out of isolation. Hey, we're going to put you in a cell with a murderer. You didn't know you were getting put in the cell with probably the most high-profile guy at that prison.
Oh, no, definitely not. Normally, when I go to sleep at night, I do sleep with the towel over my face to block the light because you have a light that they keep on so they can come around for count time. Well, in this particular cell, I never kept the blindfold on my face. I felt like I had to sleep with my eye halfway open, even when I was sleeping. But once I got to know him, I mean, that feeling was always there. It was always going to be there as long as I was in a cell with him. But for the most part, there was no more towels while I was in the room sleeping over my eyeballs. It was always my eyes wide awake, me on point, and me crossing my T's and dotting my I's.
Damn.
I got a bunch of questions I want to ask you about this dude, and this one's not one that I had thought of, but I want to ask you this. You know, you go into a cell with a guy and you automatically size that individual up, just in case things don't work out too well. You know, did you feel like if things got out of hand that, you know, you could handle yourself with this dude?
Yes, 100% without a doubt. I looked at, like you just said, you broke down everything word for word. I sized the dude up when I went into the cell, knowing what he was convicted of, knowing what could potentially happen while I was in there, what I need to learn how to do, what precautions I need to take. But yes, I did size him up and did figure out what was the best go route.
You, in the cell with this guy who had, you know, no release date at all. He was going to die in prison. How did he react to the fact, knowing that you were getting ready to go home?
Oh,
He said he was kind of accustomed to it because for the last 6 months while he was in that cell, they did nothing but put short-time people in there with him. So it played a big factor on him in his head at first, but he said he became accustomed to it.
Why do you guys think they only put short-term people in Sam's room? I wonder why.
He's told me that I need to stay out of the way, get out of into society, straighten up, don't become what he did, or don't become what other people think I'm going to become. Prove everybody wrong.
Do you feel like this guy had any type of an impact?
That's interesting. I bet Sam really does believe that. That's interesting. That's what he said. He told him to get out and prove everyone wrong and basically be back. I mean, probably a big part of it, I bet, is Sam was somebody other than who he was pretending to be, but he became who he was pretending to be. And now he has to serve life in prison with hundreds of people not respecting him, shitting on him, making fun of him. Like, holy shit. It's his own personal hell. He was so upset about that weekend with Emma, and now he's dealing with this times 20. Like, yeah, he is going to tell people, don't be like me. But that's interesting. That's very interesting.
I do feel like that I learned how to control my impulse a little better because I believe that's what he acted off of when he committed the acts of violence that he did.
He's out.
But I do feel like I have learned a lot about my impulse and a lot about my character just by listening to the story that he told and the things that he tried to tell me.
Kay said, yeah, the only way he's killing you is if you're asleep because he's a coward. Dude, they couldn't respond. They couldn't fend for themselves. They couldn't, dude, if they could have just yelled, like, stop, like, why are you doing it? Like, he might have even crumbled. Like, who knows, man? Like, there's just so many different angles from this case. Like, how do you deal with rejection? Who are you talking to online? How's your impulse control? Like, are you pretending to be somebody you're not? And when does the real you show up? There's just so many things wrapped up into this. And I don't know, this case really, really, really haunts me because he literally just walked through that house and murdered all of those women in their sleep. Yeah, of course nobody in jail respects you. We're gonna take ourselves back to July 23rd, 2016. So this is Kaylee, and this is her boyfriend, Cameron. So on July 23rd in 2016, Kaylee goes to this bachelorette party, is out really late, she gets super drunk, she's hanging out with all of her friends, having a good time, and then she calls her boyfriend to pick her up. I think somewhere in a report it said that he was kind of upset, that she was super, super drunk, he has to go pick her up, so he picks her up. And then they get to the parking lot and they have this huge blowout argument, okay? And then after that, he goes inside and is just like, all right, whatever, this. And then, according to Cameron, he came back outside and Kaylee was gone. This is like pretty suspicious because usually the last person that saw someone after a disappearance has an idea of what happened. We've covered so many cases where, the significant other says, oh yeah, we were arguing and then, she just disappeared. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I saw a mysterious car pickup. It just didn't really add up, but there actually was another person. And this person's name was Edwin Lara. Because what happened that night was Kaylee's by herself in the parking lot, mad, upset with her boyfriend. And then somebody who kind of looks like a police officer appears. He's actually the campus security, but he's got a uniform that kind of looks like the police in the city. He's got this SUV that looks very official. It's got glass on the back, like separating the front seat from the back. And he pulls up and asks her if she needs a ride. And she says yes. Unfortunately for Kaylee, Edwin was a very strange guy. Before all of this even happened, people in campus security didn't really like him, didn't really want to hang out with him. One of the female officers even said that she wouldn't ride in a car with him because he was so fucking weird. Edwin really, really was interested in corpses and dead bodies. He loved to look at them, huge red flag. And he also was very into showing pornographic videos of himself to his friends and colleagues, whether they wanted to see it or not. So people didn't fuck with Edwin. He was a really weird guy. But unfortunately, Kaylee doesn't know this. And she gets in the car. There's not a lot of details about what happened after that, but basically, Edwin sexually assaulted her in the back of the car when she couldn't get out because it was a security car with glass in the front. And then he killed her. Edwin was actually married. He had this job for a while. He had a life. He had a wife. And out of nowhere, one day, he chose to do this. So Edwin goes back home and tells his wife what happened. But he tells her that he accidentally hit this woman and now she's dead. He has decided that because of his religious background and what he's done, that he can no longer get into heaven. He's a religious man, but he has sinned, and this is it for him. So in Edwin's eyes, the only thing to do is to continue to commit more crimes. So after he tells his wife what happens, he carjacks somebody and then kidnaps a second woman named Andrea, who's 19 years old, from Oregon. Kidnaps this woman at gunpoint, and he's just cruising around the city with her. So we actually have, we love the CCTV footage. We love it. This is them checking into a motel. Dude, look at her. She's, yo, I would be trying to get help from this guy. Oh, that's what he's doing. He's trying to keep her away. She can't because he has a gun. Edwin starts doing some crazy shit. I feel like he's always trying to stand in a position where he like has the most control over her. Like when that guy walked by and he kind of pulls her off to the side. Okay, so afterwards, when they're in the motel, Edwin randomly bursts into this man's motel room. I'm gonna show you guys this. This is actually the 911 call from that. And there's a little descriptor down here too. It says Jack Levy was packing his photography equipment in a motel in California when suddenly 2 people dressed in black barged into his room. He believed that they had the wrong room. He had no clue who the man was. Edwin Lara with his kidnapping victim, Andrea Mays. Lara demanded Levy's keys, and when Levy shouted for help, Edwin shot him. Here's the 911 call.
911, what's your emergency?
Hi, it's Karen at CHP.
Hi.
Hey, I just transferred a call to medical at Super 8 Motel. The manager there said there's a gentleman who says he got shot in the stomach. And he's laying down in room 108.
108. All right, Karen, I'll get the info of the guys.
Okay, thanks.
Bye.
I'm sorry. The end of that call just really fucks me up. Okay, Karen, I'll go ahead and send this over to the guys. Okay, bye. Jack Levy does actually end up surviving. They left him on the floor. They don't take any of his stuff, and then they just get out of there. Edwin then goes live on Facebook, and he wanted Andrea to post it on her Facebook with the title Murderer on the Loose. And when she refused, he threatened her, and then she eventually was like, okay, I'll put it up as a private video.
I apologize for everything I've done. Most likely I'm going to get caught. Sorry about that girl in Central Oregon.
He's talking about
I want to let family members, Andrea, that she's fine, and she will be fine because so far she's been doing what I've been telling her to do. You know, and if you guys are wondering if I have done dirty things to her, no. All right, I'm not that kind of guy.
Not that kind of guy. Sexually assaulted Kaylee and then killed her when she was just drunk leaving a bachelor party. But no, Edwin's not that kind of guy. What the fuck is that, buddy? What is that? What is that? So K9 made a point. I actually did hear about this too. While they were in the motel room, Edwin tried to sexually assault her, but when her phone went off, she had convinced him that it was an alarm to remind her to take her medication for an STD. And then he got grossed out and then decided not to assault her. So at this point, Edwin gets on the phone with 911 and tries to basically control the situation during this chase.
Yes, hi. This is Edwin Lara, and I'm the guy on Interstate 5. Going at high speed. I know you guys have the chopper on me already.
Yeah.
And I just want to say I am going to turn myself in.
Okay, where are you at?
Okay, I'm on I-5. I think close to Redding, if I'm right.
Are you by yourself or?
No, I have someone with me. I kidnapped her in Oregon. She's innocent. Her name is Andrea. What's your last name?
He doesn't know.
I'll let her give her last name so you can call her family, okay?
Okay.
Everything he's saying is like he's in control. He's like, I'll let her call her family. I'll stop when I'm ready. I'm Edwin. I'm the guy that you guys got the chopper on. What is with these people? They think they're the main character.
Give me a second. I want to ask you a favor.
Uh-huh.
So I have asthma.
You have asthma? Okay.
Yeah, so you tell them not to be too rough on me because, I can barely breathe right now.
Bullshit!
Right, so that's all I wanted to say.
I don't want any kind of medical or?
Yeah, well, I think so. I'm
medical.
going to need my inhaler. I forgot my inhaler at home. Okay.
Edwin, do you have any weapons with you?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I do have a gun on me. I am not going to flash the gun, so you tell them not to shoot me.
Okay.
No, I don't want to die.
Dude, Kaylee didn't want to die either, you piece of shit.
Yeah, I'm going to let them know. We drove her car, and her car died on us, so I had to borrow somebody else's car. You know, basically that's what it is.
Okay.
But yeah,
So, Edwin, can you pull over safely for the officer?
right here, right now.
If you can find a
I
safe
borrowed
spot, you can
somebody's
pull over the shoulder.
car.
They're gonna have
I'm
a
not
free
that
block.
type of
Nobody will get hurt.
guy.
But I just don't want you to run from them and they think you're running from them. Okay, are you gonna stop?
Yeah, I'm gonna stop.
Okay, once you stop, make sure they can see your hands at all
Yep.
time, okay?
All right.
Oh, they're
Just
getting
tell
out.
them
He's
I'm
getting
gonna
out.
go into that casino. Yes, I will.
Where's your gun at?
I promise. It's in between my legs.
Can you see it? He said he had it between his legs. Is he
Oh,
stopping?
you can hear the sirens coming to get them.
He is stopping? Okay, make sure your hands are up too and stuff. I know you're on the phone right now, but just hold your hands
Oh
up
my
and
God,
your
that's gonna be
hands too.
such a relief, yo. She just wants to get. Oh my God, can you
I'm
imagine
gonna stay
that?
on the line with you until the officers get there, okay? And you're gonna be okay.
I didn't know all this was in the call.
Andrea? Does he have his hands up?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
He does
cry.
have his hands up? Okay. Just tell him to make sure that the officers
Hey,
Tell him I can't.
He said he can't hear her.
do I get out or do I?
Tell him we're letting the officers know that he can't hear her.
He's already walking towards them.
Oh, she probably feels so safe now that he's walking away.
Yeah, he is.
He is. Tell him to turn around and don't walk towards him. He can walk backwards towards him.
I can't. He's too far.
Okay.
That makes me happy. He's really far away from her, and the police are there.
And if you want to do the same, once he gets out and stuff, just turn around and walk backwards towards him. Don't walk facing them.
Okay. Do I stay on the line with you?
Once you get out, I'll go ahead and disconnect the line. Once you get out, can you see? Do they have him in custody already?
They're putting the cuffs on him right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
she's
Okay,
safe,
I'm gonna
boys. She's
And
safe.
walk backwards towards him with your hands up, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Andrea, it's gonna be okay.
She told me to stay in the
Oh,
car.
she told you to stay in the car? Okay, then whatever.
Oh my
instructions they
God,
give you,
dude,
then do
I'm
that.
so happy for her. So this is after Edwin is arrested and taken to the station. Look, y'all know we love an interrogation.
I'm not. Wait, I shouldn't introduce myself because.
Oh my God.
we know a little bit, right?
I'm sick. My body I'm in physical illness. I should introduce myself. What was that?
Wait, I shouldn't introduce myself because you guys know me.
I shouldn't
we know a
introduce
little bit,
myself
right?
because you guys know me.
So a couple things. We got some house. We have not been able to find Kaylee's body. Can you please help me find her body immediately before we start talking about anything else? The reason why I'm asking you that is I've done this a bunch of times.
I want to tell you where the body is.
Yeah.
I do. But I want to get on first.
So here's what I know about this.
You can tell very easily that Edwin is obsessed with being in control. Yes, PMS played up to his ego. So when they come in, they say, Edwin, before we do anything, there's something that we need, and you have it. Please help us, Edwin. You can help us. You're the only one that can help us. Can you please tell us where the body of Kaylee is? And this appeals to his, yes, the power. I have it. And it fucking worked. What a cornball. He just got played in fucking 4K.
You got a heart inside of you. And I know because I was in your house. I saw the Bible. I know you thumb through it a lot. I see that you've tithed for months consecutively. I know you're
lubed him up.
God in your heart.
I want to talk about Edwin's acting for a minute. When Edwin first sits down, shakes the hands of the officers, even says to them, I don't need to introduce myself. You guys already know who I am. Smiling, laughing. They start to read his Miranda rights, and Edwin says, yeah, just so you guys know, I'll do anything I can to get home, okay? Like that's even an option. That's how delusional this man is. But now, when he's getting to the murder of Kaylee Sawyer, which he is completely lying about 100%, now he's acting. Now he's sad. And I hit her, and it's my fault, and da-da-da-da-da. Like, the shift here is very interesting. This is just really manipulative.
I think all throughout my life, I have struggled with somehow the urge to kill.
The urge to kill?
What has helped me?
Get therapy! therapy. Get therapy, okay? If you are having homicidal thoughts, go to therapy. It's not normal. It's not fucking normal. Who just is like, I'm gonna repress my homicidal thought? Go to therapy. Go to therapy. Go.
Her soul hears my crying because God doesn't allow the devil to talk to him.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Edwin.
However,
Let's take a look at Edwin in the courtroom where he belongs. I think we might also have a victim impact statement.
Yeah, that's right. We just found out a little while ago that the judge has sentenced Edwin Lara to spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of release, without the possibility of parole. Now, today, Kaylee Sawyer's friends and family faced her killer. They packed the courtroom here today and shared with the judge their anger and their tears. Now, just before being sentenced today, Lara addressed Kaylee's family and the court.
God Almighty, who art in heaven.
I can't. I fucking can't. I've never turned an interrogation off before because somebody is so fucking whack. Here he is. Here he just can't believe it. He cannot believe it.
God Almighty, who art in heaven. Oh, Elohim Adonai. I'll ask you to please heal the hearts, all those broken hearts of this community.
Tell you where the body is, but I don't.
I have such mixed feelings about this case because he's just such a fucking weirdo. Like an actual weird. Edwin Lara is a weirdo that was supposed to just stay an insignificant weirdo, and then he was like, oh wait, maybe if I do something bad, then I'll actually be worth something. Rather be infamous than just be a person that exists in society. Oh my god, dude. I really hate that guy, man. Why were they recording all of this?
Yeah, there's some kids that I feel is being highly abused, and I can't wait until Monday in Woodland, Washington.
Okay, so what we're looking at is, this is Jennifer Hart here in the center, and then this is her wife, Sarah Hart. They were very active on Facebook, and you might actually even be familiar with one of the kids. This was a really popular picture. This is Devontae. He's actually now passed away because the Hart family was found in their van. All 8 of them were found turned over in California in a van, caught on fire. They fell hundreds of feet, like instantly dead, basically. This is a news report that came out shortly after they were found.
3 kids and their moms were found dead, and 3 other kids are still missing tonight.
Thanks, Wieneke.
And based on apparent pings from cell phones, investigators have laid out a massive part of their travel route.
I'm to the point where I no longer am calling this an accident, I'm calling it a crime.
Oh,
Today, a citizen found a cell phone in the area alongside the road that had been wet. We've sent it in for forensics.
They immediately decided that this was not an accident because they could see by the tire tracks, and you can see here in this picture that the car could have gone to the left. That is where the road is. So they were able to determine from the tire marks, which clearly show somebody charging over the edge, as well as the GPS like computer inside of there, that it actually showed that the car stopped for several seconds or minutes, and then they consciously made a choice to floor it off of this cliff. So these were all adopted children, or fostered at first, actually. So 3 of them are siblings, and then the other 3 are siblings as well. So these were kids that were stuck in the system, that were all related. Most of them had the same mother, but different fathers, for example. I started digging into them a little bit, and I found very quickly, that Jennifer Hart was one of those Facebook moms that like to talk about how she had the perfect family. So here's her having her children pose with a fucking chicken on them, looking really happy. Now, on top of that, I also have some video footage that I want to share with you guys. Oh, this is so fucking This shit is hard to watch. Are you guys starting to see a pattern here at all?
We are so provided for. We are so provided for. We are so provided for.
Jen, why you got them running around like African children with a drum singing, "We are so provided for"? I think the other thing that's a little odd here is why do they always have a full fucking film crew? Yeah, so we have the other parent that's on the other side with some high quality DSLR filming all of this stuff, coordinating these trips, trying to look like the perfect family. I want to ask you guys this. Have you ever had a time where you're hanging out with your friends or your family and you're genuinely having a really good time? A just wonderful, beautiful time. I can almost guarantee you during that moment, you don't want to pick up your phone and Instagram story it. Sometimes people will like snap a picture or a video and be like, oh, I just want to remember this later. I don't care if we look like shit. But if you are framing this and setting all this up constantly, this shit is staged. This is not real. This is like those Instagram relationships where they act like they're so happy. They are fucking not. Same exact thing was going on with these kids. 2004, earliest known public record that shows them both from South Dakota, residing in Minnesota. They meet around sometime here, blah, blah, blah. So at some point between 2005 and 2006, let's see if it's right here, Sarah and Jen Hart had actually gone in to foster another child. She was a 15-year-old girl. And one day, after they had already discussed the girl staying there, she was the only child at the time that lived there. They'd asked her, oh, do you want to stay with us? Do you want to live with us? And she's like, yeah, like, this is good. This is great. And then they took the 15-year-old girl to therapy and they dropped her off and then they never came back. And they had the therapist explain to this girl that Jen and Sarah would not be coming back. That is not how you treat an adopted child in foster care. That is some of the most traumatizing shit that I've ever heard in my life. Oh, this is so fucked. Okay, so somebody had heard from Jen and Sarah that this 15-year-old girl was eating out of the trash. Like, they already started discrediting her to people around her so that they could abuse her by saying, yeah, she eats out of the trash. And then later on, the girl says that hurts her because it never happened. It's so fucked up. She said she wasn't deprived of food, as allegations suggested the adopted children may have been. She was never hit. I didn't know what to think. She said of her reaction upon hearing those allegations involving the other children, I still don't know what to think. They brought footballs. One day, the threesome went to Lambeau Field for a Green Bay Packers game. It was a little family trip. They had bought footballs, hoping to have them signed by star running back Amon Green. Jen, in particular, was a huge fan. But when they approached Green after the game, holding up their footballs, Green picked up the team's football to sign. It turned into a huge fiasco, Lee said. Jen thought I had done it to be a brat. She ignored me for days. So this makes me feel like Jen is pretty narcissistic. She got jealous of the kid because her favorite athlete signed her football instead. It looks like they used that child as a means to get other foster children to claim that they were qualified. So the couple is licensed to provide foster care in Douglas County, Minnesota for almost 2 years, beginning April 1st, 2005. Here's the situation that was going on. There were 3 kids, Jeremiah, Sierra, and Devontae. And at the time, their mother was a drug addict. Maybe she was trying to get clean, who knows, because she had actually given her children to her sister. And let's see, September 2006, oh my God, these aren't even the kids they adopted first. Holy shit. So while this was happening, Jennifer and Sarah adopted Marquise, Abigail, and Hannah. These are 3 siblings that come from the same mother, all different fathers. So at this time, the 3 kids, Devontae, Jeremiah, and Sierra, I don't think that they've been adopted yet. But in 2006 is when the first report of abuse actually goes out. And this is from the 6-year-old at the time, and she said that her mother bruised her while beating her with a belt. When asked about the beating, Jennifer and Sarah Hart tell a police investigator and social worker that the girl had fallen down the stairs. I don't think this is from this instance, but here's an example of how Jen likes to cover up her abuse. So she had taken a picture of her kid with missing teeth, posted it on Facebook, and then Jen said, a repeat situation from a few years ago. Running in the hall and tripped on shoes. Busted her lip up. Only needed stitches that time. Same exact thing happened this time. Only outcome of the fall was much worse. She's at the dentist now. Not sure if anything could be done. In this instance, the child was missing all of her teeth. I don't believe... And like, here's another thing, okay? And try to like put yourself in this situation, because I'm sure we've had it before. When I was 6 years old, this is the dumbest shit. I was 6 years old and we were supposed to go on some trip at the YMCA that day. And we were playing Red Rover or Stop and Go or something like that. And while I was at the daycare, I was playing this game and I ran full speed into a wall. Like, I'm really, really young. I guess my feet just didn't stop. I cannot fathom doing that now as an adult, but I ran full speed into the wall and I shattered my collarbone. I'm sure a lot of you guys have had instances from when you were a kid where you hurt yourself very, very badly. My question to you is, did anything of that nature ever happen to you again? When I was 6 and I ran full speed into a wall as a child, I never ran full speed into a wall again. It just didn't happen. So November 2010, this is the second report of abuse directly to the police. Directly. Abigail, 6 at the time, after a teacher discovered bruises stretching from her sternum to her navel. The girl, I'm sorry, that sounds like internal bleeding to me. The girl says that Jennifer Hart hit her with a closed fist, put her head in a cold bath, and then hit her again, court records show. She was then grounded, the girl told police, which meant she had to stay in bed and miss lunch. So after this happens in 2010, the investigation goes on for a while, and by April 2011, Sarah Hart pleads guilty to abusing Abigail Hart and is sentenced to a year of probation for misdemeanor domestic assault, court records show. Sarah told police she was the one who hit Abigail, even though the girl told authorities her mother Jennifer done it. I knew it! Sarah's a fucking sub. Sarah's a submissive ass little bitch, and Jennifer made her... Okay, sorry, I'm getting heated right now. Sarah told police she was the one that hit Abigail, even though the girl told authorities that her mother Jennifer had done it. The next day, all 6 of the children of the Hart children are taken out of public schools. They never attended public schools again. That is a classic textbook move. After a child reports abuse to a teacher, authorities, anything of that nature, if the parents take them out of school, you guys better fucking have CPS knocking on their door every month. Every single month after that. Shit, send them over every week. Y'all got the staff for it. Do your job. Watch the kids. I'm sorry, I'm so fucking mad right now. I need to calm it down. Why were they recording all of this?
Yeah, there's some kids that I feel is being highly abused, and I can't wait until Monday in Woodland, Washington.
I don't know if he's going to say this in the call. So the youngest girl jumped out of the window and then came to this couple's house that lived next door. And the report said that she said to them, please help us. We're hungry and they're racist. The little fucking girl that they dragged to the Ferguson protest literally told someone that their parents were racist. Behind closed doors, they were out here virtue signaling while calling these little kids the N-word. I'm so mad!
Begging them to help her. And when they came looking for her, she was begging my daughter not to let them know she was there. And then eventually my son-in-law let them know. And then she had all 4 of the kids come back later and to say everything was okay, and they were all standing at attention like they were just scared to death.
Oh my God.
And I think there's something very serious going on there.
People did try to speak up for these little kids. They really tried to, but investigators just were not pushing on it. And they sat here and made the excuse all the time, oh, we're a lesbian couple that has black children. Everyone hates us. Like, that's what they would do. So you guys just heard Bruce talk about this kind of letter. So this is so Hannah was the child that escaped and said she was hungry and that her parents were racist. This is the letter that Bruce and Dana received. Dear Dana Bruce, I stopped this morning because I feel awful about disturbing your peace and worrying you in the middle of the night. I was very frustrated with my brother and I didn't handle things very maturely, and I'm sorry for telling lies to get attention. I am working on being more honest and finding blank to communicate my frustrations. I've been very sad for about 2 years from our cats dying recently. So I was just very sad and frustrated last night. Thank you for being kind. A 6-year-old did not write this.
About a week ago or so, one of the children came over and started asking for food. And it went on for a period of time until we kind of determined that he was probably reaching out. And we determined that we should call the Child Protective Services, and that's what we did on Friday.
The state of Texas likely paid the Hart moms $270,000 to care for the adopted kids, report says. Jennifer is the fucking matriarch. She sent Sarah off to work. Sarah worked at a department store while Jennifer stayed at home abusing the children, basically. Jennifer just collected money from the state to take care of the kids while Sarah just worked at a department store. According to the search warrants released Friday, investigators searched the Hart family home in search of the 3 children who had not been found. Upon entering the house, it was found to be extremely clean and organized, giving a perception of being very sterile. Another detective wrote in the incident report that it was difficult to distinguish which rooms belonged to the children. Swinson added in his report that while there were new picture frames hanging on the walls of the home, but no pictures had the children in them. So you're going to tell me that y'all were taking all these pictures, posting them on Facebook, and you love these kids, but you don't have any pictures of them up. Yeah, I don't see it in this article. I thought it was in this one, but I read another article where it basically said the children didn't have beds. There were 6 kids, and there was just 1 twin bed for Sarah and Jen, and then 1 twin bed for the kids. They have no idea where these children slept. There were no photographs on them of the walls, but apparently they have this high-powered DSLR to take pictures of them all day. No toys around, but they had board games. I wonder why. Oh, because they're probably taking pictures with the board games and posting on Facebook, family board game night. The kids had they had no toys, they had no food, and they had no beds. All the while, for some reason, Jen and Sarah have bottles of wine on deck. They got so much wine that they got more wine than can even fit in the goddamn rack. Okay, so April 2011, Sarah Hart pleads guilty to abusing Abigail Hart. She takes the fall for Jen here. Jen probably manipulates her to do so. Oh my God. Wait, I didn't hear this. Family friend Alexandria tells Oregon child welfare officials that the Hart parents have been depriving their kids of food as punishment. The Harts break off contact with her when they learn of it. Oh my God, dude, this fucking bitch, as soon as somebody smells her, she cuts them off and then pivots just to go somewhere else. Okay, so we're at about 2013, so let's take a look at what this Facebook post is. Jen Hart, June 5th, 2013. 5 a.m. text. Love-infused day begins. Sunrise over Willamette. Goat bleats. Chicken peeps. Hug attacks. Helping hands. Picnic packers. Bald eagle messengers. Mountain air. Rivers rushing. Coastal quest. I can't even fucking read this. I literally can't even read this. I hate her so much. One of the kids, I think it was Devontae, was actually 19 years old. So despite being abused in this home, I think he was made to believe that he needed to stay because his siblings were being abused. This is basically the day everything happens. Okay? So on March 23rd, Health Services and Social Services identified the children as potential victims of alleged abuse or neglect. That same day, they attempt to make contact, can't get in touch with the Hart family. Then, Sarah Hart sends a 3 a.m. text message to a friend. The thing that's interesting to note about this is it says March 24th, but since it's 3 a.m., this is kind of still the day of the 23rd for Sarah. She probably hasn't gone to sleep yet. This 3 a.m. text is a result of everything that happened on the 23rd. Text message saying that she's so sick, she might have to go to the hospital. The friend, Cheryl Hart, never hears from Sarah again. March 24th, the family is in or around Newport, Oregon, around 8:14 a.m., police say. It is believed that they continued south on Route 101 until they reached State Route 1 in Leggett, California. The Harts travel on the state route until they reach Fort Bragg and are in Mendocino around 8 p.m. So then I think that they stopped there, but Cheryl Hart, who is a relative, calls Clark County and asks them to do a welfare check on the family in Washington. They are not home. They have gone on the run. It looks like they took the kids and they drove on a 400-mile road trip down from Oregon to California. But I'm curious if they knew what they were going to do when they got in the car, or if they were just like, let's get out of here. So they make Social Services makes more unsuccessful attempts to contact the Hart family. A passerby 2 days later sees the SUV flipped upside down. So at this point, they still haven't confirmed who it is. The Social Services have now been trying for 3 days to get in touch with the Hart family. Can't get in touch with them. The next day, the women are identified, and then the children are identified as well. But I think three of the children are still missing. Okay, so police continue to search for the 3 missing children. This is after they found the crash and they identified them as Sarah and Jen. Now they're starting to investigate a little bit more into it. Now remember, this vehicle has a computer on it. There's a lot of different components they can see. For example, they were able to determine that the vehicle actually stopped before they drove off the cliff. And then something else that was really, really interesting is the search history on Sarah's phone. Remember, Sarah's the sub. Sarah does what Jen wants. The search history on Sarah's phone was: how much Benadryl does it take to kill somebody? Can you die from blank? Suicide blank, all these different things. So as they were pulling up to this cliff, Sarah was Googling how to kill herself and kill the children. And so it sounds like their master plan was, oh shit, there's a cliff, floor it. In my opinion, I think that this was all Jen's master plan. And I think that she was an abuser that didn't want to get caught, and she didn't want to go to jail, and she didn't want to lose all the money from the kids. She would lose the kids. She would lose her Facebook, her whole little, her image on Facebook. She would lose money. She would probably lose her home. She would definitely go to jail for sure. She felt like they were going to lose everything. I actually think that Jen was so dumb that she thought that she could make driving off this cliff look like an accident, and that she and the kids would be immortalized as victims of a tragic accident. I really think that she thought that this was going to look a little bit more in her favor at the end, so she could die with her narcissism, die with all of her lies, get away with it, and take everyone with her. Man, this one was really tough. It was really, really tough. But it's crazy to me also how many people raised alarm bells for these children and they just didn't push enough on it. Like, even down to the day that they drove off the cliff, Social Services was still just calling the house trying to schedule a meeting. Like, bitch, go to the house. Go to the house.